country that's like constantly under the thumb of the CIA. Of course they're going to be fucking paranoid.
Man, Juan Guaido, who declared Maduro illegitimate and himself acting president instead. He was recognized by the US and others around the world. The Maduro regime reacted furiously, running down protesters and shooting at them in the streets. Guaido believed mistakenly he had enough support to remove Maduro from power. But a coup attempt that looked close to toppling Maduro ended in failure. The unpopular dictator clung on. His fortunes turned again, thanks to events halfway around the world, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. When the West stopped buying Russian oil, it turned to Venezuela and its vast reserves instead. Maduro was allowed back in out of the cold. That may have emboldened him to pull off one of the biggest election frauds in Latin American history. In elections in 2024, the opposition is thought by most observers to have won a landslide, but Maduro again refused to give up power, declaring victory unconvincingly. Then in America, Donald Trump was re-elected. He branded Maduro a narco-terrorist and sent a seventh of America's navy to threaten the latest of America's neighbors to face the belligerence of Donald Trump.
It's just Venezuela. It has started with Panama, then with Canada, then with Greenland. It seems that President Trump, although he appears to be a pacifist, at least at the Western Hemisphere, he has a very, let's say, peculiar understanding of the role of the United States as a kind of overlord of the area.
Trump's campaign against Maduro has been unrelenting. A massive naval build-up aimed at first at Venezuela's narco-trafficking operations. At least 30 small boats destroyed, allegedly for drug running, but with little evidence to prove the claims. Then oil tankers were seized.
It's so funny that, like, half the shit that they're talking about Trump doing against Maduro is up to par with the same crimes that Maduro, they're accusing Maduro of doing.
Oh, wait. What am I doing? Nope. Backing out of this. Backing out of this.
Like Maduro.
Boop.
Donald Trump's Department of Justice is trying to collect your sensitive voting information. They want to know your name, your address, your date of birth. But that's not all. They want your full Social Security number and whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. In the history of our country, no other administration has ever sought to collect this type of sensitive information on this scale. No other Department of Justice has sued more than 20 states to get it. In this episode, I'll explain why the Trump administration wants this information so desperately and what they plan to do with it. I'll tell you how it's part of a larger effort by the right wing to collect big data to make it harder for you to vote and easier for them to cheat. But before we get into it, subscribe to this channel to stay informed about how you can defend democracy. All right, so as I said, everybody needs to pay close attention to this because this is going to be the big democracy story of 2026. Hell, it may even be the big political story of all of 2026. And you're not going to get the full context of this story anyplace else. So like I said, pay attention. So this all starts with the fact that states collect information on who are registered to vote in their state. Right? So when you go down to your local registrar or your Department of Motor Vehicles or someone signs you up to vote on the street, that information goes into the state's voter file. The state maintains this system that allows it to know that you live at a certain place, that you're registered to vote. In states with partisan registration, it tells the state that you are registered as a Democrat or a Republican or an independent or something else. In some states, it includes your race, where they collect that information. In every state, it includes your gender. It also will include if you were previously registered at a different address, it'll include that information.
Okay.
It will include your signature that if when you signed up will also be on the file, along with, as I mentioned, your full Social Security number. It's a big set of data that can be used for good by states that want to help make sure that you appear in the poll books when you show up to vote in person, or that make sure you get an absentee ballot.
Gotta make sure I'm
send those out, right? So there's a lot
louder
of
than the
good
video.
reasons why states collect this information. But what we're starting to see is that this information is being weaponized. And we first saw this information being weaponized by right-wing vigilante groups. Now,
See who
many
we
of
got
you
in
will
here.
remember,
We got
I called out the
Maddie
risk
Holmes,
of right-wing vigilante organizations
MX Maddie
all the
B.
way back to before
Welcome,
the
welcome.
2022 election. Now, why did I see that as a big risk then? Well, because after 2020, in the immediate aftermath, there was
Getting
a
things
special
set
election,
up on my
actually two of them in
end.
the state of Georgia for Senate. And in that special election, Democrats won both of those seats. We saw mass voter challenges. Now, what does that mean? That means that a person, a single individual, can submit a spreadsheet of names of people who they don't know, they've never met, but who they don't believe should be eligible to vote. If you think of a voter purge as something the state does when it has all this data, right? It decides that we need to remove certain people from the rolls because they've died or they've moved or for nefarious reasons, right? So good reasons or nefarious reasons. These voter challenges are essentially the privatized version of that. It is where private groups or individuals try to purge voters, okay? And we saw this mass effort in the aftermath of the 2020 election. So I started sounding the alarm that essentially these right-wing groups were using the public information they could access
Getting ready to start.
to conduct these mass voter challenges. Now,
Why am I now
my law
getting
firm
text
and others, we
messages?
fought in court. We beat these challenges back. I could do a whole show about mass voter challenges, and at some point I will, which is a good reason, by the way, to subscribe to this channel if you have not already. Go ahead and hit the subscribe button. Also hit the bell to make sure you get alerted when there's new content posted. But set aside the details of voter challenges. This information started to be collected
forgetting
because
to do stuff.
any effort to turn out the vote or to suppress the vote, to enfranchise and cure ballots after the election, or to disenfranchise and subvert elections, it all needs to start with the basic building
Why is that not muted?
of the voter file. So this is very, very important information. Political parties collect this information, not the full unredacted state voter files. Private organizations, as I mentioned, right-wing vigilante organizations have. But the Department of Justice has stayed out of this. Why? Because the Department of Justice plays no role in the administration of elections. That's right. I mean, the fact is we don't have a federal Department of Election Administration. Most Western countries do, right? They actually administer their elections through nonpartisan agencies that run their elections. We run our elections at the state level. And frankly, in most states, that is actually delegated down. It's run at the local level, sometimes at the county level. In places in New England, it's really administered at the precinct level, right? So we have a patchwork, but the states maintain these voter files because even in that highly localized circumstance where you might be registered to vote and vote in one New England
I just need
town,
4 more followers.
in case you move to a different town next door,
Can't even get a pity follow.
the state needs to essentially transfer you from one precinct to another, or at least let the counties know that that has happened. Like I said, there are good reasons why the states have this voter file, but this Department of Justice has been first quietly, then not very quietly, and now very loudly trying to intimidate states to turn over this most sensitive information. In fact, the Department of Justice, according to Democracy Now!'s reporting, is trying to get access to this in every state. So all 50 states, plus the District of Columbia. We know from what they've said publicly, and we know from court pleadings, they've already sued more than 20 states, almost
I need to make
all
it so that the
blue
chat disappears
or
after a
purple
few
swing states. And
seconds.
we know from what they've said in the public that they have entered into settlements with some Republican-controlled states that have voluntarily turned this information over. So if you're in one of those states, those handful of states, those Republican states that have turned the information over, like your sensitive, unredacted voter information is already in Pam Bondi's filing cabinet.
Well,
who the fuck
nobody's
knows what
watching.
Pam Bondi's
Never
doing?
mind.
I mean, she once told us she had the Epstein file, bad guys and the Epstein files on her desk, and then she said that didn't exist. And I mean, again, we have done entire episodes on the Epstein files, and you see what they're doing with data there and the shenanigans they're engaged in there. So you can only imagine what they will do if they get access to millions, tens of millions, actually hundreds of millions of U.S. citizens' personal voter data. It's frightening. It's unprecedented. And like I said, they are suing more than 20 states. Now, my law firm is intervening in every one of those lawsuits. So there is a game of cat and mouse going on, which is that Pam Bondi and Harmeet Dillon and the vote suppressors, they go in.
Oh, I remember what else I wanted to do. That's
my
right.
law firm represents clients who are either voters or groups
Silly
of voters
me.
to try to keep their information private, right? I mean, like we're seeking the extraordinary thing of trying to keep people's sensitive information private. But in any event, we're tracking all those at Democracy Docket on the website. You can check that out. My law firm is suing to try to stop this. But this is setting up to be an enormous battle. Now, how big of a battle? I want you to keep this in mind. During the entire final 2 years of the Biden administration, the Department of Justice voting section filed 5 cases. 5. Okay, now, look, I was critical they only filed 5 cases. Still critical they only filed 5
There
cases.
goes the bit
The
rate
Department
again,
of Justice
course.
voting section in the first
I
less
really
than a
do
year,
need to
right?
get
Because
fiber
it won't be a
connection.
year until January 20th. They've already filed more than 24 lawsuits. 5 versus more than 24. And of those 24, nearly all of them, virtually all of them, involve access of sensitive voter data. They are telling us, they are shouting at us, the quiet part, right? They are not keeping it secret. They're quite proud of what they're up to. I mean, Donald Trump is, if nothing else, he is not subtle.
I'll worry about it later.
They do not keep secrets well. And this is not
See
a
how it
secret
goes.
from their end. They intend to gather this information. You might ask yourself,
Oh, crap.
why do they want this information? You know, Mark, you've made a big deal that they're moving heaven and earth to get it. You've talked a little bit about right-wing activity, but how does that exactly square with the Department of Justice? So look, if you are a subscriber to Democracy Docket, you probably already know the answer because I regularly write on this. So take this opportunity right now. Click on the link in the description below
Oh, come
to
on
become
now.
a Democracy Docket subscriber. There are free options. There are premium options if you want a little bit more content, plus to support the really hard work that the 22-person team at Democracy Docket does every day. Again,
I
the
got too
links
much crap
for all
open.
of that is in the description below. So let me answer your question directly. Here is why the Department of Justice wants this information. As I mentioned, any program to turn out voters, to register voters, to challenge voter registrations, to disenfranchise voters, to suppress voters, to challenge election results, all of it has to begin with a voter file. Okay, if you don't have the basic building blocks of who is registered to vote, who isn't registered to vote, who voted, who didn't vote, like if you don't know any of that, then how the hell are you going to do the shenanigans that the Trump administration will want to do? You need to know the background to the voter. You need to know who are the Democrats, who are the Republicans. You need to know who are the people who have moved. You need to know who are the people who voted by mail. You need to know who are your base supporters, right? They always vote in a Republican primary. And who are their strongest base supporters? They always vote in Democratic primaries. If you think that this is beyond what the Trump administration is capable of, if you think, of course,
Oh my
the
God,
Department of
that's
Justice under Donald
I
Trump would
keep
never
getting
weaponize
sidetracked.
this kind of information against individual voters, then you're just not paying attention to what's happening to democracy. The same thing that is causing them to grab people off the street and put them in the back of vans while wearing masks, and to grab U.S. citizens and handcuff them, and then not even believe they're U.S. citizens. If you think the government is capable of that but not capable of this, then you're not paying attention. Because the thing that Donald Trump cares more about than anything else, the foundational principle of MAGA is election denials. Steve Bannon gave a speech at Turning Point USA, which if you have not listened to, and I suspect none of you have listened to, let me just tell you, he called the 2020 election denialism foundational to the MAGA movement. And I'm going to spare you all the details. I actually wrote about this for Democracy Docket, so you can go back and look at that. But essentially, what he argues is that fundamental to the MAGA movement is the idea that in the last 10 years, they have won 7 of 8 elections. What you need to understand is that for Steve Bannon and the MAGA movement, to hold it together, they need to be ascendant. They need to be ascendant electorally. They need to be winning election after election after election. So they can't afford to lose 2026. They can't afford to lose 2028 because with Donald Trump on the way out, they can't afford a transition that begins with losses in the midterms. So like I said, you can check that piece out on Democracy Docket. But the reason why I share that here is because the collection of the voter
Now we can get
by
started.
the Department of Justice, by a Department of Justice that has proved itself litigious. Remember the statistic I gave you? 5 cases filed in 2 years by the Merrick Garland Department of Justice. More than 24 cases filed in the first, let's call it 11 months of the Pam Bondi Donald Trump Department of Justice involving voting, just voting. So they are all in on this. And, you know, anyone who, like I
was
said,
really
doesn't believe
hoping
that
I
Donald
could
Trump is driving this train, like, just go read the text, the Dear Pam social media post.
Turn
Remember that?
that down.
Comey and Tish James. If you're willing to do that with criminal prosecutions, I mean, they're sure as hell willing to do this about elections.
Maybe I have to do it over
So
here.
voter files are the building block. But what does it build towards? You know, what can you do if you have this unredacted, sensitive data, including people's social security numbers, specimens of their signatures, where they've moved to, where they've moved from,
Well, that's lame.
where they voted, where they haven't, whether their ballots ever been rejected, what their race is.
Okay, I
what
guess I
their
can't really
address
change
is,
that.
what
All right.
their-
Anyway.
what their social security number is, what their date of birth is, right? What can you do with this?
Let's
other
see, who we
than,
got
by
in
the way,
here?
these
Still got
incompetent
some
fools
viewers,
will undoubtedly
yay!
have a
What's
data
up?
breach, and then
What's up,
all
peeps?
of us will be screwed over because of all the
Thanks for
personal
jumping in.
identifying information and identity theft. Like, so set that aside.
Thanks for
Like,
joining.
what can they do with this? Well, the first thing they can do is they can get
If you got
into
political
the voter
questions,
challenge
ask away.
business.
Otherwise, I will be
Remember I told
playing
you
Elder
at the
Scrolls
beginning of
Online
this
and watching
video that
videos.
right-wing organizations mounted
It is up to
hundreds
you.
of thousands, hundreds of thousands of voter challenges. And by the way, I mentioned started in 2020. We saw them in 2022. We saw them in 2024. And they have spread to other states. Those challenges have run into obstacles, which is skeptical election officials, skeptical judges, that some right-wing organization
Oh, never mind.
should be
People
allowed
left.
to disenfranchise
Yay!
voters. Doesn't mean they don't try. Doesn't mean occasionally they don't succeed.
Okay.
But it's been a challenge. It's a whole other kettle
All right,
of
well,
fish.
Till then,
If it's not some right-wing organization, but now it is the official United States government. It's a whole other matter if the Department of Justice itself is the one submitting that spreadsheet. And by the way, submitting that spreadsheet with veiled threats, or maybe not even so veiled threats, that if you, the election official, don't remove these people, you, election official, may be in trouble. We have seen this playbook from this administration before. Do not get lulled into the norms of yesterday. Get rid of them. Knock them out of your head. Get rid of the cobwebs.
I don't know if I want to deal with the dragon.
Those
to be
norms
honest
don't
with you.
exist. And anyone who is peddling to you that there are systems
shit,
in
how do I
place
get
to
out of here?
protect us from this, that this is not the way career prosecutors work, this is not the way career lawyers work, this is not the proud
Oh my
Department of
God.
Justice. They
That's
are
annoying.
feeding you bad information. I'm not going to accuse them of malice because I think a lot of them are doing it for good reason. I think a lot of them are doing it because they worked at the Department of Justice and they have a hard time letting go of what once was. They have nostalgia. But I'm not here to give you nostalgia. I'm not here to sugarcoat, right? I give you guys the straight truth and assume you guys can handle it and you can spread the word because we urgently need you to. And so I got no nostalgia for that. I got no use for the nostalgia for it. This Department of Justice will use this
Huh,
data
I guess I just
to
consume these then.
engage in voter challenges. But that's not all they're going to use
All
it
right,
for.
whatever.
They will use it to enact and to promulgate new laws and executive orders that target voters. Now, the executive orders part we've seen, right? We've seen that the Trump administration
God.
already has done executive orders that have been quite petty, quite targeted. I mean, I was the subject of a presidential memorandum in which he called me unethical. He can go fuck himself. But we've seen him go after individuals. We've seen executive orders targeting groups. We've seen executive orders on
I
voting.
think I hate this city.
And so this voter data can help inform which party is helped, which categories of voters, what race of voters,
Oh yeah.
what cohort of voters, what age cohort of voters is benefited or hurt by those executive orders, right? So it's a building block that can help them enact policy that is highly targeted and discriminatory. If this sounds fanciful that a legislature would do that, I mean, first of all, you only have to look at what the Republican states did with redistricting. But if it seems fanciful, they would pass laws targeting individual voters or groups of voters.
No, I
Let
don't
me
want to deal with the
remind you
dragon.
that in 2013, this was before Donald Trump was a candidate for anything. This was the old Republican Party that people have nostalgia for. I don't. I mean, I was against the old Republican vote suppressors. I don't need to be lectured by anyone about the new Republican vote suppressors or the old Republican vote suppressors. They were all vote suppressors to me. I fought against their election subversion efforts, you know, before anyone even called it election subversion. I've been fighting these fights in the trenches for decades. And I got the scars to prove it. But back in 2013, one of those scars, one of those cases I was involved in, was after the state of North Carolina passed a new voter suppression law that a federal court of appeals said targeted African American voters with, quote, near surgical precision. And that is because it did target African American voters with near surgical precision. We know that because during discovery, some of the internal documents and emails and communications were revealed that showed that they had essentially asked for data on which voting changes would harm black voters, which ones would harm white voters, and they chose to enact laws that would harm black voters without inconveniencing the white voters. We know that that's what Republicans are up to in 2013 based on data like this. Now, they were doing it at the state level and back at that point, and they were happy to do it by themselves. But does anyone think that if the Republican Party of North Carolina was willing to do this before Donald Trump, that somehow if the White House tells Republican parties and Republican legislatures around this country to do it now, that they'll somehow say no? That they won't target black voters or Hispanic voters? Or just do away with the pretense and just target Democrats? Of course they will. They have a history of this. Of course they'll do it again. We have to be on our guard. Now, all of this leads up to, honestly, the most obvious use I make of this. And that's in litigation. Now, this litigation may be pre-election or may be post-election, but it will still be litigation. So I want you to go back to 2020 and the aftermath of that election. So in the aftermath of the 2020 election, I was representing President Biden and the Democratic Party in court cases around the country. My team and I, we litigated more than 60 cases. We won all but one. And you'll remember those cases because the Republican lawyers got laughed out of court. And the reason they got laughed out of court is because they made these ridiculous claims that had no factual support. You know, Rudy Giuliani would be in a parking lot someplace and say, there are 50,000 fraudulent votes. And like we would, you know, at first we'd be like, oh my God, like, you know, where is this 50? And then you'd realize like it's just a made up number. Like there isn't any 50,000 fraudulent votes. There never was 50,000 votes. There aren't even a category of votes that he is referring to. He's just sort of spewing what's on the top of his head. And then we saw that move from the parking lot to the courtroom and in pleading. And that's why you saw a number of Republican lawyers disbarred and otherwise disciplined. Because what they were spreading was just lies. One of the reasons why those were so easily detected is because there was no data behind it. Now I want you to imagine
only one viewer. That's harsh.
And I want you to imagine that the Department of Justice is the one challenging the outcome of the election, or before the election,
I think they beat it.
Some large swath of voters. But it's now DOJ. It's not Rudy Giuliani. It's not Sidney Powell. It's not some lawyer hired by a pillow salesman, right? I mean, now we're talking about, you know, people with badges and guns showing up in court, right? DOJ lawyers. Maybe they don't have guns. I don't even know if they have badges, but they got fancy-looking credentials that say they work for the U.S. government. And they show up, you know, very solemnly with a spreadsheet of information with individual voters' names. And they say, Your Honor, we need to return the election. We need to disqualify these voters. We need to deploy troops at the polls. We need to declare martial law. Whatever it is, right? Pre-election, post-election. Because we have uncovered this massive thing. Fraud, irregularities, illegal voting, whatever it is, right? And here is the data to support it. Now, it won't be accurate, right? I mean, it's not like they're going to find it. It's not like it'll be true, but it'll be a hell of a lot more believable. It will have a patina. It'll have an initial plausibility.
I don't know what he's going to do, but I don't like it.
The Department of Justice coming in, and they're not coming in empty-handed. They're saying, here is the list. And so now lawyers like me are getting these lists, and we have to make heads or tails out of it to figure out what is going on here. Well, that has bought them time, right? The Department of Justice has now bought time. They've gone to a judge. They've sued in court. They've opposed the lawsuit brought by the guys, whatever it is, and they are presenting complex data sets that they have garnered from these records. and they will have some success in some courts. We still live in a society in which people give way too much credit to Department of Justice lawyers. I mean, I rail about it every day. I mean, I can't even get Democrats to stop crediting career DOJ lawyers. I mean, if you're a DOJ lawyer today, you've had like 11 months of this administration to find another job. You've had more than a year knowing this guy was going to be back in the Oval Office. And you've certainly had the better part of 6 months at least, you know, since last summer, to see the absolute abuses that this administration expects its Department of Justice. So, you know, don't come at me
Man, I'm
with
not
the,
prepared.
but these are career lawyers. I don't care how long they've worked at the Department of Justice. If they're working for Pam Bondi, if they're working for this crew, in 2026, they're just part of this crew. I don't need to hear their I don't need to hear about how hard the job market is. I don't need to hear about, you know, that they find 90% of their job rewarding. Every government employee who works for evil regime has the same set of excuses, and they never work. And they certainly don't work in the light of this. So anyway, I'm not buying it. But some judges will. Some judges will say, we owe the Department of Justice a presumption of regularity. We owe them a presumption of good faith. These are all doctrines I've written about on the page of the Democracy Docket. Again, if you've not subscribed, click on the link in the description below. And if you've not subscribed to this channel, hit the subscribe button here right now, because I've not only written about it, I've talked about it in past videos. I've interviewed people who are experts in this in past episodes. Slowly but surely, judges are waking up to this, but I can't promise you that by next November, there won't be judges who, when a DOJ lawyer comes in with a fancy brief and an Excel spreadsheet of names, doesn't say, okay, well, at least for the time being, I'm going to side with you because they have presented this evidence. And then, Mr. Elias, you come back in a week or two when you've sorted out what your arguments are, and then the Department of Justice gets to respond. We've all seen how this game goes. Right? This is the same game that is keeping innocent people detained in ICE facilities. This is the same game that Donald Trump is playing across almost the entire federal government. But when it comes to free and fair elections, we can't afford it. I mean, I'm not saying we can afford the game in any other area, but in free and fair elections, you know, time is not our friend. Election day is a certification of certain new Congress gets sworn in. Like, we don't have the ability to play rope-a-dope with the election. So I'm very worried about litigation. And that's before you just get to outright election theft. In 2024, one of the big themes that we talked about, that a lot of you were worried about, people wrote into me, was election certification. Like, what's going to prevent the Republicans from certifying Democrats the winner? And look, we saw Donald Trump try to do this in 2020. We saw Republicans try to do it in 2022. My law firm and I, we sued counties for refusing to certify elections. We were geared up and ready to go in 2024. The only reason we didn't see it in 2024 is because Donald Trump won the presidency and he called it off.
Oh, get out of this bad boy.
But that doesn't mean that playbook's gone. It just means it was put on the shelf. And what better excuse for an election?
Well, I wasn't going to try to fight him.
What better excuse for an election denier who's the Secretary of State of the government? What better excuse for Mike Johnson and John Thune is there than the Department of Justice issuing a letter, issuing a memo, saying based on our review of the election and our access to the most sensitive voter data, we believe there was fraud that affected the outcome of the election, and therefore you shouldn't certify it, or you should redo it, or you should just certify the Republican the winner. Oh, and legacy media, you should believe us and not that Mark Elias, because he doesn't have access to the same data we have.
Oh, freaking
Is this sounding familiar to all of you? What do you think the legacy media does when that gets pitched to them? They eat it up. In the same way that they ate up the idea that the Department of Justice had produced the Epstein files. You know, they ate it up, only then to be embarrassed by the redactions and the pullbacks and everything else. The first instinct of the corporate-owned legacy media is always to give Donald Trump and the Department of Justice the benefit of the doubt. We cannot afford that in 2026. We certainly cannot afford it in November and December of 2026. And we are not going to be able to survive as a democracy if it continues to persist in 2026 and then 2028. And look, that's part of why I'm doing this video. That's why I'm beginning your year with this, because this is the most important thing. This is going to be the thing that everybody talks about in 7, 8 months, 9 months, 10 months. You know, in 2020, in March of 2020, you can go back and look on the Democracy Docket website, because we literally launched in March of 2020. So go back to the very first articles. You'll see I wrote one in mid-March of 2020 about voting by mail. This was just as the pandemic was starting. And I was like, look, guys, here's what's going to happen with voting by mail. Here are the laws that need to change. Here are the practices that need to be reformed. Here is how disenfranchisement will always take place. And I was right. It was an election about voting by mail, and particularly those 4 things I identified. In 2022, after that experience, I said, we're going to see Republican states try to suppress voting rights with new legislation, and we're going to see voter challenges. And what did we see? New legislation, voter challenges again. You know, for me, it's simple. I got a record. You can go see what I've said. You can go read what I wrote, and, you know, it's all laid out there. In 2024, I was very, very worried about election certification, like you were. And it didn't come to pass, but there's a reason it didn't come to pass. It didn't come to pass because Donald Trump won. Otherwise, we would have seen it. I'm here to tell you this is going to be the election of big data. This is going to be the election in which they use big data to try to screw you out of free and fair election. This is not hypothetical. I mean, we've already seen them use big data this election cycle. What do you think redistricting is? What do you think mid-cycle redistricting was all about? It was about this data. Right? It was about you know, state legislatures that have access to the voter file, have access to all of this, redrawing maps, using that big data set and increased computer power and AI and whatever else to draw new maps. I keep being amazed by the lack of curiosity by the legacy media asking, how is it that these Republican states are squeezing out more seats? I mean, after all, they just gerrymandered 4 years ago. Texas was already gerrymandered. North Carolina was already gerrymandered. Republicans were saying they couldn't gerrymander North Carolina further because there was no way to do it. And now all of a sudden they're doing it. The reason why is because the technology available to apply to these big data sets have improved. That's why Texas can get 5 more seats. That's why North Carolina can get 1 more seat. And it's why in Florida, watch out. You know, we saw Ron DeSantis last go around, like 4 years ago, gerrymander upon gerrymander upon gerrymander. And yet, here we are about to watch in a couple of months the Florida legislature come into session. I bet you we see more of it. It's because these data sets are so valuable and they can be abused in ways that not even the Republicans had imagined before. That's what Pam Bondi wants for the Department of Justice. This is the data that they are suing these 20 plus states to get. This is the information about you and your neighbor and your friends and your family that they want, because they want to be able to use this to influence elections. And if the Voting Rights Act fails, if the Supreme Court cuts back,
please don't die, please don't die.
It's going to be even worse, because there'll be even fewer safeguards. DOJ having access to this data, DOJ weaponizing this data, is going to be the story of the 2026 election cycle, and it may not end with 2026. So we all need to be prepared, and we need to be prepared to fight back. So the first thing I'm going to tell you to do is what I have said to you before, which is you need to stay informed. I started Democracy Docket in 2020 to be the leading source of news, information, and analysis of what is happening to democracy in court. And since then, it has grown beyond my wildest expectation. It has hundreds of thousands of free subscribers, tens of thousands of paying premium members who give $10 a month. So do me a favor right now, click on the link in the description below, become either a free subscriber or a paying member to help stay informed about this big fight and others, and be in a position to share that information, educate others around you. The second thing we need to do is we need to keep up these fights in court. You know, my little law firm of 60 plus lawyers, as I mentioned, we are intervening in all these cases. We are carrying a caseload, a litigation caseload that is something that, you know, is unprecedented for our firm. Unprecedented really for any private law firm, but certainly a firm our size. You know, we're in 70 plus cases around the country, not just these cases, but voting cases. I mean, and those are the kind of numbers I would normally be telling you about like a week out from the election. And we're still like months and months and months away from the election. So that number's going to grow. So we're doing everything we can. We are literally doing everything we can. Big laws, you know, they're nowhere to be found. They've left the playing field. It's not that they're not helping enough, they're not helping at all. You know, the big law firms that capitulated to Donald Trump, they're not going to help. But even the firms that didn't capitulate to Donald Trump, they're just trying to keep their head down. They're not helping. So there are fewer and fewer helping this cause. And we need to rally all of the lawyers and law firms. We need the coalition of the willing, so to speak, among the legal community, willing to bring these cases and litigate these cases and fight for free and fair elections. Because the other side has the Department of Justice, unlimited budget, unlimited resources, the imprimatur of the U.S. government. So it is a daunting task. And that's before you get into the composition of the courts. I mean, I'm not even getting into that. I'm assuming that when we present our case to judges, we get a good, fair hearing.
There it is.
And look, history has proven we tend to win a lot more than people
Easy
think.
peasy.
And so far, it's been okay. But setting aside even the judges, just having enough lawyers, having enough people engaged in this is something we all need to focus on. As an individual citizen, I need you to check your voter registration records. I need you to go online or call your local county office, wherever it is in your state or location where they keep your voter records. Make sure they're accurate. Don't give the Department of Justice an excuse. Don't let there be some error, a wrong middle initial, a missing street address. Like, make sure your information is absolutely 100% accurate. And if it's not, correct it. Don't be intimidated. I know that this is a lot. I know that this can be frightening, but you cannot let it paralyze you and you cannot let it intimidate you. You need to use the information I've just shared with you to strengthen your resolve, to empower you to stand up for free and fair elections. Donald Trump wants you to be intimidated. He is suing all these states in part, I think,
God damn it.
because he's trying to do shock and awe and intimidate these election officials, these state officials, and the citizenry of those states. Part of our fighting back in court is to protect our clients and protect voters' privacy, but it's also to give a sense to you that there are people fighting on your behalf, because there are. And because I don't back down and I don't get intimidated by Donald Trump. He has sued me personally for racketeering, and I didn't think for a moment about settling with him. I told him and his lawyers where they could go fuck themselves in hell. And we fought and we won in court, and in fact, just recently, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals upheld the dismissal of that lawsuit. Several of the other co-defendants, they sought sanctions and they got them against Donald Trump and his lawyer. So we need to be tough. We need to not be intimidated. We need to use the information about what they are collecting, not to cower in fear, not to not register to vote, not to avoid voting, but the opposite. We need to say, now we're definitely going to make sure our registration is accurate, and we're for sure going to turn out and vote. And we're going to make sure our neighbors do, and our family and our friends and our customers and our clients. Which brings me to the last request I have, which is to share this information. You know, I said that you need to get informed, but you also need to share the information. I mentioned that, you know, I started Democracy Docket in 2020, and then
myself,
everything
because I'm
on the website
the only
is free.
viewer.
100% of the website is free. Everything we post, every article, every case page, we post case materials for every one of these lawsuits. You can go on the Democracy.gov website and see all of the pleadings, the arguments that were submitted by the Department of Justice, the arguments submitted by the people opposing them, what the states are saying, what the states aren't saying. It's all there for you to look at yourself. You can read our summaries, or you can read the underlying pleadings yourself and make your own and draw your own conclusion. But we want you to be informed because we want you to share this information. We want you to share this information with your social media followers. We want you to share this information with your family around the table. We want you to share this information at your bridge club. We want you to share this information with your friends. And we want you to share this information with the people in your life who support Donald Trump. The worst advice I ever hear people give is how to get through this meal or that event without having an awkward conversation with some relative or family member or person who supports Donald Trump. I want you to have that awkward conversation. I want you to explain to them what Donald Trump is doing. I want you to explain that their Social Security number is among this data, that their date of birth is among this data, that their voter history is in this data. And that if Donald Trump's Department of Justice can access
Here.
this,
Oh my gosh.
the federal government will be
I've not
accessing
been
this
there
data
yet.
forever.
So
You know, it used to be very much in the conservative frame of mind that they did not want the federal government having a
Okay, I
national
guess I'm not doing that one then.
database with this kind of information. Donald Trump is building that database. And he's building it because he is trying to prevent losing the midterm elections and Republicans getting swept out of power. It's craven. It's crass. It's probably illegal. If not, it should be. I know he's got immunity, but not everyone in the administration does. Just him. But we can't cower and we can't hide. And the best way to not do that is to share this information with others.
These are all hallmarks.
Whoops. Nope.
These are all hallmarks of the focus groups as Republicans started to make their peace with Trump and went from, I voted for him because I just didn't want to vote for Hillary Clinton and I didn't think he would win, to, no, Trump is good, actually. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Focus Group Podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and this week we are plugging back into 2026 with a bit of a history lesson for you guys. Not the history of the world, just the history of focus groups. So instead of playing our focus group audio about the news of the day, because there's going to be plenty of time for that as we get into the new year and election year, we're going to look back at the origin story of our focus groups because I think it's going to tell you a bit about why we do these and what we hope you get out of them when you listen to them, especially as we head into an election season full of focus grouping. And you guys are always emailing me to be
Please
like,
don't
why
make
do
me
you
fight my
do
way.
these? And what's it going to tell us? And these aren't good at predicting things. And that's not the point. We want to explain
Man, how
what the
did I
point
miss
is,
that
why
last
we
time?
do them, and why we think they're useful.
Son of a bitch.
So, we're going to walk through some never before heard focus group audio from some of the very first groups I ever did when we started this whole thing. And I think what you're going to hear is almost like my early stages of grief as I was breaking up with the Republican Party and realizing that Republican voters were okay with the direction
Oh, damn
of
it,
the
I only have
Republican
one.
Party, something that I, as a lifelong Republican, was not. So I've got the show's producer, Connor Kilgore, with me. He's been on before. And so he's going to turn the tables on me a little bit, ask me some questions. I actually don't even know what the questions are, but they are going to be sort of the essential ones about how we do the focus groups, why we do the focus groups, what we've learned over the years. So Connor, it's on you. Take it away.
Well, thanks for letting me back on camera, Sarah. So this is something that we
He looks
talk
so
about a
Amish.
little bit, but I'm not sure the listeners know as much about. So put us in your headspace in November of 2016 after Trump was first elected, like where you were personally and professionally, and because a lot of the stuff that you've built since then didn't exist back then. So walk us through sort of that origin story and the role that the focus groups played in all of that.
Yeah, man, it's wild that it's been 10 years, basically, almost 10 years. We were like in middle school when we were all starting this out, probably.
When Trump was first elected, I was a senior in high school.
Okay, fine. Still, I shudder. So I had been working at kind of like a Republican comms firm policy shop where I'd been for 15 years. I'd only had two jobs. One was I spent 3 years at a conservative think tank, and then 15 years doing kind of Republican communications policy. And when Trump got elected, I was already kind of at the stage of, was I going to run the firm where I was? Actually, that was my plan. My plan was I was going to run the firm where I worked, take it over eventually. But Trump changed all that.
Let's see,
I just, when he
Bankeroid,
happened,
treasure map
I
4.
was also
Let's see where
the
that
board
is.
chair of the Log Cabin Republicans, which is the LGBT Republican group. And, I wanted nothing to do with Trump. But what I saw kind of in real time was the pressure that was going on, because all of these groups had opposed Trump in the primary process. Nobody thought he was going to win. everybody around me was sort of like a Jeb Marco person, including me.
You weren't necessarily immediately like, this party's not going back and it's changed forever. You held out a little bit of hope there.
Yeah, I just thought it was like an aberration of history where you had this big field
Treasure map 4.
that of like relatively normal Republicans. I mean, the one I hated the most was Ted Cruz. I was pro Jeb and
God,
Marco,
Ted Cruz is such a
although
douche.
I also like Carly Fiorina was in that group. Like there was a bunch of people that I would have been happy to vote for and support. And I just thought that because they sort of fractured the electorate and Trump was kind of by himself over in his burn it all down lane, that he was able to gather a significant enough plurality. And then when he knocked everybody else out, that was John Kasich was in that field too, another person I would have been happy to vote for. In fact,
someone's at the door.
he
The
just
heck?
didn't have a shot in the beginning. He probably
What
would
the
have been
heck?
my top choice because I love my moderate Midwestern Republicans. But anyway, at that point, I just thought, man, we've got to save
What do you
the
weirdos want?
Party from Trump. And so in the early days,
Oh.
I was sort of struggling with the idea of, all right, do I leave everything I've been doing? But my first instinct was like, no, I'm going to stay and figure out, can we build things? Can we fight Trump? Can we primary Trump? Which is
treasure
really
map
what
3,
takes me to
treasure
the
map
focus
4.
groups, which is, I met Bill Kristol. We started running around trying to figure out, hey, can we primary
5,
this guy?
6.
Which is an unusual thing to do, right? Like, you don't usually primary
Means
the member of your
4.
own party, but
There's 3.
there
There's
was,
4. Okay.
or I assumed there was, widespread dissatisfaction
Okay,
with
I
the
see
fact
where it
that Trump
is.
had won, and that there was going to be a real appetite for somebody to take him on as a primary challenger. So I was sort of looking at 2018 as a time where you could start to primary him. And so I was running around. I was talking to like Larry Hogan, and we took some runs at Kinzinger and some other folks. Like, hey, you should primary this guy. But everybody, some people said no, some people said maybe. But the main thing everybody wanted to know was, if they did that, would they embarrass themselves? Because we weren't sure somebody else could win, but we thought they could weaken Trump and allow that person to build a brand. This is what Reagan did in '76, right? He ran a primary challenge. He didn't win it, but he became the heir apparent. And so we were trying to figure out, like, could we get an heir apparent like a Larry Hogan who could take the Republican Party back? So that's when we started doing focus groups. I was trying to make the case to Hogan and some other people. Yeah, if you get in this, you won't embarrass yourself. Like, there's a real appetite. There's a significant chunk of the party that wants this. And then that wasn't true.
Yes. So I want to put a pin in the primary challenge thing and start in 2018, actually. So the first clips I have are from a couple of focus groups y'all did in Columbus, Ohio. These were people who voted for Trump in 2016, but reluctantly. And I think this is what everyone's about to hear is something you kind of mark as an oh shit moment in your work, because these groups were either the day of or a couple days after the Trump-Putin summit in Helsinki, when he sided essentially with Putin's assessment of the 2016 election over that of our intelligence community. And you had sort of expected this would be a thing that really broke through to people. And there was, I would say, there was a lot of shrugging going on. So let's listen to that.
How many people saw the kind of news coverage of the Trump-Putin meeting? What was your impression of it as a Trump fan? Did you feel good now? Do you think he handled it well, or do you think that the media was kind of beating up on him unfairly, or do you feel like, what was your gut reaction to that?
My opinion is I get sick and tired of media deciding soon they want to break in on my TV.
I'm going to try to do a little brief synopsis because of what did that thing is that during the press conference, the president said, Vladimir Putin said that they weren't involved in meddling with the election, and I don't have any reason to doubt him, essentially. That means, I'm kind of paraphrasing. Does that sound right?
Yes.
I'll follow. For those of you who didn't see it, does that sound, how do you react to that?
It's just not right.
Okay, it goes back to one of your comments earlier. Anybody else, do you agree with the president, or do you feel like that was one of those things where maybe he was misspeaking You're intentionally.
I think it was intentional. I think he meant what he said, but I think it was wrong.
Okay. Okay.
Well, the previous president did make a speech where he said anyone who thinks a foreign power can influence or hack our election is badly mistaken.
That's true, and I don't think it had anything to do with the election, to tell you the truth. Do I think it actually made a difference? No.
These dinguses don't realize that propaganda influences elections.
Yeah, every country at week saying
They were probably
So,
thinking that Russia
I do want to
actually
call out one
changed
thing
votes.
that these focus groups were done in the days before Zoom, when this was like in some conference room with a camera in the corner and really terrible audio and grainy video. So there was some heroic audio editing done to make that clip worthy for a podcast. These were among the first focus groups that y'all did, Sarah. What were you sort of expecting to hear, and walk us through how you reacted to hearing all that in real time?
If you were like, what was all that and what does it mean? Let me just break this down for you, because this was a wild moment for me. I had come from DC. I'd flown to Columbus to do a series of focus groups. I was sitting behind the glass. It's funny to hear the moderator, one of the early moderators of the groups. He was one of my old colleagues. What's interesting, and I'm not sure you can quite tell from the sound we played, is that when we asked about it, we said, what do you think about Trump siding with Putin over America's intelligence community? Everybody was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, they were just looking at us blankly and had heard nothing about it, which is why what you're hearing is actually the moderator having to explain to them what happened, which is tough, because once you start explaining something that is, you end up injecting your own sort of viewpoint into it. Like, the moderator's trying to say, well, he was on the stage with Putin and, he was saying something different than what American intelligence was saying, and how do you feel about that? And they're all learning about it from the moderator because they didn't know it happened. And that was the oh crap moment. The oh crap moment was realizing that in Washington, Paul Ryan was out talking about, like, the whole Republican Party was freaking out. Paul Ryan was speaker at the time, and they were like, he can't side with Putin over America's intelligence community. This is an insane thing to do, right? This is the before times when doing stuff like that still engendered just shock to the system. And Republicans were speaking out about it. They were, which led Trump to say that he didn't say the thing that he said. Like, the reaction was so big in Washington that Trump said, well, I didn't say, it's hard for me to go back and exactly say how he did it, but it was like Trump's original comment was, I don't see why he would have, right? He said, I don't see why he would have, meaning he didn't see why Putin would have interfered in the election. And then he said, oh, I misspoke. I meant, I don't see why he wouldn't have. And so he claimed, like, the story was that Trump claimed to have not said what he originally said because the blowback was so fierce in Washington. But the voters didn't know anything about it. It's not that they didn't have an opinion, it's that they didn't know, they hadn't even heard about it. And this was when I discovered something that has become a real hallmark of the work, which is to figure out not just what voters think about this or that, but what do voters actually hear? What breaks through? What do they actually get in terms of information? And one of my early lessons was, you have this way in your head where you assume, and this is a natural thing to do, you assume everybody has the same information that you do, that you're all working from the same data set. Because that leads you to be like, well, how can people vote for him if they know X, Y, Z? And there is truth to that, in that everybody did know about Access Hollywood, and they voted for him anyway. So there are elements of things that people definitely ignored, but there's also an entire category of information that voters just didn't know about. And this was one of them, and that was a big lesson early on.
Yeah, and sometimes people can hear about these things in real time, and they're kind of like, well, is this really that much worse than all the terrible behavior I'm used to from every politician? The spring of 2019, y'all shipped up to New Hampshire to do a couple of focus groups. And like you said earlier, you're trying to test the waters on whether there was any appetite for some alternative to Trump in the Republican primary.
But can I just say, we went to New Hampshire because New Hampshire's the kind of place, because they have an early primary,
Okay,
but
I think it's next to these douche
always
nozzles.
feel like they can do better in a place like New Hampshire. It's filled with kind of normie Republican moderates. And so your John McCain's always did better coming out of places like New Hampshire. And so we had New Hampshire in our mind as a place to take an early stand to demonstrate that you could disrupt Trump's just like cakewalk to the renomination. And we thought if we could get 30% in New Hampshire, that would create enough of a like, oh no, Trump's vulnerable narrative that you could start making something happen, which is why we went to New Hampshire. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Totally. Yeah, this state is full of people, I should say, who are maybe lean, not just moderate, but liberal, but who are still registered as independents and who are plugged into politics enough to say, I'm going to pull a Republican primary ballot for this more moderate candidate who I like better. That is a big reason why John McCain blew the doors off of George W. Bush in 2000, why he won again here in 2008, why John Kasich has done so well. It's why it was one of Nikki Haley's stronger states in 2024.
Yeah.
But let's listen to how the Republican base talked about Trump.
Have any of you folks even been to a Trump property? What's interesting is you can't even find a smudge in a window. Now, if you've ever spoken at a conference in New York, for instance, you can't even plug in a laptop computer. You have to wait for a union electrician to come over and plug it in for you. In that environment, he has figured out how to build these superb towers and maintain them with excellence for decades. Until he became president, the Trump Tower is one of the most desirable addresses in New York City. And he's satisfying the fussiest people on the planet. Now, all of a sudden, it's not so desirable, and that's because of security. They don't like having to go through all that stuff every time they come in and go. But except for that, you know, it's always been way up there. And to me, to be able to do that in an environment like New York, he's no dummy. And the interesting thing is, the lowest level union employee can walk up to him and talk to him on a job, and there are no repercussions. He wants to hear from him.
And there have been precedents that I haven't particularly cared for. But it's the United States of America. I live here. I want this country to be good. I will support that president. I might not be like dancing in the street, but I'm not going to be trying to, you know, dig into what he did when he was 12 and every girl he talked to, and if he did this or that, the other thing, like, it didn't stop.
He has more Twitter followers than the New York Times has subscribers, LA Times, etc. He's the first president who can actually get his message out unedited by the liberal media.
Just because the debt went up, is that a bad thing? Right. Well, so you're asking, okay, the debt did go up. That's true.
Yeah,
but what did it go up for? I bought a brand new sports car. My debt went up too. But I'm happy as can be.
I don't get it.
They showed a picture of a child in a cage, and they were blasting Trump for it, and they said actually this was taken in 2014.
But if you commit a crime, you go to jail. You don't take your kids with you.
Mm-hmm.
But that wasn't even Trump policy, by the way. I mean, Obama was doing the same thing. When you detain the people, you don't take your kids with you. That's the way it is.
And this was the first time I ever voted. And I think I voted because I knew that he was such a good businessman. Like, he owns a lot of things. He's good with the money.
No, he's not. He had like 7 bankruptcies. What the hell?
He would help get more jobs. Like, for my generation, because it was a struggle to even find work. Like, being a college graduate, like, just getting out.
Government
like,
isn't supposed to be run like a
very
business.
hard to get a job. So
It's supposed to be run like a non-profit
can't change any of that. So when I look at him, it's not something I expect out of him anymore. I expect the businessman who's gonna, you know, maybe drive change or be able to accomplish something that a regular politician wouldn't be able to do.
Man.
I know.
There's so much I haven't listened to that in a while. Man, it's all in there. It's all in there.
Oh,
The what
right there.
about, the what about Obama? These are all hallmarks of the focus groups as Republicans started to make their peace with Trump and
Oh my
went
God,
from
come on, dude,
I
really?
voted for him because I just didn't want to vote for Hillary Clinton and I didn't think he would win, to no, Trump is good, actually. This show is sponsored by Quince. Starting the year with a wardrobe refresh? I know I am. Quince has me and all of you covered with luxe essentials that feel effortless and look polished. They're perfect for layering, mixing, and building a wardrobe that lasts. Their versatile styles make it easy to reach for them day after day, and I really need some simple things I can just reach for day after day. Otherwise, I will wear Bulwark gear every day. Quince has all the staples covered, from soft Mongolian cashmere sweaters that feel like designer pieces without the markup, to 100% silk tops and skirts for easy dressing up,
Problem is this
to
first-time
perfectly cut
voters,
denim for everyday wear. Their
if you
wardrobe
didn't get them
essentials
right
are
away,
crafted to last
when they first
season
learned about
after
him being a
season.
quote-unquote good
Their Italian
businessman,
wool coats are real standouts.
you
They're
were never going to
beautifully
change their
tailored,
mind after
soft to
that.
the
It just
touch,
was
and
not
built
going to
to
happen.
carry you through years of wear, not just one season. Because I hate it when coats fall apart after one season. But not these guys. These are built to last. And the quality shows in every detail. The stitching, the fit, the fabrics. Every piece of it is thoughtfully designed to be your new wardrobe essential. Speaking of essentials, one of my favorite leather jackets is from Quince too. I wore it to dinner the other night. It's the best. It's the coolest thing I own. And like everything from Quince, each piece is made with premium materials in ethical, trusted factories and then priced far below what other luxury brands cost. Refresh your wardrobe with Quince. Don't wait. Go to quince.com/thefocusgroup for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. Now available in Canada too, which is good. That's QUINCE.com/thefocusgroup to get free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/thefocusgroup.
One thing we've wrestled with the last few months is how the Republican Party is going to evolve from here. And I think what you heard was very much characteristic of Trump's first term, when everyone was like, oh, he's under siege by the deep state. They're coming after him with the phony Russia investigation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now the defense of him sounds a lot different as we deal with the Epstein files and so forth. So wondering, compare and contrast a little. How's the defense of him looking now?
Yeah, I mean, man, it's so interesting to think about the 10-year span, because there's been an evolution from like people kind of being like, look, yeah, I didn't like Hillary Clinton and I don't think Trump's a good guy. Like there wasn't a defense of him. And then over time they started to sort of warm up to him. Like at first it was like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And then it turned into he's just my friend. And like at some point there was a lot of sunk costs into Trump, and so like they'd been defending him for so long that once the court cases came, I remember seeing it in these early days, the rally around Trump effect, the idea that attacking Trump was, you know, oh, that's what the mainstream media does, and oh, the guy saying the thing about his Twitter is so interesting too, just because that was such a hallmark of Trump in the early days. Was he wasn't filtered through anybody else. He was communicating with people directly. He did develop a parasocial relationship with voters in a way that most politicians didn't. And in fact, Democrats, like even 10 years later, they ran the 2024 campaign like that wasn't real, like that wasn't true. Like you didn't have to have your own unfiltered conversation with voters that Trump had sort of long understood. That was something that you needed to do. He just broke the barriers down. He didn't let anybody else get between him and the voters, and he still does that. I think, though, the one thing that's different now in the second term, as you watch people, is, you know, one, he's a lame duck. And so there is a sense of, like, what comes next after him. Like, voters don't think he can run for a third term. Like, you got to be really deep down the MAGA rabbit hole to think that Trump can vote for a third term. And so for a lot of them, they're just like, look,
He's not
I
even
wanted
allowed
the
to
good
vote.
times back when Trump was president the first time. They do this thing where they just
She said doo-doo.
that 2020 and the pandemic ever happened on Trump's watch. They like basically only associate it with Biden. And what they associate with Trump is that he had a good economy and they wanted that good economy back. And it was still like, I'm the businessman. But now they really are starting to get more disillusioned. Like there's a real sense now of, well, I hired him to fix the economy. He's not doing it. Normie voters are much more frustrated with him and kind of starting to look for like the next thing. And it's funny because for the normie voters, I think a lot of them, like old normie Republicans, like they're fine with J.D. Vance. The people who are less interested in J.D. Vance are kind of the newcomers. Like there's all these people who came into they became Republicans, but they're not Republicans. They're red-pilled. And Susie Wiles just talked about this in that Vanity Fair interview where she said, oh, there's these podcast people, and she didn't say groypers, but that's what she meant. Like, there's all these people who came into the system or came into the Republican Party, but they hate the Republican Party. They just came for Trump. And so, like, they don't know what to do in a post-Trump world where people do have all these sunk costs. And so, like, when you talk about, well, what comes next and who do you like J.D. Vance is kind of the only person they think of, but they do it with, like, a shrug. Like, he's fine. But so, I don't know, what did you think I was going to say? Or what do you think the answer is to how it's evolved?
I think this is something we heard a little bit of during the Biden years among Democrats. If you do a focus group of Democrats during those 4 years, it would not be uncommon for people who are part of the base to grade him, because we do this, give him a letter grade, to say a B or a C. And I've been surprised how many, Trump fans would grade him at a B or a C. Would say things like, well, I like a lot of the general direction, but there's maybe, I wish the economy were picking up a little faster. I don't really understand why the whole Epstein Files thing is taking so long. It is a lot more reminiscent of the sort of malaise that we saw during the Biden years from Democrats than it is of the rationalizations and being quick to aggressively defend him that we saw during the first term.
Yeah, I mean, they still do. I would say that there's a difference right now when we're sorting the groups. The base voters still kind of do a, like, Rome wasn't built in a day, he needs time, which is why when you see J.D. Vance and even Trump come out and say we need more time, I never quite understand the chicken or egg relationship, but I do know they're focus grouping things as well. And I do think they have a sense that there is in their base, a willingness to give them a little more time. However, there's a whole bunch of voters who voted for Trump, who do not care for Trump personally, and who only voted for him because of the businessman stuff, because of the economic stuff, because of the affordability issue.
Just to
and
own
those
the
people,
libs.
and by the way, those are a lot of Hispanics and a lot of young people. And those are the first people to kind of quit Trump, to be like, you said you were going to do all this stuff right away, and you also said no wars, and like, you're BS. And I think that there's something in this that's really significant for the future, which is you hear it in here. Oh, this is the other thing that's in here that we just hear over and over again that was an early indicator, which is Trump's not a regular politician. Man, do Republican voters not want a regular politician. And Trump is starting to get, in his second term, some of that regular politician. He's not telling the truth. He's not making anything better. And so a lot of people that I think Republicans thought they had brought into the tent, they walked in for 2024 and walked right back out again.
You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the establishment.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Right. You mentioned sunk costs earlier, and it definitely felt, this last clip is also from these 2019 New Hampshire groups, also 2016 Trump voters.
Watch out for kitties. I'm sure they're around here
felt
somewhere.
like they were sort of personally under siege for how they felt about Trump. They're, strained some of their personal relationships.
Huh?
So let's listen to how
not
I
yet.
love people who, voted
Soon,
for Hillary
soon
take some
though.
sort of moral high ground. Because it's like, excuse me?
Yeah, like, I don't support him because he's a ding-dong, but, in your mind you're going, well, he's a ding-dong, but he's doing a good job.
I was talking to my husband last night, and he's definitely against Trump. And at the end of the argument, he ended up calling me Mrs. Trump.
So what's wrong, I think, is a big part with this country is that nobody wants discussions anymore. It's either you feel our way or you're an idiot for thinking that way.
I work in a very small office, and there's only 10 of us. And there's only me and one other person. And the topic at lunch, they call us stupid. They call us, like, how can you be such an idiot? How can you vote for him?
if like
So
one
much so that
person,
they got
if one
dog
person calls you
toys that
stupid,
are Trump, like,
they're probably just an
and give it
asshole.
to their dogs, and they pull his
If
head
two
off
people
and his
call you
hair out,
stupid,
and they'll say, here,
then you should probably, like,
here's the new Trump picture. And
you
I'll
know,
look and I'll be like,
gain a
are
little
you
more
kidding me? Can you just grow up?
information.
So it's to the point I don't even.
If
and
a whole group
Who's are they to say
calls you
anything bad
stupid,
about
you're
the way
probably
Trump
freaking
behaves?
stupid.
I think this is really interesting. It is a group dynamic that sets in when we don't do as many in-person focus groups anymore. I remember we did a couple of groups in Iowa, also with Trump voters a couple of years ago. And when people were just sitting together in the lobby of this studio beforehand, it felt like they were all going to go out to dinner afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, this is something actually about the focus groups that the way we do them, and it's not the way everybody does them, but it is the way we do them, is that we are deeply interested in getting their unvarnished opinions. We want the most truthful thing that they're going to say. So a lot of people do focus groups with the goal of we're going to message test things against them and figure out like which things people gravitate to. And we do that as well, especially when we're going into building a campaign. But for a lot of these, we're just trying to listen and we're just trying to understand.
Of course, it's all the way down there.
And one of the things we do to make people feel comfortable expressing their real opinions is that we put them in groups with the people who are like the same as them. Like we tell them right at the beginning, you're all Trump voters.
Why am I in
You all voted for him, you know, in 2020 and in 2016, and everybody like exhales. Like you see them be like, okay, this isn't going to be combative, and that really did dig people in. And because Trump did this thing where he created a parasocial relationship, and because people felt like they took grief for saying that they voted for Trump, it created a depth of connection with Trump that other politicians just don't have, because they feel like they took the slings and arrows. And that is why, too, that they rush to defend him. Like, they're just not, these are the people, it's not even that they're so MAGA. It's that they're dug in some cultural way. And you're not going to persuade them out of it because they've already devoted too much of themselves to it.
It feels a little bit subversive to be supporting Trump the way they are. There's a sort of respectability thing that people sometimes do, which is like, oh, you know, I don't like the tweets, I just like the policies. And we heard the woman who's like, I don't support him, he's a ding-dong. And she's saying, in my head, I'm like, he's a ding-dong who's doing a good job.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'll say is now, like, Trump's been with us for a very long time. When I think about it strategically, when I'm not just analyzing voters, but I'm thinking about how do we make it so
Shit, where am I supposed to be going?
sort of Trumpism, or the way, the toxic forces that Trump has unleashed on our politics, how do we sort of beat back against those? You know, there's a couple things that I know to be true now. One is the Republican Party is not going back, and everybody should like understand that the voters don't want it back. They don't want the old Nikki Haley. And one of the reasons that Trump won again in 2024 in the primary is that Ron DeSantis seemed like a regular politician to them. Like they really did want, and still want, they want a disruptive force, sort of the base level voters, and almost none of them are interested in Republican ideas of old. Like, people might say conservative, but like, they don't know what that word means. Like, they do not believe in limited government. They don't believe in free markets. They don't believe in American leadership in the world. Like, anything that is sort of reminiscent of the Republican Party is mostly gone from the voters in the Republican Party. And in fact, Trump ran against the Republican establishment every time he ran. And so he also taught a lot of these voters to hate the Republican Party. Like, they like Trump. Trump is the one they're connected to. And I think just as we think about going forward, you know, J.D. Vance might have a little bit of what Biden had, in that people were like, well, Biden rocked with Obama, right? He was with Obama, and I loved Obama, and so Biden's fine. J.D. Vance might have some of that with Trump, but he does not have the ability to be Trump. And the voters, I think, are going to be very lukewarm
to the YouTube, I guess,
on him. But anyway, just the not going back thing is really important for people to understand. But they're not going to turn on Trump. They're not, like, they're never going to say they were wrong, these kinds of voters. What will happen, and this is where Democrats have to think really hard about this, is that a lot of the people who voted for Trump, who are sort of independents or red-pilled voters or Hispanics or young people, they are all back up for grabs because they voted mainly on economic vibes and the fact that Biden was too old. And so I think the way that people felt really dejected in the wake of the 2024 election, as though the country maybe wasn't what they thought it was, I just can't tell you how much of it had to do with Biden being old in the economy. Yes, Kamala Harris was put in there, but people saw the idea that she was put in there as like an installation and anti-democracy. And so Democrats have a real chance to reset right now, like a real chance, at a time when the Republican Party, now that it has become deeply committed to this one person, when he's gone, they don't really have a plan. And Democrats can build a plan and build an alternative, and they're never going to have a better opportunity than right now. They do have to seize it. All right, go to the mailbags. Otherwise, I'll jabber on forever.
A lot of these are pulled actually from the comments on the last time we did our sort of FAQ episode, and so they're maybe even nerdier than some of those last things we talked about. I wish I could ask Sarah how Dems compared to GOP voters as to information accuracy. In my mind, Dems may not know the answer to a given question, but far too many GOP voters will give an answer that couldn't be more wrong, and much of it wrapped up in conspiracies and just incorrect facts. I'm not saying Dems know more, but based on my experience, the GOP side has insane, inane, and couldn't be more wrong influences far deeper than Dems do.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge gap between people who are Dems and people who are sort of MAGA Republicans. Not the normie Republicans. Like, kind of normie Republicans, they're often, you know, they read the Wall Street Journal, maybe they do Fox News. I wouldn't say they're the ones sort of steeped in Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson nonsense, right? There's plenty of Republicans who are not those people. However, I would say the biggest difference between Democrats and Republicans is this. Republicans speak in language to say, I am a conservative because I'm religious. I am a conservative because I was raised that way, because I'm, you know, from a place. Like, it is rooted in, and this is funny because we talk about Democrats and identity politics, but Republicans' identity as, like, political identity is very much like who they are. It is deeply rooted. Whereas Democrats use the language of I think or I believe. And like, if you say, like, why are you a Republican or why are you a Democrat? A Democrat will say, well, I believe X, Y, and Z, or I think X, Y, and Z, and I want to do something about it. Republicans will say, I am this thing. And it is rooted in their identity. And a lot of that then sort of comes down to Democrats will give you facts from the media or on issues that they really care about. And it tends to, like, their political affiliation tends to be rooted in a sense that they believe in something or a solution to something or a problem they want to solve. And Republicans tend to be much more about, like, I am this thing, which means because it's about identity as opposed to how I came up, which was that it was a series of things that you did believe, right? It was like an ideological project. Because it's so rooted in identity, it tends to be, I want to say they're not bringing facts, because you cannot paint people with a big brush. You just can't. But there is now a huge group of Republican voters or Trump voters, because again, I think calling them Republicans is a little bit off because they're not like the old Republican Party, but they're the ones who are like, they are Republicans, and therefore they listen to Tucker and they listen to Candace Owens and they listen to, you know, the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro. And like, the Shapiro listeners are all the people who can tell you, they can give you 100 facts about why they think Democrats are idiots. Like, those are sort of different qualitatively. They tend to be sort of negatively polarized, right? Because Ben Shapiro is there every day to fill them up with why Democrats are worse. But he's honest oftentimes about the flaws in the current sort of MAGA establishment. But a bunch of the other influencers on the right, Megyn Kelly, everybody else, they're there to just like fill you up with, and again, there's degrees, but they'll fill you up with a lot of nonsense. Those voters are often, you know, what is the phrase? Always wrong, but never in doubt. You can sort of tell when somebody is deep in the right wing. You know, they listen to Alex Jones, they listen to the QAnon influencers, like, and there's a lot of them. And those are different.
One point I would make too, I think we can all stipulate that the information problem on the right is a much bigger one these days, but it is also a very common feature of just regular old partisans in America to have a certain shade on the truth that is most flattering to their own side. We've heard plenty of Democrats since the 24 election talk about thinking the election was stolen. You know, we had some people who maybe lied to themselves about Joe Biden's abilities longer than they probably should have. In fairness to the people who've talked about the election, the 24 election being stolen, there's also been a little bit of that on the losing side in pretty much every presidential election.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of like, the voting machines in Ohio were rigged against John Kerry. I know people who think the election was stolen from Mitt Romney in 2012. And what made the big lie different was that elites went along with that and threw gasoline on that fire.
Well, you know, there's always conspiracy theories. There has never been a devoted conspiracy theorist in the White House with a megaphone, which is why the current right is different. Because it's not just, I said
Such
Republican influencers, I was naming them all, and I failed to, the biggest MAGA influencer of all is Donald Trump. And he sets the flywheel of the false information in motion most of the time.
All right, I got two more questions actually. Having a psych degree, I've always wondered how you run your groups, and I've noticed people say things like, just like he said earlier, or, and I agree with her that, ... That's always concerned me because hearing how one person answers the question can influence another's answer. I kind of wish these weren't groups. I'd be very interested to hear how much people's answers would change if they were alone in the room.
Yeah. Okay. This is a great question. Let me tell you why the groups are most important and why it's better actually to get information from people in groups. It's because people are actually influenced by their in-groups in real life. They're not alone in real life. They might be alone in a voting booth, and you might be able to get to them at times when they're... And you're right that there's a certain amount of group cohesion that forms in the groups, but that's also what happens in life, is that they find other people that they attach to and that they trust, people like them, much more so than any elite who's going to talk to them. And they say like, yeah, I agree with that. And that's why I'm part of this. And so seeing the things actually from others that people gravitate to is really interesting from a persuasion standpoint. And so it actually, the group dynamic mimics more closely life dynamic than individual things. We do deep dives with individuals though sometimes. And those are interesting too, but anyway, the groups, saying like, I'd get a different answer if they were alone versus the group is like, maybe, but that's not actually how life works.
Yeah, and I think something you like to say about persuasion is that you're not necessarily convincing people to believe a whole new thing. You are unlocking something that already sort of lives inside of them.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing like when we like tweets on Twitter, we are seeing something that we think is well put and that we want to associate ourselves with when we probably agree with the general gist of somebody's remarks.
That's right.
A problem in quantitative methods, classical surveys, is a specific group of the population is unwilling to answer because they mistrust science. So do you have issues getting some of these folks into focus groups, and is missing some of the current political streams? So I work on a lot of our recruiting, and I'll kind of start with this. We use a market research vendor and the vast majority of their clients are not political at all. And so the people signing up to take these surveys are just signing up to get paid for their opinions mostly about products, usually not about politics.
Yeah, I mean, if we miss political streams, it's because we didn't think to recruit them, not because we can't recruit them. I think that, and I also don't think that the shy phenomenon is a phenomenon anymore. Like, people are perfectly happy now to tell you that they voted for Trump, and they do not feel embarrassed by it. I think that might have been true in 2016, but I actually think it had much less to do with there being shy Trump voters and much more to do with the way pollsters were weighting their respondents because they didn't realize
City, Treasure Map
how
One.
many more people in certain areas, right? If they were like, well, turnout in these more rural counties is usually X, they didn't realize that Trump was going to be able to like increase that by 50% or 20% or whatever he did in these various places. And so they just like weren't weighting things accurately.
One closing question for you, Sarah. Which race of 2026 are you most excited to do a lot of focus grouping on?
You know, I'm really interested in the Ohio governor's race. Ohio has been a state that is just been firmly red now. That used to be a swing state when I was young. I remember in 2004, Kenyon, where I went to college. I was graduated by then, but they made the national news because everyone was staying in line to vote. And because Ohio was like on the knife's edge. And now Ohio is just a firmly red place. But Vivek Ramaswamy is running for governor there. And it's interesting to see
He is going to
how
win there.
people in Ohio, I think, look, let's just say it. I think there's been an unbelievable amount of naked racism and, like, honestly, against Indians specifically, like American Indians, has become one of the groups that they are one of the most hostile to. And so I'm interested to see whether in a state now that Trump has just been absolutely dominating, and the Democratic candidate is a woman named Amy Acton, and she's running an incredibly hyper-localized race that's quite good so far. And so I'm really interested to see how people react to that race.
I am interested in Amy Acton in particular as a candidate, because if she is able to pull off this race, she was one of the top public health officials in Ohio throughout COVID, and that can, that leads to all of the slings and arrows that the public health community as a whole got during COVID. I think in the Senate race a few years ago, like right after the pandemic, Josh Mandel was calling her the Fauci of Ohio. I am interested to see how her record on COVID plays into that race as well. My answer for favorite race to focus group might be the Republican Senate primary in Texas. Ken Paxton is currently the front runner for the Republicans in Texas. He's the sitting attorney general, and he is
a douche. One
of the worst human beings in a party that has become much more accommodating to bad human beings lately. He's cheated on his wife, nearly was expelled from office a couple of years ago
by Republicans.
Had several Republicans vote for his impeachment, and yet he might knock off John Cornyn, who's the incumbent Republican senator. It's not like Cornyn has done a Liz Cheney routine. His only real crime has been that he is putting on the red hat, but he's kind of boring about it.
That's right. No, they want the most corrupt guy. Like Ken Paxton is bringing all the corruption and the rizz of the tabloids, because he's just been out there doing all kinds of wild things while claiming his Christianity is at the center of things. Like, he's got it all. He's got the hypocrisy, he's got the corruption, he's got the self-dealing, he's got the was almost kicked out early days when they were still trying to pretend like they had standards, and that's who the voters want. And so I agree with you. Will they choose a nakedly corrupt person over
Texas,
boring MAGA establishment? Because I do think
because they don't know how corrupt he is.
It's interesting as we think about the sort of MAGA establishment, America First split that is coming in the Republican Party.
Yes, and there's a sort of a third place sidecar candidate in the race named Wesley Hunt. He's a congressman from the Houston suburbs. He's long been thought to be kind of a rising star. Could be an X factor in that race.
I'm also, just overall, what I'm really interested, I want to see voters crater in their approval on Trump. Like, I'm really interested to see, we're already seeing a lot of movement against Trump, a lot of sort of last in, first out voters who were, I'll vote for him because of the economy, who are now like, I hate this guy.
They will vote for him because he's not a
I
Democrat.
want Trump to leave office below 30% approval rating, and so watching how voters grapple with his lame duckness, the bad economy, that's going to be fun.
And we're like halfway there.
Halfway there.
Well, that sounds like a great way to start 2026. Sarah, thank you for letting me turn the tables on you a little bit and pick your brain about our whole origin story here.
Yeah, good job,
and
Connor.
Thanks. You want to do, and thanks to all of you.
And thanks to all of you for listening to another episode of the Focus Group Podcast. We will be back next week as we start off 2026 with some new focus groups. We'll see you guys then.
Yo, my man. Thank you. I'm gonna slide it over just a smidge. There you go. Thank you.
No, but you kind of have to.
Yeah.
She's here.
The mayor is currently talking to somebody.
Oh, there's a freaking. Oh man, I gotta get that. What was this? Can't do anything with it. Okay.
You're so welcome. Come on over, everyone. Oh. That is so lovely. Thank you. Oh, that is so lovely.
And Reynoso's there.
Wow. This is me and my teammate from Bronx Science.
Oh my God, that's so cute!
Back in the day.
Sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a privilege to be back in Greenpoint with so many friends and partners who I have mourned alongside, marched alongside, and vowed to improve McGinnis Boulevard alongside. I am grateful to the elected officials who have carried this effort forward. They are. And I am especially thankful to the community members who have never given up on the hope that a people, united and organized, can both demand and deliver the change that they know is necessary. My friends, because of you, we will complete the redesign of McGinnis Boulevard. Before we speak of what the future will hold, I want to speak of the past that we all endured to arrive at this day. As trucks and cars fly by at high speed, I am reminded of the words of the man who thought a 4-lane highway was worth destroying homes, displacing residents, and scarring this neighborhood. Robert Moses said, "When you operate in an overbuilt metropolis, you have to hack your way with a meat axe. There are few places in this city where that axe was sharper, or where the hacking left such deep injury. Since 3-year-old Jimmy Battaglia died here in 1956, the first casualty of McGinnis, some estimates say that more than 200 New Yorkers have been killed on this asphalt. To this day, countless Greenpointers still mourn Matthew Jensen, who we will mark 5 years without in May. The students he taught, the parents who adored him, the community that cherished him. I want to recognize his cousin John, who is here today, who was at the very first Make McGinnis Safe rally and has helped this community take its pain and turn it into purpose. Thank you, John.
Green Shade, Treasure Map 3.
The consequences of Moses' acts have been measured in the human toll that this 4-way highway has incurred, and in so many other unseen but deeply insidious ways. It is felt when parents don't feel safe letting their children out of the house to play. It is felt when cyclists go on long detours because McGinnis is simply too dangerous to take the risk.
Oh, there it is.
It is felt when people dread going to the grocery store or getting a cup of coffee or just going on an afternoon walk because they fear that they will have to cross the street. For too long, those in power have ignored Greenpointers' calls for help. As a result, what was understood solely as a road became something much larger, an embodiment of political choices, a physical piece of evidence of city government that listened to the well-connected at the expense of working people. But thanks to parents, neighbors, and Assemblymember Emily Gallagher, this the city committed to a redesign of McGinnis Boulevard.
Right about here.
That commitment promised to deliver the safety and improvements that residents had been asking for, until the prior administration bowed to big money interests, leaving the project incomplete and Greenpointers still at risk. Today, however, there is a new mayor in City Hall.
Yeah.
That's all right. I am so proud to have stood with this community, and I am even prouder to be able to use the power of City Hall to deliver a better, safer future for the people of Greenpoint.
It's around here somewhere. Oh, there it is.
My commissioner, Mike Flynn, will lead the DOT in installing parking-protected bike lanes along the length of the entirety of McGinnis Boulevard from Meeker Avenue to the Pulaski Bridge. Once the project has been completed, there will be one travel lane in each direction, one parking-protected bike lane in each direction, and one vehicular parking and loading lane in each direction. We will begin this process as soon as the weather warms. Many of the materials required for this kind of work cannot be used when the ground is wet or when temperatures are below 40 degrees. And while this is just the beginning of our work to deliver street safety across this city for pedestrians, for cyclists, and every person who calls the city home, I want to remind New Yorkers that none of this was inevitable. A little over 4 months ago, I stood with many of the same people I see today after walking up McGinnis. I stood with this very pin that was given to me by those New Yorkers. Many had known Matthew Jensen. Many had dedicated years to asking for change, for attention, for empathy from politicians who couldn't even bother to care. Standing together on that hot August day, we felt like we were on the cusp of real improvement, of actually achieving what we had set out to do. Thanks to so many who went out and pounded the pavement, that pavement now will change. If today is nothing else, it is a celebration of a city created by all who live in it. Thank you all very much, and please welcome Bronwyn Breitner.
We love you. Wow. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Mamdani. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's freaking cold in here.
My name is Bronwyn Breitner. I'm a 21-year resident of North Brooklyn, a local small business owner, and my husband and I have chosen to raise our 2 boys here in Greenpoint. When my son Kai was 2 years old, his brand new red bicycle was stolen from in front of our house. We posted flyers on the poles around our block in hopes that our neighbors would help us in our search to find it. And guess what? They did. When my son Kai was 9 years old, his teacher Matt Jensen was killed crossing McGinnis Boulevard on foot 1 block from our home. And after decades of serious injuries and deaths on McGinnis Boulevard, after a decade of holding Kai and Ellery's hands tighter when I crossed that street, we asked our neighbors for help again. We asked them to support a movement to ask the city for a comprehensive redesign of McGinnis Boulevard that would last forever. And they did again. With the support of Lincoln and Emily and Kristen and Antonio and Julia and Nydia and thousands of neighbors
all the way over
and
there, really?
100 local businesses and community organizations, we fought for 5 years and we won a plan from the DOT in 2023 when Kai was 9. The DOT committed to transform this boulevard into a safe and livable street for Greenpoint. But that same year,
okay, it's not far. Good.
the Adams administration killed the plan. That's right. And Kai learned firsthand what corruption looks like. But today is Kai's 14th birthday. Woo!
Seriously.
And today, I know. And today we celebrate a new era for McGinnis Boulevard. We celebrate a new era for Greenpoint. We celebrate a new era with a mayor in power who teaches our students and our children what true, honest leadership that centers the community, livability, and affordability of New York City in his campaign. We are so grateful to you, Mayor Mamdani, for making this a priority in your campaign, for keeping your promise that you made to our community many months ago. And we are so thrilled to partner with you on this today and in the work that this involves in the future. Thank you so much.
You can hang right.
We love you, brother.
And now our DOT Commissioner, Mike Flynn.
Nerds.
When your public agency has fans, that's a good sign.
It does now. It does now.
Well, thank you, Mayor Mamdani, and I would echo the gratitude to all the advocates and elected officials for keeping this project on the front burner over all those years.
Oh.
It is a new era for New York City and a new era for New York City DOT. We said we would hit the ground running, and that's exactly why we're at McGinnis Boulevard on just the third day of this new administration. For far too long, a critical street safety redesign developed by committed public servants at DOT was set aside, even though the need was clear and the planning work was done. As soon as the weather warms, we'll deliver the original safety plan for McGinnis Boulevard, as the mayor said, installing parking protected bike lanes from Meeker Avenue all the way to the Pulaski Bridge. McGinnis Boulevard should stitch Greenpoint together, not divide it in half.
Oh, there it is.
These upgrades will make it safer and easier for children and parents to cross the street. They'll protect cyclists, reduce reckless driving, and transform what can feel like a highway into a calmer neighborhood street. And this is just the beginning. DOT will advance bold, ambitious ideas to keep New Yorkers safe on streets across the city. Let's get to work.
First, I would like to ask
Sorry, little
Cousin
cubby guy.
John Ogren to come on up to the front. Thank you.
Cousin John.
I am Assemblymember Emily Gallagher. And I am so proud that I get to serve this community that raised me as an activist, and that I get to have an amazing mayor serve with me in creating an even more amazing community going forward. I became passionate about politics because I was passionate about this community. And I learned that we so often face infrastructure and face decisions that feel as if they were created by God, feel as if we cannot actually change anything, but the reality is that everything can be changed. And that we have for decades been trapped in a system that prioritized wealth and personal gain over community and a vision of the future. And I am so proud of Mayor Mamdani because he is really talking about a new era, and that is what we have been hungering for in government and politics. We have so many ideas around the world that work, that create safety, create community, create stability for everyone. And street design is one of those very creative fields that has been kneecapped by inflexible and uncreative politicians at the helm. And I am thrilled that we now have a mayor who is excited about being creative, about listening, and about connecting with each and every one of us. Because he knows, and I know, that this city is not its streets and its buildings. It is the people who live within it. And unlike the politics of the past, which thinks that the people are replaceable and the neighborhoods and the wealth and the land value are not, we know that it is the opposite. We can actually build a sustainable, beautiful city that serves each and every one of us, that creates a stability so that we can be together here. We can walk hand in hand down the road. We can hang out on the corner. We can ride our bikes together. We can teach our children to ride bikes with us. And we can do that together here in this city. We don't have to leave this city to have wonderful community. Community is born in New York, and it will stay here because we have Mayor Mamdani. So I want to thank each and every one of you who showed up on every single one of these campaigns, who knocked doors to get people elected, who stood in the center of town handing out flyers about ideas that you had, like a redesigned McGinnis Boulevard that you believed in, and you knew that it was actually people to people that made the difference, not donor to donor. And at the end of the day, it is you all that I am here for. And it is you all that I believe in. And I believe that together, if we continue to fight for a politics that centers each other, and we stay involved in this kind of connectivity, we will lead the way in the world. A world that is full of wonderful ideas ready for the taking. So thank you so much, Mayor. And thank you to the activists who stood by my side through so many decades of work on this. And I'm so excited that there are people here who I worked on this with in 2010, in 2020,
She's just spitting off the top of the dome.
in 2026. And all of the people who
She really
have
means
lost
that shit.
people to this selfish view of what a street can be and what a street is for. Streets are for people.
Up there for cars.
We are the people who will shape and define them in the years to come. So thank you, and thank you everyone. And now I'm going to pass it to one of my dearest, dearest friends, a lifelong advocate himself, Councilmember Lincoln Ressler.
I promised too that Cousin Maddie would be standing right here with you. And I really believe that Maddie's up here with the choir, watching all of us.
Yes.
So God bless you. I'm so proud that you're my mayor.
Yes.
Thank you for all you do.
Oh yeah, I need to sell stuff.
Thank you, Cousin John. And can we give it up one more time for our amazing Assembly Member, Emily Gallagher? Greenpoint, we freaking did it! Yeah!
Easy.
Look, you know, over these last few years, across the 5 boroughs, McGinnis Boulevard had become synonymous with a city hall that put politics over people, that put corporate donors over our community, that put Hulu special guest appearances over our damn safety. But Greenpoint, we organized like hell. We got 10,000 neighbors to sign on to our petition to demand that McGinnis finally become safe. Every single elected official had this community's back. Antonio, our borough president, Nydia, our congresswoman, Kristen, our state senator, and Emily Gallagher, for more years than I can count, has been fighting for a safe McGinnis Boulevard. And when we implemented a fraction of the plan, the opposition told us that it would be that the apocalypse would arrive. That's what they said. But you know, traffic on McGinnis Boulevard has gone up about a minute in each direction. That traffic volumes across the neighborhood have only increased in the most modest of ways. Our neighborhood is demonstrably safer already because of the changes that we have secured on McGinnis Boulevard. But McGinnis Boulevard will finally be safe from the Pulaski Bridge down to Meeker because of the leadership of Mayor Zoran Mamdani. He was the first candidate for mayor to sign the pledge to make McGinnis safe. He showed up here in the general election to stand with all of us to say this was a priority. And in week 1 of this administration, Zoran Mamdani is making McGinnis safe once and for all. Zoran! Zoran!
Man, this dude's like, he's got way too much energy. Can't handle it.
And this is just the beginning. Because the safety improvements that we're going to see here on McGinnis Boulevard are going to be happening in every single neighborhood across the 5 boroughs. We are finally going to make our streets safe for all of us because we have a mayor who finally has our back. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you to every single person who is here today and who has organized over these last few years to make McGuinness safe. It's because of you. It's because of the ways that you showed up at City Hall, that you showed up at the town hall meetings, that you showed up at the community boards, that you gathered petition signatures in the freezing cold at farmers markets and on street corners. It's because of your hard work that McGuinness became the street safety project across the city of New York. And it's because of your hard work that Zoran's getting it done. Week 1, let's make it happen. Thank you all.
Oh my, that's pleasant.
All right. Hi, Greenpoint. How are we feeling today? It is such an honor to be here with all of you. My name is Kristen Gonzalez, and I am the state senator that represents this area. I want to start, thank you. I want to start with an immense thank you to every single organizer and activist and the Make McGuinness Safe Coalition that got us to this point. Can we give them a huge round of applause?
The heck?
Bronwyn and Kevin and every single person that, as you heard, signed a petition that showed up on the cold and hard days. This win is all of yours. I want to thank the elected officials behind me, Assemblymember Gallagher and Councilmember Ressler, for their years of tireless work alongside our borough president, Antonio Reynoso, and our congresswoman as well. And of course, I want to give a sincere and heartfelt thank you to our new mayor, Zoran Mamdani, for making this a week 1 priority. I think the story of McGuinness Boulevard matters to every single person in this city because it shows and has represented some of the best of us and some of what the best of what the city has to offer against the worst that sometimes the city has to offer. On one side, we had a coalition of everyday New Yorkers who dared to dream bigger for this boulevard, who dared to go up against establishments to demand better. We had elected officials who were ready to stand alongside them. We had years of research and data that showed that a road diet and a redesign would save lives. And on the other side, we had corrupt administrations. We had bribes given and taken. We had businesses more interested in putting their profit before the safety of all of us. Today, we have proven that David can beat Goliath. Today, we have proven for every single New Yorker that when we organize, we can win bigger and better for all of us. And that this is just the beginning. Because as you've heard today, this is a new era for our city, a new era for Greenpoint. But there is still so much work ahead. I know there will be capital improvements that will not only see the full redesign and road diet, but really be invested in this boulevard for all this community has imagined. And I know and I am confident that now that we have won here, as someone who represents 3 boroughs, and who in 2022, when I ran for office, McGuinness was the first issue we talked about, that this will be the model for the rest of this city. So thank you again for being here. Thank you to every New Yorker for tuning in. And thank you to our incredible mayor, Zoran Mamdani, for being the leader on that. And I look forward to getting the work done together. Thank you all so much.
Good afternoon. So my name is Antonio Reynoso, and I'm the president of one of the 2 greatest boroughs in the city of New York. Thank you. I have to say that because Zoran's from Queens, and I gotta show some love and respect. I wanna keep this short. I just wanna say thank you, and that we never have to say thank you again, because we shouldn't have to fight this hard for practical things like this. It is unbelievable that this amount of organizing, that every single elected official outside of the mayor in that time supported this project, and it still can't get through. And you get 5 angry people in some faraway portion of an outer borough fighting for parking, and it always happens. And in this case, this massing doesn't make a difference. But now we have Mayor Zoran Mamdani. And that's what makes the difference. Is an elected official that understands that people over politics is what matters. People like Emily Gallagher, all these resources, all this time that she had to expend to get something that is so practical done is unnecessary. This will be the last time. And I say this to Emily because, Emily, we need you doing other work now. Emily, I want to say, I like to quote famous poets from great boroughs, and this one is going to be a little different because this is Emily's baby, and there's a great poet by the name of Nas that said, "If I rule the world, imagine that I free all my sons and love them, baby." And McGinnis is getting the love today. Thank you.
That's what I use as my launch song. So there you go. All right.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the shortest here, so I'm going to move the mic a little bit. My name is Fabiola Mendieta Cuapio, and I'm the co-chair of Families for Safe Streets of New York. And as a mother who lost my son, I'm deeply grateful to see Mayor Mamdani announce his intention to complete the full redesign of McGinnis Boulevard.
Oh my, that's
We were shocked and appealed when the original plan was watered down in 2023 over play politics. So many people, like below PS wanted teacher Matthew Jensen, have lost their lives on this dangerous speedway. For years, Families for Safe Streets has stood with the Greenpoint community, demanding more, and we're so glad McGinnis is finally going to get the full safety redesign it sorely needs. McGinnis today, still projects across the 5 boroughs tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you.
Dora, give me one moment. Just before we begin,
Freaking salespeople. Like, how many times do you have to tell them, like, no, I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting anything. Like, don't waste your time. I'm not getting anything.
Here at the lectern, you can come down.
He's salesman, but for like heating and air conditioning systems. Like, I told him, like, see, now I have to go back in the video and like rewatch it, but I told him, I was like, the air conditioner's pretty new.
And Kai learned firsthand
Oh my
what
gosh, hold on.
corruption looks like.
Trying to figure out where I left off.
But today,
No, I was like,
today is
I was like,
Kai's
dude, I don't want to
14th
waste any more of your
birthday.
time.
Cold at
I was like, it doesn't matter what prices you tell me. It doesn't matter what kind of savings we'll get per month. Like, we don't, yeah, like, not only, like, even if we did need it, like, you telling me that we're going to save $100 a month, that's cool, but we still have to put forth an initial investment for the replacement. Like, we don't have the ability to do that. I was like, it doesn't matter what numbers you tell me, there is a 100% chance I'm not getting anything. And he still insisted on coming back out tomorrow to take a look. I was like, dude, I don't want to waste your time, man. Like, you can come out, but like, nothing's happening. Like, I don't freaking get it. Like, I don't understand why they're so stubborn. I don't get it. It's cold outside. They keep going with me too, cause like, I'm telling you, like, when I first walked out there, within the first like 30 seconds, I was like, oh yeah, man, I'm working on something. Like, I got to get back in there. Like, I'm really not. I'm just streaming, you know. But oh, no one's even watching me. It's just me. But still, he kept going. And then after like the couple minutes, I was like, yeah, like, we don't. Everything's fine. Everything's working fine. Like, it's expensive because we have a big house. It's like over 3,000 square feet. And then he still kept going and going and going. And I was like, dude, like, we don't have the money for it. Like, it's not going to happen. And then I tried to play, like, I don't want to waste your time. Like, you could be out, like, talking to other people. Still, it's like, all right, you know what? Come out here. Come out here and waste your time so you don't bother someone else, you know?
markets and on street corners. It's because of your hard work that McGinnis became the street safety project across the city of New York, and it's because of your hard work that Zoran's getting it done. Week 1, let's make it happen. Thank you all.
Where? Oh, is it this? Ah, that's why.
All right. Hi, Greenpoint. How are we feeling today?
Why does that count for so many more items?
It is
so crazy.
such an honor to be here with all of you. My name is Kristen Gonzalez, and I am the state senator that represents this area. I want to start. Thank you. I want to start with an immense thank you to every single organizer and activist and the Make McGinnis Safe Coalition that got us to this point.
I thought she was going to say Make McGinnis Great Again.
Bronwyn and Kevin and every single person that, as you heard, signed a petition that showed up on the cold and hard days. This win is all of yours. I want to thank the elected officials behind me, Assemblymember Gallagher and Councilmember Ressler, for their years of tireless work alongside our borough president, Antonio Reynoso, and our congresswoman as well. And of course, I want to give a sincere and heartfelt thank you to our new mayor, Zoran Mamdani, for making this a week 1 priority. I think the story of McGinnis Boulevard matters to every single person in this city because it shows and has represented some of the best of us and some of what the best of what the city has to offer against the worst that sometimes the city has to offer. On one side, we had a coalition of everyday New Yorkers who dared to dream bigger for this boulevard, who dared to go up against establishments to demand better. We had elected officials who were ready to stand alongside them. We had years of research
must be in a group
and
to do
data
that. Okay.
that showed that a road diet and a redesign would save lives. And on the other side, we had corrupt administrations. We had bribes given and taken. We had businesses more interested in putting their profit before the safety of all of us. Today, we have proven that David can beat Goliath. Today, we have proven for every single New Yorker that when we organize, we can win bigger and better for all of us. And that this is just the beginning. Because as you've heard today, this is a new era for our city, a new era for Greenpoint. But there is still so much work ahead. I know there will be capital improvements that will not only see the full redesign and road diet, but really be invested in this boulevard for all this community has imagined. And I know and I am confident that now that we have won here, as someone who represents 3 boroughs, and who in 2022, when I ran for office, McGinnis was the first issue we talked about, that this will be the model for the rest of this city. So thank you again for being here. Thank you to every New Yorker for tuning in. And thank you to our incredible mayor, Zoran Mamdani, for being the leader on that. And I look forward to getting the work done together. Thank you all so much.
Good afternoon. So my name is Antonio Reynoso, and I'm the president of one of the 2 greatest boroughs in the city of New York.
That's so fake. That's not that funny.
Thank you. I have to say that because Zoran's from Queens, and I gotta show some love and respect. I wanna keep this short. I just wanna say thank you, and that we never have to say thank you again, because we shouldn't have to fight this hard for practical things like this. It is unbelievable that this amount of organizing, that every single elected official outside of the mayor in that time supported this project.
Oh my God, why do I have 36 items? So annoying.
And you get 5 angry people in some faraway portion of an outer borough fighting for parking, and it always happens. And in this case, this massing doesn't make a difference. But now we have Mayor Zoran Mamdani.
Hey, dummy.
And that's what makes the difference.
Dummy.
There's an elected official that understands that people over politics is what matters. People like Emily Gallagher, all these resources, all this time that she had to expend to get something that is so practical done is unnecessary. This will be the last time. And I say this to Emily because, Emily, we need you doing other work now.
Kitty, kitty.
Emily, I want to say.
Hi, buddy, buddy. Hi.
I like to quote famous poets from great boroughs, and this one is going to be a little different because this was Emily's baby, and there's a great poet by the name of Nas that said, "If I rule the world, imagine that I free all my sons and love them, baby." And McGinnis is getting the love today. Thank you.
That's what I use as my launch song. So there you go. All right.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the shortest here, so I'm going to move the mic a little bit. My name is Fabiola Mendieta Cuapio, and I'm the co-chair of Families for Safe Streets of New York. And as a mother who lost my son, I'm deeply grateful to see Mayor Mamdani announce his intention to complete the full redesign of McGinnis Boulevard. We were shocked and appalled when the original plan was watered down in 2023 over play politics. So many people, like beloved PS wanted teacher Matthew Jensen, have lost their lives on this dangerous speedway. For years, Families for Safe Streets has stood with the Greenpoint community, demanding more. And we're
Thought for
so
sure
glad
he was going to take my
McGinnis
seat.
is finally going to get the full safety redesign it sorely needs. McGinnis today, sell projects across the 5 boroughs tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay.
Just before we begin questions,
Need to find.
I would like to invite everyone who has lost a loved one to please join me here at the
Put it
lectern.
under.
You can
Put
come
under the
down.
shield. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Boom.
I want to make clear to New Yorkers that we are not speaking in the abstract. We are speaking about New Yorkers whose lives have been torn apart by inaction for far too long. And
It is
the New
for far too
Yorkers
long.
you see alongside me
All too often.
are those
Let's hear it all too
who
often.
have lost the very people that they build their lives around. And sometimes you may not even know those in your life have been affected by this.
Supposed to sell that.
This is a photo I was just given of me in high school, standing alongside a friend and a leader of our then soccer team, Asher Kelly Nacht. He was given to me by his mother, who is here.
Oh man.
I did not know then what I know now, which is that Asher's father was killed while riding a bicycle by a reckless driver. And I say this because too often in our city, in our
All too often.
politics,
There it is.
we lose sight of what this actually means in people's lives. We start to understand these stories as if they are purely statistics. We start to think of traffic violence as something that can be measured in numbers year after year. We forget that this inaction has forced the very New Yorkers who have felt the brunt of this violence to traumatize themselves day after day, telling elected officials about the worst moment in their life. And today we are here not just to announce
The main quest.
that we will complete this redesign, but also to announce that those days have to come to an end. That instead what we must do
Because all
now
too often.
is build for a new future. One that understands safety as something that is paramount, not as something that has to be negotiated. One that understands the worth of its people, the worth of this place. It all, as the assembly member said, comes back to the New Yorkers that are around us today and around us each and every day across the five boroughs. So to these families,
Nope,
to these
not
New
yet.
Yorkers, I am so sorry that we could not have done this earlier, years and decades ago, to have saved the loved ones in your life. But I thank you for the work that you have done to ensure that we can save those New Yorkers today, tomorrow, the weeks, the months, the years to come to ensure that this pain not be felt by others who call this same city home. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You can begin. Mayor, I don't know if you remember, during the campaign, one of the local newspapers said electing you would be electing de Blasio on steroids. This plan, however, is obviously the de Blasio plan, and some people who are standing with you today are also calling for the steroids part. Bike lanes on Driggs and the parallel streets to the K Bridge, low traffic neighborhood to end the rat running. So what do you do for an encore on this one?
Well, I think I would make clear that today is not... Commissioner, you could please feel free to...
There we go.
Today is not and will not be the extent of the work that we will do to make this city safe. We will make it safe for pedestrians, for cyclists, for drivers, for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. And I say that as someone who has at different points in my life been different one of those things. And too often I have felt that my safety is in question depending on what street that I'm on. I live on 35th Street in Astoria. I would bike to 32nd and 24th Avenue. I had 2 options. And I would always take the option, not the one that was most convenient, but the one that was safest. That kind of decision-making has to come to an end. And I'm excited, frankly, in having our commissioner here alongside me. Because when I was interviewing him, we did not simply ask him about fulfilling that which has already been put forward. We asked him, what will it take to make this city the envy of the world when it comes to our streetscape and our public transit? These are the questions that we are asking, and soon we will have the answers to those questions to deliver on that. Thank you to Streets Blood.
Here we go.
Do you have any more on? Yeah, Josie, go ahead.
Hey, Josie.
Wondering, you said I think this will start in spring. Do you have an actual date or month that this will start? And then
It's really dependent on our partner, Mother Nature. So we basically need the temperatures to get above a certain level, and we need dry conditions. Hopefully that's late April. Usually it's May, but it's as soon as we can, basically. But it just has to be physically doable.
And I will just say, as someone who has been on the other side of DOT for many years, we actually mean this. And the point of announcing this today is also to ensure that we do the legwork necessary so that when the weather is amenable to this construction, we are able to hit the ground running. This means that the policy designs that need to be finalized can start to be commenced at DOT. This also means that we can notify the community board in advance of that construction taking place. I know you had another question.
I know you said in a statement earlier today that you were briefed on the situation with Maduro in Venezuela and soon at New York. Were you briefed by the president? Have you spoken to the president about this matter?
I was briefed by my first deputy mayor, my chief of staff, my chief counsel, the police commissioner, as well as other members of my team. I called the president and spoke with him directly to register my opposition to this act and to make clear that it was an opposition based on being opposed to a pursuit of regime change, to the violation of federal and international law, and a desire to see that be consistent each and every day. I registered my opposition, I made it clear, and we left it at that.
To get your response to reporting from Ken Lipinski.
What do you expect him to do?
Second executive order, your restructuring of your office indicates you're not going to meet with Commissioner Tisch every day, that he was going to report to a deputy mayor, and that sort of suggested that you had downgraded her. Can you speak to that restructuring at all and clarity there?
You know, I am in constant communication with Commissioner Tisch, whether it be today or any other day. And the commissioner within the structure of our city hall will be reporting to our first deputy mayor, Dean Foulahan. That, however, does not preclude conversations from taking place with me And at the heart of
Oh,
that
come on.
is because of the fact that public safety is the cornerstone of our affordability agenda. And today is also an announcement of that public safety and delivering it to New York.
Downgrade yesterday.
That was just a reflection of the structure of City Hall. Thank you.
On the conversation with Trump, are you worried at all that registering that opposition is going to change the relationship that you have with him? And also, have you gotten any information about them bringing him into New York today or in the coming days?
My administration will continue to monitor the developments in this situation and will also be sure to share anything relevant with New Yorkers. And the president and I have always been honest and direct with each other about places of disagreement. I was honest and direct in the Oval Office. I will be honest and direct in the phone conversations we have. And New Yorkers have elected me to be honest and direct, and always to do so with the understanding that my job is to deliver for the people who call the city home, and my job is to keep them safe and to ensure that they can actually afford to keep calling the city home.
So, Zoran.
How's it going, sir?
Hey, good to see you, man. So we've been saying this a lot for years, that it's not enough to do one intersection, right? I think I've heard you say that countless times. And now you're in a position to actually do that. So, about universal daylighting. You have the power now to simply do it. We don't need a council bill. So, will you promise the people of New York and the people of this coalition that this is something we can actually do at every intersection?
We are going to be pursuing every single safety measure that can deliver that for New Yorkers. And I am telling you that when I selected my commissioner, we spoke about what actual safety means. When I was elected to the Assembly, before I took office, I saw what inaction looked like. When I organized with fellow elected officials, we sent a letter to DOT asking for physical infrastructure improvements to be made on the Crescent Street bike lane. I was told we could not expect that to take place. Soon after, Alfredo Cabrera Liconia was killed at one of those exact intersections. And the point that we had made in a letter was then a point that was made to New Yorkers, which is that we need to actually keep people safe and that infrastructure does so. And I saw in my own district, too often daylighting is something that is delivered after someone is killed. We cannot allow for the story that happened to Dolma to happen again and again in order to see daylighting on an intersection. And so that is the work that we are going to be doing with my commissioner, not just in thinking about one specific proposal, but frankly, how can we extend this to the work that we do across the city? Thank you, my brother.
To the Venezuelan New Yorkers who came here to flee the regime, and then secondly, are you concerned with Maduro being housed here at NBC?
There are tens of thousands of Venezuelans who call the city home. Their safety is critically important to me, as is the safety of each and every New Yorker. And my job is to deliver for them. And we are also going to be making clear that if they are in need of assistance at this time, how they can interact with city government so that we can meet those needs, both in the immediate and the medium term. And we are going to make certain that for New Yorkers, we limit any of the impact on their day-to-day life that will come as a consequence of the actions the federal government has taken.
Where is the amulet of King?
Let's do one after the other.
But on Maduro, apparently it's going to be brought to New York City to face charges. Did you speak about that with the president? Is there anything that you plan to do or can do around his potential detention here in New York, or is that a federal issue that's out of your purview?
As the mayor of New York City, it is my responsibility to ensure that whatever the actions the federal government takes, that they have a minimal impact on the day-to-day lives of New Yorkers. And so that will be a focus of my administration moving forward.
Question. On the executive orders that caused some brouhaha over the weekend, or whatever day it is, can you explain to us when you made the decision to rescind the orders that you did, particularly as it relates to the definition of anti-Semitism, the International Holocaust Remembrance Association, and the anti-BDS statute that the mayor had put in place? Did you always know you were going to roll those back? Why did you not publicly announce it or put out a press release saying so? Did you not want people to realize you were doing that?
On the first day as the mayor of New York City, You have to make the decision of which prior executive orders you will continue, you will amend, and you will revoke. And I made the decision to revoke all executive orders made by the prior administration following September 24th. And I made that decision because that was the date for the first time in our city's history when the mayor of this city was indicted. And it was a day at which many New Yorkers started to doubt even more than they did the motivations behind any executive order or executive action that was going to be taken. And so I made that decision with regards to every executive order that was issued after that date, and that also included orders pertaining to Rikers, for example.
So much. All right. Mr. Mayor, here's a great point. It's a Polish American community.
We'll take one final question. One final question. Yes, from you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
you are here in Greenpoint, and this is this place is named after a Polish priest from a parish nearby. I just wanted to ask you if you can speak to Polish Americans who are still living here. What's your connection to them? What's your plans on working with them? Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I have to say that I have deep respect for Polish New Yorkers who have made this neighborhood what it is, and a respect also for the fact that they have done so under difficult conditions over many years, and yet what we see today is that this thriving, blooming, beautiful neighborhood is one that is also pricing out many who have lived here for decades. And while I served in the state assembly, I had the pleasure of getting to know and calling a friend our assemblywoman, Emily Gallagher, who would tell me time and time again of the plight of Polish constituents of hers, not just as tenants, but also as small business owners, and how they were being pushed out of this city. And we want to ensure that we do not only remember Polish New Yorkers through the names of a park or a street or the institutions that we know in the neighborhood, but through a vibrant, living, breathing community that can afford to stay here. And that is going to be at the centerpiece of our work to make the most expensive city in the United States of America affordable. Thank you for your work.
Hey Ben, new year, new regime change. Early Saturday morning, the United States launched a regime change operation in Venezuela, where U.S. Special Forces troops, along with FBI agents, blew up key Venezuelan military infrastructure and captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. Trump said the Maduros are now on a U.S. warship, the USS Iwo Jima, their en route to New York City for prosecution. They are calling this Operation Absolute Resolve. Gotta love these names. Trump and Rubio both suggested that the military operation is over for now, but that U.S. troops are ready to conduct a second wave of strikes if necessary. Trump said that second wave would be even bigger than the first. But in the interim, Donald Trump said that we, the United States of America, will be running the country of Venezuela. He literally said that the team of guys behind him would be in charge of a foreign country. That group was Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, John Ratcliffe, the CIA Director, Dan Kane, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and Stephen Miller. So he's a viceroy now. I guess that collection of great minds is going to dictate terms to Maduro's former vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, who has since been sworn in as president, and I guess just run Venezuela as a vassal state through her, though Trump said he's not afraid to put U.S. boots on the ground. More of that in a bit, so this could be trending towards a military occupation. So we're doing this, the breaking news episode on the fly. We're learning information in real time, but we're going to try to cover what we know about the military operation, how the U.S. is going to run Venezuela going forward, and what comes next sort of internally there, including what it means for the Venezuelan opposition that desperately wanted this outcome, but now doesn't seem to be part of Venezuela's future, at least according to Trump. We'll talk about Trump's threats to Cuba and Colombia, what lessons he might learn from this, including very bad ones. We'll talk about the international reaction, such as it is at this moment, the legal questions, Congress's role, and then who Maduro is. And I don't know, we'll try to be a little bit hopeful, like maybe try to sketch out what a good outcome could look like, but I don't think either of us feel like we're trending that direction. But first, Ben, just I have to say, like, this is so much crazier than I ever could have expected. Like, we've been watching this troop build up for a while. We've been covering this. You know, we both, I think, felt like you don't amass 15,000 troops and a couple aircraft carriers in the Caribbean to do nothing. But Trump launching this capture operation against Maduro and then explicitly saying that his team of aides, including, you know, Viceroys Rubio, Hegseth, Stephen Miller, are now going to run Venezuela, until some transition point TBD, is just batshit crazy. Trump is now overtly saying also that this was about taking back oil that was stolen from the United States. But yeah, I guess we now have like a petro-vassal state in South America, Ben. That's how we're starting 2026?
Apparently, Tommy, and Happy New Year to you and
Thank you.
and to the world here. There's the thing with Trump where you have to take him on his own terms, right? And the reality is he's been basically telling us who he wanted to be in his second term since he got elected. And keep in mind, one of the first things he started talking about after he was elected were Greenland and Canada. And the reason that's important is because, yes, that's not who was on the punch card today. But we were kind of moved from yesterday into today, from one era into a new era here, where the United States is back in the empire business in this hemisphere. And let's be clear, that's not hyperbole. Like, that's what he said. Now, you go through the roller coaster of the last few hours. It starts with this operation. It says, I'm saying to myself, okay, we're doing this now. Like we've been saying for months on this podcast. Clearly, this is about regime change. Clearly, it was a decapitation exercise. And so when the targets started to leak out, the presidential compound, the defense ministry associated buildings, it's like, okay, they're trying to decapitate this regime. They did. They got Maduro, they got him on a plane. By the way, the U.S. military, its capacity to conduct these kinds of operations, this is what it does best, kind of going in and getting somebody. It's
a night raid.
It's what happens after. Exactly. It's a night raid, essentially, on steroids, literally. But, you felt this sense of, okay, well, what's going to happen next? Or, they're probably going to announce some transition plan. Maybe Miriam Machado is going to fly back in, the opposition leader, and say there's going to be an election, or that because the last election should have gone the other way, we're going to put these people in charge, and there'll be some kind of familiar, at least rhetoric around this. But I think what was really driving the home for me was that press conference where Trump is just like, yeah, we're running this country. Marco Rubio, he's already the archivist and the Secretary of State, and the National Security Advisor. Now he's also the proconsul of Venezuela. And that's why this is such, to me, dangerous moment. Look, if I had no Venezuelans who are happy today. They hate Maduro. They've wanted to see him gone for a long time. But normalizing the idea that not just any U.S. president, and I don't think any U.S. president should do this, but this U.S. president in particular can, just with no authorization, no legal basis, depose the leader of a foreign country and announce that we're now running that country. And he didn't even talk about drugs, really, in his press conference. He just talked about oil.
Barely, yeah.
The oil companies are going to go down there. This is like early 1900s stuff that we're back in the soup on. And so there's a lot of different angles on how that plays out in Venezuela, in this country, with the role of Congress and with Trump's own kind of authoritarian trends, how it plays out around the world. But, boy, this is a seismic event. And you're right. It's just, for him to come out and just say this. Now, when he does it, you think, well, of course that's what he was going to do, is say that we're just running the country. But when you hear him say it in those blunt terms, you realize, man, we're not even 1 year into the Trump presidency, and we're already running foreign countries. That is not the best case scenario when it comes to having an autocratic president.
Yeah, he made some quip about how the Monroe Doctrine is now the Don Roe Doctrine, which even the kind of little coterie of fluffers behind him couldn't find a way to fake laugh at. But yeah, it feels like a very big moment. But let's quickly talk about what we know. So, according to Dan Kim, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, there were 150 planes involved in this operation. They hit a military airstrip in Caracas. They hit the most important military base in Caracas, and then seemingly took out a whole bunch of air defenses all around to facilitate these helicopters going in and out. The Delta Force troops did the operation itself with the FBI. Delta Force are sort of like a coterie of some of the most elite U.S. Special Forces operators in the U.S. military. They are so sensitive and secretive that I think the existence of a lot of these operators and teams is actually classified, but they actually do a lot of the night raids and things that have been conducted in Iraq and Afghanistan and other war zones over the past many years. Trump said Maduro, when they got to his compound, he tried to make it to a safe room, but he was too slow and got arrested with his wife as he was trying to close the door. No service members were killed that we know of. They said a helicopter was damaged in the process of the raid, but it could still fly. This operation was apparently approved earlier, but they waited until last night because of weather, essentially. And the New York Times and Reuters have both reported that the CIA had a source in Maduro's inner circle. And then Reuters reported that members of the Venezuelan military worked with the U.S. to secure Maduro's arrest. And someone told the Reuters reporter that it was an inside job aided by the military. So it does seem like there was a lot of conversations happening behind the scenes, trying to facilitate the ouster of Maduro, but not necessarily the regime. And Ben, there's a lot of detail that's leaking quickly about like CIA assets inside another government, but it does make interesting Trump's sudden fondness for the current vice president, and Trump saying that Rubio has been talking with her and that she seems willing to do whatever the new team of Trump aides that will be running Venezuela says. So we'll see if this really was an inside job. I'm sure a lot more will leak out. But again, like the craziest part was, to me at least, Trump saying the U.S. is now going to run Venezuela. And here he is answering a reporter's question about how that would actually work and whether the U.S. military will now be in Venezuela occupying the country. Let's play that clip.
Does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. So we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to.
Can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
So stupid.
That would run Venezuela.
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it.
So the plan seems to be like these guys are going to figure it out. I mean, this is like making the post-Iraq war planning look crystal clear to me at the moment.
Yeah, wasn't subtle, but also wasn't detailed. And I think that kind of sums this up. On the operation, look, they were clearly planning this for months. They were pre-positioning all these military assets. They're probably sneaking in CIA assets, probably Delta Force guys, into the country so that they could have this kind of multifaceted operation. They were probably putting the squeeze on people in Maduro's inner circle and in the military at the same time that they were doing that. And look, that raises questions which we'll get to later, Tommy, because that means that they were lying to Congress the whole time. Because there are people that were going out there and testifying that this wasn't about regime change. We're not planning regime change. We'll come back to Congress and ask you if we do regime change. So that's a
Trump's chief of staff very recently told Vanity Fair that airstrikes within Venezuela would require congressional approval. But then when asked today about whether Congress had even been notified in advance, Rubio said no, because this was like a hair trigger operation and it could have leaked. And then Trump jumped in and was like, well, in a lot of ways, they knew we were coming and have for a long time because there were a lot of boats out in the Caribbean. But yeah, no, we still couldn't have told Congress, which is, again, he's completely undercutting his rationale. But sorry, continue.
No, that's right. And also lying, I think there were even officials that testified this, similar to what Susie Wells said. But then on the what happens now, it's clear what the path that they're going to try to execute here, which is that you have Maduro, an ideological guy clinging to power, running the place as an autocrat, but you have powerful actors inside Venezuela, like the military, that controls not only a lot of the guns, but also kind of some of the black economy that's emerged. And essentially, what Trump's trying to do is go and keep this kind of rotted state in place underneath. Essentially the United States.
Oh, hey, what's up, man? I don't know how long that chat's been up there, but I'm doing great. How about yourself?
If you don't basically allow us to run your country, we might just arrest you, like Maduro. And he kind of makes threats like this.
I still didn't get a lot of sleep.
Yeah,
but I definitely don't feel as tired.
He's not saying what you'd expect.
About 3 hours, I think.
We're going to come in. We're going to install the person we think ran the last election, or we're going to say that there's going to be an election in 60 days. And who
Still
knows?
tired,
Maybe we'll
doing
get
some programming stuff.
But actually, they're just going to try to kind of keep this.
Oh man.
They don't want to antagonize the military because
AI is going to come for your job.
Civil war, and so maybe if we just give everybody a cut here. We'll bring the American oil companies in, and he was very clear about that, and start pumping oil and spread the money around enough that people in Venezuela will, let us do that. Now, that's a pretty big roll of the dice. Let me just raise a few questions, Tommy. The boots on the ground, I think, would be for the oil facilities, because he's talking about, the U.S. oil companies going in there and rebuilding infrastructure. By the way, it sounded like American taxpayers might have to foot some of the bill on that. So you'd need to guard the oil facilities. You'd probably have to guard the oil refineries,
man, I'm getting hungry.
which, by the way, are not next to the oil facilities in Venezuela.
Just hit me.
The oil facilities are in the middle of the country. The refineries are up in the north. So then are we going to be guarding the pipelines too? We could be looking at a scenario where are U.S. troops going to be literally guarding U.S. oil companies in Latin America? That's a question I have. Then the question is, like, under what possible legal basis is the United States running this country? How does that work? Like, there are ministries, who's going to be providing services in Venezuela? If there is violence, and there are a lot of people that have a lot of reason to be pissed off in Venezuela, who's going to deal with the violence in the country? What is the role of the opposition? He basically was dismissive of her. He was asked about her and he said she's a nice lady, but she doesn't have a lot of support in the country. So much for this being about democracy. It's not. It's about oil. Spoiler alert. U.S. regime change operations always look the best on the first day. When the military does something extraordinary, then there's pictures of the guy like Maduro, who's a bad guy on a U.S. aircraft being brought to justice, etc. But all we know about what's coming next is that the U.S. oil companies are going down there. That's like literally the only thing we know. All the things underneath that about how this country will be run, what the role of our military will be. Tommy, I got what's your over/under on when Eric Prince puts in a bid? Basically become the Venezuelan security services. So there's a lot of grift and probably a fair amount of violence to come here. There's a lot we still need to see play out.
Oh yeah, just to your point about how complicated this will be, Venezuela is about a third larger than Texas. So this is not a small place, and as you said, like these oil fields are large, the refinery assets are spread out, there's pipelines, there's other infrastructure
like that thing
target
too.
if you wanted to disrupt what's happening here. And you're right, Trump has basically set up a situation here where he gets to pick and choose how this country is run. He's going to get to pick and choose winners and losers, whether they're oil companies or, sort of the Blackwater style security forces who want to say, hey, Mr. President, we'll go in, we'll control things, we'll secure things, and eliminate any of those pesky congressional oversight questions or constitutional questions that you don't want to talk about. By the way, we should just point out that before this operation, I think it was in December, there was a poll where Quinnipiac asked respondents if they were for or against military action in Venezuela. 63% of respondents said no, 25% said yes. So this is not popular. There's no mandate for this in any way, shape, or form.
He doesn't care.
Exactly the opposite.
He
of
doesn't
what
have to
Trump
worry
ran
about a
against. And
re-election.
He's always said
He can
that
do whatever
the problem
he
with Iraq
wants.
was not the war itself. It was that we should have kept the oil.
And he'll get
so
away
in some
with
sense,
it.
we shouldn't be surprised here. But America First was not interpreted by any of his voters as let's revive the Monroe Doctrine.
They don't
revive
care.
regime change
They'll still
operations
support him anyway.
in Central and South America.
This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. The new year doesn't require a new you, maybe just a less burdened you. Therapy can help more easily identify what weighs you down or holds you back by offering an unbiased perspective to better understand your relationships, motivations, and emotions. BetterHelp therapists work according to a strict code of conduct and are fully licensed in the U.S. BetterHelp does the initial matching work so you can focus on your therapy goals. A short questionnaire helps identify your needs and preferences in their 12 or more years of experience. Industry-leading match fulfillment rate means they typically get it right the first time. If you aren't happy with your match, switch to a different therapist at any time from their tailored recs. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp is one of the world's largest online therapy platforms, having served over 5 million people globally, and it works with an average rating of 4.9 out of 5 for a live session based on over 1.7 million client
Why am
reviews.
I watching ads?
Look at the stressful time of year, the holidays, there's work, there's family obligations, there's a lot going on in the world.
I don't
Save
need to do that.
20% off your first order at american-giant.com when you use promo code WORLD at checkout. That's 20% off your first order at american-giant.com.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Code WORLD.
We should just say that, I
just wanna make sure
USS
you can hear me
Iwo Jima,
over the
I guess,
video.
is just gonna, maybe they'll go to another port and then fly Maduro to New York. They released a photo of him blindfolded and handcuffed in his sweatsuit, just I guess on Twitter. Pam Bondi says that Maduro and his wife have been indicted again in the Southern District of New York. The charges are narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of guns, conspiracy to possess guns. There's 6 defendants. It includes Maduro's wife and
ask if I was
son.
hungry?
I don't believe the current vice president is one of those defendants, which again does make you wonder if she was.
I was about to go get some
Sincerity of this
food.
being
I'm
about,
actually hungry.
drugs and repression.
Yeah, and again, we doubt Maduro's sincerity. It is just worth noting that, 2 nights before this capture, Maduro did an interview where he said, like, hey, to the American people, if you want to have a conversation about anti-drug
Yeah, I'll be in there in a
stuff,
minute.
agreements, we're ready. If you want
Heat something
Venezuelan
up.
oil,
Oh,
Venezuela
can you
is ready for US
can you
investment,
heat up
like
some
with
chili?
Chevron,
Just like a bowl of chili.
whenever, however they want. People
Thank
in the US
you.
know if they want comprehensive economic development agreements, Venezuela is right here.
Shit,
Trump
should I go the
himself
wrong way?
said in this press conference
I
that
went the wrong way.
that Maduro had tried to negotiate, but Trump said he was done negotiating. So it sounds like, you know, the U.S. could have sort of had some sort of deal if they wanted. Now, Ben, you just mentioned this.
They didn't.
I mean, there is this very brave, very conservative Venezuelan opposition.
I think it's cool that,
one
like-
opposition leader is a woman named Maria Machado. She was not
We just,
allowed
like,
to
go
run
take
in
over
this last
countries now.
election, but she recently won the Nobel Peace
Like,
Prize and
that's-
dedicated it to Donald Trump for her like brave struggle
Oh my
against the
God,
Maduro
they're-
regime. This is a clip of what Trump had to say
I
about
freaking
her
hate it
at
so
this press
much.
conference Saturday morning.
Are you guys aware of the location of
And he's
opposition
been
leader
dreaming
Machado,
of
and have
Greenland
you been in
for the
contact
last
with
2
her?
years.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President,
That's all we need is like all of Central and South America
on Monday.
Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't
grouping
have the
up with
support within,
all of Europe
or the
because
respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the
freaking
respect.
pedophile.
So to your point, Ben, it's not. He doesn't even try to say, look, there'll be a transition. We'll hold an election. The Venezuelan people will decide who runs their country. He says she's not respected. This woman just won the Nobel Peace Prize dedicated to him. Not respected.
She
Yeah,
didn't win the
here's
Peace
thing.
Prize. They gave it to
wasn't
her
just that he said
so that she
wasn't
could dedicate it
supported.
to
You're
Trump.
right. He said respected, and he said it twice. And look, this is a woman who's sacrificed a lot more than Donald Trump for Venezuelans. But again, it puts the lie when these things happen. There is an attempt, and I'm sure you'll find some in the Republican Party, you'll find some in the American media, who will try to project onto Donald Trump their own desires for there to be democracy in Venezuela or something. He's clearly not interested in that. He's telling you he's not interested in that. When he says respect, he means she's probably not respected by the military, which of course she's not, because the military has associated itself over the years with Maduro and is kind of her political enemies. So do not think that somehow, you know, this is in any way about making life better for Venezuelans. It's about Donald Trump's interest in controlling this hemisphere, Donald Trump's interest with some U.S. oil companies in the largest proven oil reserves in the world, and frankly, his interest in having kind of power for power's sake. His ability to do this is kind of the point. In the same way that Vladimir Putin's ability, you know, to go into Crimea, you know, back in 2014 was kind of the point. I'm sending a message that we are in a new era of kind of territorial expansion where might makes right. I don't have to follow any rules. I can pick and choose leaders.
And then once he
Maria
stops
Machado is
bombing
useful to me
Venezuela, he's
when
going
we're
to
building
say
the
he
case
stopped
against
another
Maduro.
war.
But you know, as soon as I do this thing, I don't need the,
I don't know how
the Venezuelan
people-
Democratic opposition in the same way I needed
We're
them for
so
legitimacy
stupid.
in the
Like-
ramp up to this thing. And I think that's what people really need to keep in mind here going forward.
Americans are stupid.
What are Trump's interests, and what is he going to be focused on? Because, you know, it's certainly not the kind of things that people in foreign policy usually talk about, which are like transition plans. Now, someone might even say, Tommy, like, U.S. foreign policy has always been about this. We just told a story about democracy. There's some truth in that. You know, I'm some sympathy that argument, but it doesn't make this right any more than those past efforts that were, you know, the Iraq
can't
War
believe we
was
voted for this
launched
guy.
under a fucking scaffolding of rhetoric about democracy when it was much more about oil and geopolitics. But again, this is not about anything that Americans care about, and because the thing that you said in the
Nope,
polling,
it's
Tommy,
just so
that's
that
important
the
here
oil
is
barons can get
Democrats-
richer.
is
That is
sometimes
it.
Democrats get a little nervous when it looks like it's, you know, the first act of the war is going well. Americans don't want this. This is going to cost. It's already costing us money. It costs a lot of money to put that like armada in the Caribbean. It costs a lot of money to mount that operation last night. It's going to cost a lot of money to rebuild Venezuela's oil infrastructure. We're talking billions of dollars in Venezuela.
Well, I mean,
when
if
that's not what Donald
half the
Trump was
country
elected to
loses
do.
their jobs from
Yeah,
AI,
it's
like
not what America First ever was assumed
these
to have been. I mean, you're right. Like
tech
there is a real politic. Come on, you naive guys. Always
idiots
there have been
think
wars for
then
oil,
we
right?
can
Like,
all
look
just
at Iraq, whatever. I tend to
join the
not
military
actually
again
agree
and
with that. I do think
go invade
the Bush
Venezuela
regime
for
made a totally dishonest,
Donald
but
Trump.
in some cases sincere. They were just
Can't
very
believe it.
wrong
I
about
can't believe it.
WMD and Iraq, right?
Well,
But
there's no
with
frickin' way.
Venezuela, like it started with this bullshit about fentanyl coming out of
I
Venezuela.
doubt an
even though
invasion will be
there's
done.
no fentanyl coming out of Venezuela.
I didn't think
Trump
he'd
has,
actually do a
tried
regime
to
change.
Do this slippery thing where he pretends that drug boats that are trafficking cocaine
Like, I thought
from
he would just, like-
Venezuela are somehow responsible for
Just
killing
keep threatening him.
25,000 American lives.
I don't know,
It's all
man.
made up. But I think what listeners need to understand.
I just
is
thought that he was like,
Venezuela has something like 17%
standing up to him, being
of
like,
the world's proven oil reserves.
yeah,
And
I'll
Trump
give you
is now
some of the oil, but not
explicitly
everything. And I thought
saying,
Trump
"This
was
is
just being a
about
douchebag,
oil."
but like,
So that
it's
he's
kind of
finally being honest with us.
It's kind of like
but that honesty comes after the invasion.
legitimately
already
kidnapped
happened.
a head
There
of
was no
state.
public debate.
Like, you know how
about whether
absurd
or
that
not we
is?
should invade Venezuela for oil. That conversation.
Like, that's not something
they
that's
tried to make
been
it about
socially.
drugs.
I
There's
shouldn't
no
even say socially,
congressional
but like
debate or congressional authorization
internationally
for a
acceptable.
regime
Like,
change war in Venezuela for oil.
when there's any kind
They
of
just did
conflict,
it,
typically the
and they
heads of
said,
state are
you
kind of
know,
like,
Congress couldn't be trusted to
known to be
briefed
off
in
limits, you
advance,
know?
even though Trump said, well, Maduro and all his guys actually knew we were coming anyway, and apparently they were coordinating with his regime. So it's a big mess. And Ben, I think you sort of
Like, they
alluded to
had to have
this.
been
The
planning that for
question
months.
I have is,
Like,
what
they planned
lesson
the
will Trump
Bin
learn
Laden
from
raid for like a
this,
year, I
and what
think.
lesson will other leaders
To
take
be
from
honest, I don't know if he
because,
should be considered legitimate head of state,
I
considering
do
why he was in
worry
power.
that
if I recall.
after Iran,
Well, when
and
I say
after this,
legitimate, what I mean
Trump
is
is going to decide
he was
that
recognized as the head
military
of state.
action, or
Like,
at least
I don't
airstrikes,
mean legitimacy
are
in like
cost-free. You know, there's not a big
whether
hasn't been
the,
a big blowback yet.
Oh, thank you.
And maybe he decides America first now means
yeah, that'd be
let's
great.
let America expand and let's create
When
a
I
new empire.
when I say legitimate,
And
I don't
think
mean
this
like
next clip from
how he
today's
came
press
into
conference
power,
gives you a
but he
sense
was
of
recognized
where
as the ruler
kind
of that nation,
you know,
right?
empire, gunpoint.
That's what I mean
is,
by
pointed at
legitimate.
Next.
Is your message here for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba's an interesting case.
And like,
Cuba
honestly,
is,
that's
you
not
know,
even the point.
Not doing very
Like,
well
that's
right
absolutely
now.
not like I don't care.
That system has not been a very good one for
Like,
Cuba.
that's
The
not
people there
even
have
the
suffered
point.
for many, many years. And I think Cuba is
thank
going to
you.
be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now.
Oh,
very
Cuba's
badly
next, I
failing
guess.
nation.
One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not.
So that means,
concerned
like,
about anything happening to him in the
because like
aftermath
if
of this
you
operation. So,
if you
just what
like
your message
give it
is.
if you
He
give
has
this
cocaine
action
mills.
any
He
type
has,
of justification,
factories
like
where he makes cocaine.
you
And
slip,
yeah, I think I stick by my.
you
first
open the
statement.
door
He's making cocaine.
for
they're sending
any
it into the
justification,
United States, so he does have to watch his
then
ass.
what
so,
the hell?
Look, I mean, that's just two overt threats.
Then what happens
to leftist, left-wing
is
governments in
that
Latin
opens the
America
door
that we
for
might invade
any
you next. I mean, there's no
other
way to
nation
interpret that, right?
Yeah, we've
where
never heard
somebody
an American
came into
president
power
talk like this, or
through
Rubio kind of trying to cosplay as a tough guy.
anything
And
that
look, there's
wasn't
two things that I'm
anything
worried
other
about in
than
a kind of meta sense. First,
a fair election. You know what I
again,
mean?
This stuff always, the empire building always starts with victory.
I doubt there's any justification
the
for
hard
doing it,
days
but
come later.
none that are just
The
yeah,
violence, the
exactly.
civil wars, the repression. There's a tail to these things.
Like,
we are old enough
I
to
don't
remember
understand
when
how
the
this
Iraq
country
War
has
looked
not
great,
learned its
when
lesson.
the
Like,
Saddam Hussein
tell me,
statue
how did
was popping up in
Afghanistan
Baghdad.
go? How did Iraq
and
go?
nobody could have
How did
predicted
Libya go? Please,
it.
please,
Frankly,
like,
actually, some people did. But
enlighten
It
me.
was hard to predict how bad that would go. We just don't know what's going to
I
transpire.
mean, that's a
in
rhetorical
Venezuela
question.
or
Like,
in
I
other
already know
parts
how it
of-
went.
of the
And just to be like sort of open about it, because you and I have talked about it offline, and the early days.
Like,
of
I
the
don't
Libya
understand-
operation under Barack Obama,
100%.
There- I cannot
when
think-
Gaddafi was taken out, and people
I
were
don't know
celebrating
of
that
a
this awful
single
guy had been taken off the scene, and that is
U.S.-backed regime change that has ended up working well for us
for the entire continent of
or
Africa
the
and a lot of
people
countries
in the long
Middle
run.
East.
The only
If people want to play back
group
at me things I
that
said
our
when Gaddafi
regime
went,
changes
please do because
benefit
you're I agree with
are
that lesson.
the like ultra wealthy
This stuff gets
that
harder
are
as the
capable
time
of
goes
taking
on. By
advantage
the way, we don't
of
know what other countries are
the
gonna be
natural
doing. The Chinese have
resources
hundreds of thousands
or
of nationals
business
there. The Russians have had a presence there.
opportunities
They could
in the
choose
region.
to make things more
That's
difficult
it.
for us, and
Yep.
we've seen these kind of failed state places become proxy wars.
Well, to
too.
be honest, this has been much
But the
better
second point is more
compared to the last one.
important, and it's what
Okay,
I'm
so
more
look,
worried about,
you
which
got to
is the
remember.
lesson he's gonna take.
Actually, no,
He's gonna
you
get a
don't
lot of
remember. You said
positive
you're in your early
reinforcement
20s.
for
I
this.
remember
He's going to have all the
when
Republicans
Iraq
saying,
started
"Oh, look what a
in
strong man you
2003.
are."
I
He's gonna
remember.
get a lot of the MAGA people, some of them
and
you know, are sincere.
it
and
was
they're
like
America
within
first
like the
instincts, but
first
some of them will
week
be
or
like,
first
well,
month or
Trump,
something.
like, he looks like such a strong man now.
George
and
Bush
all
is
those kind
on
of
the deck of
naysayers
this
are
like
just the
battleship
weak
or
people who don't
carrier
understand what
with
he's doing. The lesson
with a
he
big
could take
banner that says something
is
like
then
"We
we're,
won" or
what,
something like
going
that,
into Panama,
or
maybe
victory.
taking Panama Canal. Or
Like
maybe
the
we're
same
going into
thing
Havana
happened
to
in
take out
Iraq,
the Cuban
where
regime.
the
Or maybe we're
initial
just bombing Colombia because
the
that
initial
leader
action
is somebody that Trump doesn't like.
Yeah, or Greenland.
Or maybe we, you know, we're taking
was
Greenland. And again,
was successful.
Go read your history, right? I mean, you get an autocratic strongman who starts going down this
But
slope of
You know, there's
conquering
already
after conquering,
videos.
war after war, regime after regime, that never ends well.
See?
It usually
Ha!
ends either in a lot of
Ah!
violence along the way.
Someone that's
in those
worked in the government.
places,
Someone smarter than
or
me.
In some
He
kind
just
of
said what I
global
just
conflict.
said.
And that leads to the other point here, which is what is the lesson that Russia and China are going to take?
I was
from
like,
this?
no, like there's
This is
there's
basically how
like people in the
Russia's
streets
operated
already, like
since it invaded Crimea in 2014. What if they
it's
want to
like
kill
you
Zelensky?
gotta understand the
And
honestly
their justification is, well, you just,
the
you know,
point isn't
arrested,
they
Maduro, put
don't
him on
want
plane.
a stable
The Chinese,
system. They don't.
What if they go to Taiwan and say, well, you know,
Like
they're a
they
threat to
don't
our
want
national
a
security, just
regime
like you said,
change. They
Venezuela
want
was
a
threat to your
regime
national security.
downgrade.
We are now in a world
Because they
in
want
which
the
there really
instability.
are no
Because the
rules.
instability
And look, people might say, well, those rules are
allows
working.
them to
I
keep
don't know, like having some guardrails,
keep their
some
influence.
restraint. This kind
Like
of military operation.
oh,
was
Iran. Iran's another one.
Even in Trump's first
Look what
term,
happened
when he was trying
in
to get
the
Maduro out, he never
in the
would have thought
70s
about doing this.
when
And it just shows
after
you how much
the
this has
or
been
right before the
and he's now
the
normalized
revolution
an
when
extra thing, which
they
is
wanted to
no
nationalize all their
congressional
oil.
authorization, no
England and the U.S. were like, nah,
I
fam.
can just go in with the US
Sorry,
military
we're gonna
as a kind of my
we're gonna help
militia
stir up
to
some
take
shit.
out a leader and say that
Like
we're
it
gonna
all
run the
comes down to
place
these
and
freaking
have the oil companies in
man.
charge again. I mean, yeah, the
I
precedent
hate
again
it.
for
I
that
hate
is like
this.
the 1900s, but you know, we went through 2 world wars that taught us that, you know, that kind of empire building leads you to want to make some rules.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's sort of the modern regime change operation, like day one is the
Like-
easiest because the
Just
U.S.
a-
Special
welcome
Forces
to the
will win
Marshall
every
Plan.
single battle
Every
they
battle.
are ever asked to fight, right? The U.S. Delta
Oh, there's
Force,
a cool
they're
show on
more
Netflix.
experienced,
It's
they're
called
better
Cover Up.
trained, they're better
Have you seen it?
equipped, They're better enabled.
It's
by,
freaking it's
US
phenomenal.
intelligence and
Like
by
there
a
were so
$1
many
per year military
things
budget.
that
Like,
I knew
was
about,
never in
but I
question.
didn't
think
know who
there was
the
some question,
journalists
I
were
remember asking these questions on the
that
show
like broke the story,
about
like
how
the
sophisticated or
the
not
My Lai massacre in Vietnam,
Venezuela's, air defense systems might be,
Watergate,
whether you could see a situation where there were members of the Venezuelan military with
John F.
man
Kennedy
pads or
affair.
shoulder-powered
What else?
missile launchers,
What else?
you know,
What
kind of
else?
like dispersed
Abu
places
Ghraib
that
prison.
take out a helicopter
It was
or
all
two, right, and lead to
broke
US
by the
casualties.
same
Thank God
journalist.
That did not happen, right? But that's never been the issue.
Like you should
The-
check it out
the
if you have
issue
Netflix.
is
It's called
the United
Cover Up.
States sending U.S. military
Like this dude is
to solve political problems in other countries, and
this
that
dude,
is exactly
like,
what's happening here. Like,
he
Nicolas
should- he's
Maduro
like-
was a bad guy. He
If
repressed
there's a
people,
journalism hall of
locked up
fame,
his
it should be named
opponents,
after him.
Stole elections. He ran the state into the ground.
Like he's like
He led
in
to
his
people
mid 80s
deaths.
and he's
He
still
led to
working.
mass
Like he's
migration. Like
he's
no one's
still like
arguing
during
any
the
of that. The question is
during the documentary he was still
is it
taking
just-
calls
is it
from like
legal?
anonymous sources.
Is it right to launch a regime change operation just because Donald Trump decides he doesn't like Maduro, and you know, Rubio decides he doesn't like Maduro, because like that's a very slippery slope. It could lead to regime change wars in Cuba and Colombia because we're obviously threatening them. But what's to stop him from launching it anywhere else he wants? Like, why not North Korea just because they have a nuke, right? What message does it send to other countries thinking
That's
about
exactly why.
proliferation and risk? So that's what people
Because
think
they have a
are
nuke.
quite worried about this, even though in the early
I think-
days it always looks kind of triumphant. Ben, I've seen some good statements and some pretty
I
bad
would
ones.
prefer to be there to be
Tim
no
Kaine
nukes.
had a great statement out asking the right
But
questions. U.S. Senator from Virginia, you know, sort of asking some of the
any
questions
country
you asked, like, is
that
Trump,
has
Trump just
been
threatened to
named by
attack the
our
Iranians if they
administration
attack
within
protesters.
the
Does that mean,
last
like,
year
we're on the precipice of
should
deploying
seriously
troops there?
consider acquiring
You know,
nukes.
Netanyahu was just at the at Mar-a-Lago for like the 17th time since Trump took office. There's
That's
all
the
these
only
reports
way
that the Israelis are asking either for
to keep
permission or U.S.
governments
support
like ours
for another bombing mission
and the Israeli
against
government
Iran
from
to take out
just
their ballistic missile program. So
being
that feels
bullies.
like a coming attraction. A lot of
Well,
our
just like
international allies are a little more hesitant. You know, like Keir
Just the,
Starmer's
like-
out there saying he wants to get the facts.
just a disregard
he wants
for
to
human
uphold
life.
international law. I'm guessing he's not going to
It's
like
just
the
like I
facts,
don't
and he's
I
gonna
can't
believe
understand
that
it.
international law has
I
not
don't.
been upheld, but then not
It's
really
not
say
something
much
I can
about
comprehend.
it. Yeah, there's some top EU officials who expressed serious concern. Right, that was sort of like the most I saw the dial turned up. But I'm going to read you one of the stronger statements I've seen, and I know you know who this is from, but I bet it'll surprise listeners. Quote, but there is one fundamental reason to oppose the regime change that the United States has just brought about in Venezuela. The sovereignty of states is never negotiable, regardless of their size, their power, or their continent. It is inviolable and sacred. To renounce this principle today for Venezuela, for any state, would be to accept our own enslavement
I don't
tomorrow.
understand understand why the
that was from Marine Le Pen, the current and former sort of head of the far right party.
I don't understand
in
why
France,
the United Nations.
Look, I hate
they
everything
created
about
all
her.
these
I
rules,
hate her
these
politics and
international,
views, but that is quite clear,
international
and I think
laws.
that is also the tone that I think a lot
And it
of
was just
America
like
First
everything was based off
voters thought
the honor system.
they were voting for.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
why was
I-
there
you know, it's
never
interesting with Le Pen because
like
there's
an
always
enforcing
been this,
body?
you know, aspect of
you
French
know?
nationalism that kind
When
of resents,
one of
you know,
the
American
one of the
empire,
nations
right?
went rogue like
and
this.
so she's kind of playing to both
Like,
the sovereignty
honestly,
conscious nature of
something
the
like
right
this,
wing
like
in this
every
country,
other
like you
country should
said,
be like, we're not
and
trading with
something
you.
that is
Like even
deeply
if it hurts
inside
us a
France.
little bit.
Yeah, I think. Look,
Like you want to
the
be
thing that
imperialistic
worries
and just
me
start bombing other countries,
is
like invading other
this
countries
kind
without
of behavior
just for oil.
can
like,
become contagious.
sorry, like no one's
And
trading with you
maybe it
now.
already has been. You know, I mean, maybe
Like, that is
the
legitimately what should
American war on
happen.
terror,
But,
the
like,
Russian invasion of Ukraine, what
basically
you know,
just
Israel
like
attacking 7 or 8
the
countries
last
in the Middle East.
50
We've
years
been
at
kind of
least, it's
conditioned
just
for
been
more and more of this kind of stuff. But you already
the U.S.
see
and
it.
Israel
Again,
just get to
it's
do whatever they
probably
want.
Not like entirely a coincidence that Trump is threatening Iran at the same time that he's doing this in Venezuela. It's just like this stuff. If you look at history, leaders start to say, "Well, this is my time to do that thing I wanted to do." Like we're now in one of those periods where let's grab while the getting's good. You know, Putin will be using this, throwing this back in our face. Whatever he does in Ukraine, if he wants to go into Moldova or the Baltics, we'll be hearing about this. You know, and so this is my concern of just the kind of that breakdown of order. But it's not just the breakdown of order; it's that sense of if you're a strongman anywhere, it's like now's the time. Sovereignty is out the window. You know. And we don't have to respect borders anymore. And we don't even need to have the pretext of going to the United Nations. Or we don't have to have the pretext in our countries of going to parliaments for some kind of authorization. That's when this stuff gets real dangerous. And we kind of re-enter the kind of history that we kind of thought we left behind. That's what you kind of feel on a day like today. Now, with the MAGA movement may prove to be the biggest constraint on Trump, you know, because the Republicans in Congress have not used their institutional prerogatives. And if people think
I think
that
there's
sounds kind of
been
wishy-washy,
I think in the last
just
month or
think
two,
of the awesome power
I
of the
think
United
there's
States
been 2
military
votes
in the hands of
in
one
the
person who doesn't have to have anyone
in
permission
Congress.
to do anything with that military.
Like
that's why,
like was
not
it
to
the
sound
War
like a
Powers
nerd, the
Resolution,
founders
War
were like,
Powers Act,
let's
something
not
like that?
let that happen because that's
that
how
was
you get
supposed
dictators, that's how
to
you get kings, right?
prevent this from
And-
happening.
And so if
And
Congress is sidelined, the
I
only
think
check
both
on Trump
times,
is
I
gonna
think every
be
single
pushback
Republican
from
voted
within
against
MAGA,
it,
that
if I'm
this
not
is not what
mistaken.
we signed up for. This is not what we voted for. This is not lowering costs for
Or if there
Americans.
were
This is not
Republicans that voted
addressing,
against
you know,
it, was
what-
like
they'll make a big
just
show about,
enough.
I think probably just deporting a lot of
So that
Venezuelans
would
back
still,
to Venezuela. You know, that's why Stephen Miller's up on
go in their
stage.
favor.
You know,
Right.
he's salivating at the prospect of deporting people there.
Well, also, you know, Stephen Miller is just looking for any way to prove that we are at war with Venezuela so we can invoke the Alien Enemies Act and then
Yeah.
deport like every Venezuelan who came here, even though a lot of them were told to come here because, you know, they were members of the opposition or they opposed the Maduro government. They thought they had like, you know, support from the United States, but here we are.
Pod Save the World is brought to you by Sundays for Dogs. New year, new you should always include eating better, right? Well, if you're upgrading and optimizing what goes in your body, then why are our dogs still stuck with the same old kibble routine? Give them real food, give them good food, give them Sundays for Dogs. Sundays was founded by a veterinarian and mom, Dr.
It's
Tori
just like-
Waxman, who got tired of seeing so-called premium
I don't
dog food
understand
full of
'cause, like,
fillers
people
and
like me
synthetics. So she designed Sundays.
What
air-dried
we're
real
saying,
food, made in a
you know,
human-grade kitchen using the same ingredients and care you'd use to
uh,
cook for yourself and for your family. Every
like
bite of
people with
Sundays
more
is clean and made
influence
from
than
real
me,
meat,
obviously.
fruits
I got
and
like
veggies and no kibble. That means
2
no
viewers.
weird ingredients you can't pronounce and no fillers. Compared to kibble and other brands out there,
Like, no,
Sundays
people
invest
with, like,
50 times more in
legitimate
its ingredients to ensure premium quality.
amount
Because your
of
dog deserves
influence
food made with care, not in the
said that
interest
like
of cost
shit
cutting.
like this is
And the
going to
best
happen
part,
if he
you
got
can
elected.
Scoop and serve. No freezer, no thawing, no prep.
And
no mess, just
people
nutrient-rich, clean
believed
food that fuels
his
their happiest, healthiest days so you can get more of them to
anti-war
share together. Listen, we love our dogs
propaganda.
like,
like I don't,
family members.
You bet.
Basically,
Sometimes more,
our,
some
our
cases
children,
more, you know.
often more.
I don't
Why not
understand
feed them the same kind of quality food that
how
you would feed
so many
a cousin,
people-
a brother, a child.
like was it
and you know,
was it like
watch how
deep
happy it
down
makes your dog.
Trump
Watch
voters they
how
knew
thrilled they are, how much more
what kind of
energy they have,
person
a
he
better
was,
mood, more calm,
but they had to
focused,
like
softer
keep
coat,
up the
less itching, no
facade
eye
like they
boogers,
believed him?
better poops, all of the above.
Or
check out Sundays for Dogs.
do they
Make
legitimately
the switch to
believe him?
Sundays. Go right now to
And then
sundaysfordogs.com
as he,
/world30 and get 30%
you know,
off your first
backtracks,
3 orders. Or you can use the
like,
code WORLD30
do they just
at checkout.
cope?
That's 30% off your first 3 orders.
You know,
at
is it like a sunk cost thing where they just like can't get out of
sundaysfordogs.com/world30,
it, or they don't want to get out of it? Like so they have to keep making it like
WORLD30 at checkout.
at this point,
podcast is sponsored by Squarespace. Squarespace
I'm not
is the
even
all-in-one
sure.
website platform
Yeah, I don't know
designed to
either.
elevate
Like,
your online presence and drive your success.
like I couldn't even.
Squarespace provides all the necessary tools to claim your domain, build a
with all
professional
the
website,
Epstein stuff
expand
too.
your brand, and facilitate
Like, I
payments,
am not even
make it
sure
the ideal solution
that
for businesses of all
if a
sizes.
video comes out
Squarespace gives you everything you need to offer
of
services and get paid,
stuff
all in one
that
place.
he's
From consultations
like
to events and experiences,
video
showcase your
evidence
offerings with a customizable website designed to
of
attract clients
pedophilia.
and grow your business.
Like,
With
I
Squarespace's
don't
collection of
even know if
cutting-edge
people would
design
turn
tools,
against him
anyone
then.
can build a bespoke online presence that
Probably
perfectly
because they
fits their brand
fear the
or their
alternative
business.
more than the
Start
current.
with
Yeah, look,
Blueprint
yeah, I
AI,
guess.
Squarespace's AI-enhanced
But, like,
website
okay,
builder to get a fully
this is
custom
what's
website
so
in just a few
confusing.
steps using basic information about
because
your industry, your goals, and personality to generate premium quality content and personalized
the
design
alternative
with Squarespace email
is what?
campaigns, all
Like,
the tools you need to
better
engage
public
clients, promote your
schools?
services, and grow your business are built in.
Like,
set up email automations to stay connected.
you know,
nurture
universal
leads and save
healthcare.
time,
Like,
seamlessly integrating your
I don't
offerings into beautifully
understand
designed templates that drive bookings and
how
sales.
that is more
Schedule
fearful
emails to
than
reach your audience at the perfect time,
a far
keeping your
right-wing
business
party.
top of mind and driving long-term growth.
You know it isn't
Head
black
to
and white.
Squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/world to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/world.
It's just,
you know, Ben, one person who
I think what I don't
could use this
understand. I
mention
know
real
it's not
quick is
black and white.
there's
It
a
means more
question about
federal
the
and
future
centralized
leader of
power.
the MAGA movement is
No,
JD
like,
Vance. Now, JD Vance, remember, he
okay, think about this, right? If voters are incapable of understanding the difference between the priorities of the political right in the U.S. and the political left in the U.S., if they are incapable
But he was hot
of
out of the gate with
understanding that the
tweets.
far
He
right
said the
will
president
lead
offered
towards
multiple
fascism,
off-ramps,
which we
was very
see
clear
it
throughout the process.
already,
The drug trafficking
and the
must
far
stop.
left
Stolen oil must be
leans
returned to the United
leads
States.
towards,
Maduro is the newest
you know,
person to find out
universal
that
health
President
care
Trump
and
means what
maybe
he
some
says.
free
And then he said, PSA for
you know, some
everyone
free
who says
college,
this was
right?
illegal, let me put that in quotes.
Like, if they are
Maduro
even
has multiple
incapable
indictments
of
in the United States
understanding
for
that difference,
narco-terrorism. You don't
there
get
is
to avoid justice for
absolutely
drug
no
trafficking in the
way
United States because you
that
live
they
in
would
a palace in Caracas.
weigh
Now,
weigh
that
those
argument
options
means that anytime a president
with the
wants
view
to
of
depose
more
a
or
foreign
less
leader or
centralized
invade a
federal
foreign
power.
country, you just have
And
to
as a
get
matter of
your
fact,
DOJ, the attorney general who works for
even
you,
if-
to indict that country's leader,
even if
and
they
then you're
did
good
happen
go,
to look at it
that
that
is an
way,
insane legal theory.
far left
That is
doesn't
like
lead to
the-
that.
just the
It
latest
also leads to
example
an
of JD
extreme.
Vance being the most full of shit person
So,
in the United States government.
I'm talking
Everything
about
he
the-
claims to have stood for or learned in his
the
young
extremes of the parties
political
right
life
now
has been bullshit.
in
He
the
will just
US.
say or do whatever it takes to make Trump happy,
Right.
and to get power, including
That's
now,
what I'm talking about.
supporting this regime change war. So here
And
we
not
are.
even necessarily the politicians
First
themselves,
of
but
all,
I'm
they
talking
just
about the
pardoned
base
the
because
guy from Honduras,
that's legitimately all the
yeah,
base
one
ones.
in Orlando Hernandez, who was
Like,
convicted of trafficking, like just you know,
like
gobs of
the
cocaine
far
in this
left
country.
in this country is not extreme by
and
any
you're
means.
right.
It's not.
This idea of using
Like,
these new novel.
Think
you know,
about this,
you're-
right?
like,
We
listen
have
how
we
they
have
describe
a healthcare
Gustavo
system,
Petro, the president
healthcare
of Colombia,
insurance.
Trump
All
said
they
there's a lot
are
of
is a
cocaine coming out
middleman
of, Colombia into this country, and
between
therefore, like, he better
the
watch his
patient
ass.
and the doctor.
Petro, nobody thinks that
Right.
guy is like some narco trafficker.
And the proposal,
And
the
he's not-
extreme,
and he's certainly, and he's not
which
a dictator like Maduro was. He's just a guy
is
that
to
Trump doesn't like. Well, what he
eliminate
just
that
says,
middleman,
well,
right?
because there
But
are
no,
drugs coming from
here's
that
what
country,
happens. All of a
I'm
sudden,
gonna
that's an
you
attack
know,
on
say he's
capitalism. It's
you know, fault for
communist,
that,
and you know
therefore
that
I
it's
can
not.
oppose him. Or,
Like,
I mean, we're not going to do this. But
there is
if their legal
absolutely
theory
no
actually applied
difference
universally,
between
the fentanyl is coming from
if the
China,
government
the
is going to
precursor
just
chemicals.
dish
We're
out
gonna fight
subsidies
Xi Jinping, you know, for that
willy-nilly
and
to
the
the
same thing on
healthcare
democracy and
system
human
like they
rights,
are
like
now,
Maduro,
what is the
objectively bad
difference
guy, but if you
between
open up Pandora's
what
box
they're
where you
doing
can
now
say,
and dishing out the subsidies
anybody I don't like who's committing
to the
human rights
patients
violations,
or
we
to the
can violently
hospitals,
depose,
right?
You'd have a list
so
of
that the patients
dozens,
don't
if
have
not
to
over
pay,
100
you know?
world leaders that you could find a way to put on that
Like,
list,
it would
you know?
actually,
And so
it would actually save money because all middlemen do is they add a little fee to their process so that they can profit off of it.
Yeah, whatever he wants, arbitrarily, to take control, to assume power.
Like, it's freaking absurd. Like,
in ways that were unimagineable.
The far
I mean,
left, like, it's not even far left. It's not.
Read some Axios
Like,
stories
not
soon
a
about
single.
how
Okay,
Jared
that's
Kushner's experience, you know.
I promise you
setting up
this.
the fucking
Like, I
Gaza
don't
Board of
have
Peace and
polling
all the
numbers on
ways,
this,
you know,
but
that they're, you know, taking
I
control.
promise
and making
you,
money and
there
figuring
are
out
more
corrupt means to enrich themselves.
right-wing
what facilitated
voters in
and
this
led to
country that
this,
are
you know,
perfectly
new
accepting
board of Trump advisors
of
that
a
will be
fascist
controlling Venezuela going forward. Ben, they're like, This has been
system
a
that kicks out
long-needed
anybody
break. There were so
with
many
dark
moments
skin.
throughout the course of this break where we could have
They would
broken
be
into a bonus
perfectly fine with
episode.
that.
There was apparently
I
a report
guarantee
that
you
a
there are
CIA
more of
drone strike
those
in Venezuela on
than
some
there
random
are left-wing
dock
voters
facility
that would
just
support
kinda came
full-fledged
and went. There have
communism.
been airstrikes on Nigeria.
And you also
Again, this is
know
the president who wants,
that even
the president wants a
socialism
Nobel
is
Peace
not
Prize. There are
communism.
these massive,
Like,
historic,
even
inspiring
socialism
protests
has
happening in
a
Iran as we
significant
speak, which,
degree
again, Trump
of
has
democratic
threatened
processes
to
within it.
take some sort
right?
of, I think he said like locked and loaded.
All
again,
it
some sort of
means, all
military action
social, like
against
this is
the
what's so
government of
infuriating is
Iran
people,
if they use
when they
deadly
hear
force on these
socialism, they
protesters,
think
though I believe they've
communism. Like
already
that's because
used deadly force on
propaganda.
protesters, so I don't know what's
So-
going on next. So there's been a lot that's happened.
But
this is
all
this story
socialism is
shocking to
is
me. I can't believe what we.
For
just
example,
watched,
you have a company
at that press conference today. I don't know anything.
like
else
let's
you
say
think we didn't
someone
cover
works
today that
at
we should touch on before we,
trying to think of
before we end this and get this thing
like
up?
Walmart, right?
Well, yeah. No, first of all, we bombed.
And then
Trump's bombed Nigeria.
the way
Iran,
a
and
socialist system would
Venezuela,
work
in his first year in office. That's
would be
pretty
that
wild.
the
Listen,
profits,
those are, big
like not the
countries
wages,
that if I told you
not the wages, because people would still have their wages based on, like whether they're a cashier, manager, district, regional, whatever, CEO.
Look,
They would
I
still
do
have
wanna
their own
say,
tiers of wealth. Like
I know people.
it's
in
not.
Venezuelan opposition.
It's not
We
an,
should just to
an
kind of
equal
do the quick
distribution
recap on
of wealth.
Maduro.
It's not.
Chavez gets elected.
But the
democratically,
profits
democratic
of that
legitimacy.
business, not the
For a
operating
time, it was quite
costs,
popular.
but the
spreads a bunch of
profits
money around, Venezuela's a
would
place
be
that was run a very corrupt
redistributed
way, probably 'cause it
back
was in part
to
in
the
service
workers.
to an elite and U.S. oil companies.
I think your view of what is far left
Chavez
is jaded
has
by your own
legitimate
position on the
left-wing
spectrum. While I agree the
grievances,
far
but
right
he
leads fashion, I do
takes
not
it too
agree
far. He starts
with that the far
democratic
left
system.
only leads to universal
Then
healthcare.
he dies and hands it off to
What I'm
Maduro,
saying is,
who
look at
lacks
okay.
Chavez's charisma.
Like think about this honestly.
Already, there
think about
because of Chavez's own policies. And Maduro's basically governed the place.
The far
as
right
an
position
increasingly
in this country
autocratic,
currently, as far as the voter base.
In which
you have
as
Nick
sanctions came out
Fuentes's.
from the US,
you have the Candace Owens's.
He's getting more and more
like
violent towards the opposition
and
to hold on
she
to the small and
she
smaller
pulls
piece of the
like
pie that he
over
controls.
100,000
And
views
so
every
I
single
do wanna
stream that she
acknowledge
does.
it-
Every
for
single
people
one.
like who I know
Which
people
is
who've been
that's for
imprisoned
the
in
stream.
Venezuela.
That's not the rewatch. She gets like a million
I feel
rewatches
this sense of
within like a
trepidation
day.
for-
That's pretty
for
significant.
those people, because Donald Trump is not coming there to help you.
Now,
and my concern is, well, he seems to already be in bed
think
with
about
the military that was repressing
the
those
most
people,
popular
because if those people will give us the access to oil fields, I don't think
left
Trump cares
position.
much about how the human rights situation in Venezuela changes.
that
and I will say, like, even
that
in
covers
the
a
best
significant amount of the voter
best-case
base.
Scenario, I guess, is this
On the
muddles
left.
through in 5 years.
That is
Venezuela
people
is
like
a
me.
self-governing country with more freedoms than it had
Where
under Maduro.
that's-
Even in that scenario,
we
though,
feel like we
I
deserve
just think we just watched
universal
the
health
first
care.
domino fall of what
Like
is
we
going to
believe that
be
that should be
a
a right.
return to imperialism for the United States.
Like
and
we
not
believe
America,
that the government should
with
be
the
responsible
military
for
at
that.
the
We believe
forefront
that
of
there
on
should
behalf
be
of
a
US corporations and oil companies
higher
and
tax brackets.
I
Like
just
what was it before? I think it was
can't-
before
there's silver linings and things like that
1970.
for Venezuelans, but
I think the cap was
there's
4
dark
million.
clouds in lots of other places. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, like I hear from the same people you do.
Like everything over
again,
4
I've
million,
never
and
once
I
doubted
don't know
the
if it was
bravery
income
of
or
the
wealth. I don't
Venezuelan
remember.
opposition. Like you, I've known
But that was
some of
taxed at
them
90%.
personally, or at least have friends.
I
you know,
wouldn't go
very
that
close to
extreme
Leopoldo
now because
Lopez,
of
who went to
inflation.
Kenyon College, which is where I
But
went, knew a bunch of people I know.
I would say
who
everything
relative
after a
to
billion.
mine, like don't doubt their bravery for 1 second.
Like
I
that's
do
that'd be
think
phenomenal,
that,
you know.
You know, respecting their bravery, wanting a
And
better
that's
outcome for
like look at the
Venezuela
difference.
Does not require
like there
the
is
United States
absolutely
to send U.S. service members
no
into
comparison
battle, to
to
do that, and I think that's like pretty clear.
the
and
far
obvious
right
line that
in this
sometimes
country
gets
right now
erased
and the
on
far
Twitter.
left. Like
We
there's
should note that
absolutely
as
no
we've been
comparison.
recording this,
Like
Delcy
there's no
Rodriguez,
way
the
that you can say
Venezuelan interim
one
president,
is
former vice
extreme. Like
president,
you
she's
can't say that
delivering
they're both
address to the
extreme
nation.
because they're not.
She's reportedly taking a much more defiant tone.
Higher corporate tax
than
rates,
Trump
separation
suggested she
of
would
unions,
take. She
more
said
social
that
programs,
she
etc.
agreed to help
I know the
US
progressive
run
positions,
Venezuela,
popular things.
but that the U.S. invaded Venezuela under false
Yeah.
pretenses, and that Maduro is
Like, there's
Venezuela's,
no
quote, only
comparison
president.
between the two.
She said that with
Like,
the invasion, quote, the masks had fallen off,
the
revealing only
the
one
fascist
objective,
right
regime change
that
in
we have
Venezuela.
growing
This regime change
right
would
now
also allow for the seizure of
is
our
extreme.
energy, mineral, and natural resources. This is the
And
true
I am not
objective, and the
incorrect
world
in
and
saying
international
that.
Community must know it.
But the far
Um,
left positions in this
she
country
said,
right now,
"We will
within
never
the
again be
voter
slaves.
base,
It will never again be
those are
colony,
not
any
extreme
empire, whatever its
at
nature."
all.
So she's obviously right about. So that's all from the New York
It's
Times.
like a bare
there's my
minimum.
blog of this. She's absolutely right about the
like a bare
goals
minimum
of the
to
Trump
survive.
administration.
Like
I mean,
that's
they laid
that's
them
the
out at that press
expectation.
conference.
Like
Trump had
Like,
made
think
it
about
sound
this.
like President,
The
Vice
farthest
President,
left
now
position
President
in this
Rodriguez
country
would be the one
is
facilitating
that
this
no matter
process.
where you work,
That speech
if you're
makes
working
it hard
40
to
hours a
believe.
week,
You have to
you should
wonder
be
about all the factions
guaranteed
within
enough
Venezuela
income
that are armed. And again, there's no
to
US
pay for
troop presence on the ground that
the
we know
like
of
the
to
minimum essentials, you know,
keep peace or
housing,
maintain
transportation,
order.
food,
So,
clothing,
God
electricity,
knows
all
what
that good
happens
stuff.
Next. And I think that's
Right?
kind of the point. Like
That's the far
yes,
left. The
kinda
far right
released a Pandora's box and who
wants
knows which way it
to
goes.
Because she's probably navigating between
wants
wanting
to
save
imprison
the
brown
skin with
people,
the
like-
Americans, but also, you know, she's got some people over her shoulder. You know,
far
some
right
who are
currently closed
ideological,
borders,
want
no
to be
immigration,
sent up to the
investigation,
empire.
isolation.
And look, because Trump
and
the mask is
racism,
down, all
racism,
those things she
bigotry,
said
like
that, you know, usually
I know
people roll
you
their
said
eyes
it
at,
in a
you know,
very
that's just,
political
you know,
way
leftist
right there,
rhetoric.
but no, it's
those are things Trump
it's not
said
just
out loud,
isolationism,
you know, like, this is
isolationism.
not
No, like they
like about taking the oil.
they
you know, and
legitimately
so
are.
We're in this new phase.
They
The other
don't
thing
even
I do
think
just want to reiterate, Tommy, is
that
what China and
neighborhoods
Russia
should
choose to do here
be
is also very
integrated
important,
racially.
because she's also talking to them. There's no question. There was a Chinese envoy in Venezuela.
If you exclude the extremes,
yesterday,
as
meeting
was
Maduro,
done with the
right?
left.
There are a huge number of Chinese nationals, and I'm sure that there's some intelligence professionals among
No,
those
okay,
Chinese
so
nationals. Same
you
thing with
tell
the
me
Russians.
what-
There's a bunch of Cubans down there.
I'm
This
giving you
This is a much more complicated situation than Trump was presenting at the press.
I'm giving you
conference.
like a significant
And
bubble
this is literally act
of,
one of what it's going to be
of a
much
voter
longer
base,
play.
right?
Yeah, this is
like I don't know what
the very,
percentage,
very
maybe
beginning.
like 20 to
So
30%
be wary
of the
anyone
Democratic
offering
voter
hot
base
takes on Twitter about
is
how everything is great and how well
this
went.
position.
All
And
right,
I'm
I
saying
think
like
that is it from us. Happy
like
New Year,
20 to
everybody. I'm sure we'll
30%
be talking
of the
about this
Republican voter base
again early
is
next
that far
week,
right.
At Tuesday
You know,
for
like
Wednesday's
even
show,
farther
at the
than
minimum,
MAGA. I'll say
but
20.
maybe earlier
Say
than
20
that.
and 20.
Thank you for watching this episode or listening to this episode of Pod Save the World.
So
please subscribe to Pod
you
Save
can't
the World.
you can't
both on
exclude
YouTube
anything
and,
there
wherever you get
because
your
those
podcasts.
are
Again,
the
thank you.
farthest left and right positions that exist. With significant numbers, with significant with a significant portion of the voter base. So on the right, you got the
welcome
fascist.
To the show, y'all. We are recording on a
God damn it.
Saturday because we have
This guy's always loud.
colossal breaking news here.
So on the right, you got legitimate anti-Semitic fascists. Hamas people would be the farthest left. No, they're actually far right, believe it or not. And I'm telling you this right now. The people who are pro-Palestinian, they are not pro-Hamas. Like, you got to get that. That is absolutely not true. Like, the overwhelming majority of people who are pro-Palestinian do not support war crimes and the killing of innocent people. Like, let's just get that straight right there. That is not the case. Now, if you look at the organization Hamas itself, they would actually be considered a far right group. They're religiously conservative, you know, isolationist, bigoted, so on and so forth. They're basically like brown fascists. However, if you apply the rule, that's an interesting description of them. I mean, what else? So, what was I going to say? I had a path I was going to take and I can't remember what it was. Oh, so prior to October 7th, they were a legitimate political party. Well, not legitimate. They were a political party. That was violent, and they did commit war crimes, right? That is absolutely true. However, if you ascribe to the view that Israel has a right to defend itself, then it would be hypocritical or blatantly bigoted to say that Palestinians do not have that same right. The method that Hamas went about it, that was a war crime. You know? Like, that shouldn't be tolerated. Now, everyone has a right to defend themselves. Absolutely. Now, if you look at it conversely, if you think that what Hamas did on October 7th was a war crime, then it is hypocritical and blatantly bigoted to refuse to admit that what happened after that, what Israel did to the Palestinians, is not also a war crime. Right? So the cognitive dissonance there is just astounding. Anyway, got sidetracked. No. Both are war crimes. And while they are both war crimes, one of them is exceptionally more extreme than the other. Right? Like, it's crazy. You heard a lot of talk after October 7th based on population percentage. How in terms of population, that October 7th was like, what'd they say, like 10 9/11s, right? In terms of population or something crazy like that. Now, let's apply that same standard to the percentage of Palestinians that have been killed since then. And how does that compare in terms of percentage to their population? They were sitting around 2 million before. So here's what's funny. This is what's funny, right? Prior to October 7th, the Palestinian population officially was sitting somewhere around 2 million. Like, I want to say, like, give or take 100,000, okay? They're claiming that I think it was like 70 to 80,000 Palestinians have been killed. However, they are also saying that the current Palestinian population is like 1.5 to 1.6 million. So, what I'm wondering is, if the pre-October 7th number is 2 million, we'll just say 2 million, and the current number is like 1.5 to 1.6, but they're saying that they've only killed, you know, like 70 to 80,000. I don't know, but to me, like, the math isn't mathing on that. You know what I mean? I don't know. Anyway, back to the original topic of the far left and the far right in the U.S. No. You know, so you can look at, so here's where I think, like, let's avoid hypotheticals, right? You made a comment earlier, like, you know where both extremes will lead. Like, honestly, if it was possible for a communist system to work, if it was possible that it could work, I don't think it is. If it was, that would be a legitimate, amazing system where, like, completely collectivist, like, everybody does what they're supposed to do, no favoritism, right? But the thing is like, people have ambitions. Like, people have, there's always that, there's always that human nature, that most people have to better themselves, or even just competition to be better than everyone else. And like, and then you have the people that, you know, like the narcissistic people that will, the people that are just like blatantly corrupt, sociopathic people that will step on everyone they can to get ahead. So it would never work. So I think there's not even, I don't even think there's any reason to even include the far left hypothetical, because there's absolutely no way that it would happen or work. Like, even the old Soviet Union wasn't even communist. They called themselves communist. China calls itself communist, but they're really not. right? China has a lot more capitalism than people want to admit. At least here, anyway. So, we'll say for the sake of argument, that is the far left end state. The extreme far left end state. Okay? We're not even close to that. Nowhere close to it. The far right end state is some sort of authoritarianism. Like, you can think of any oppressive authoritarianism, and that's going to be the far right. Whether it's an oligarchy, monarchy, fascism, like, you name it. As it stands right now, look at how close we are as a population. And look at how much we have moved as a governmental policy towards that far right endgame. Right? So, to say that we can't even entertain like socialist ideas because it might lead to communism when we are already like 20% into fascism, like, I think I just, to me, that sounds like a bad faith argument, and it ignores the current situation that we're in. You know what I mean? It's like in Congress when they're like, when someone proposes legislation and the other party's like, no, that won't work, so we're just going to turn it down. Like, the goal when that happens is just to keep things from getting better. It's like, yeah, I don't think it's a good faith argument to point out the the far left extreme hypothetical when we are already dipping our foot into the water of the far right hypothetical end state. So that's my position on that. I tried to explain that as eloquently as I could. I hope that made sense.
Has officially been a regime change war that has been launched by Trump against Venezuela. They have kidnapped or abducted Maduro and his wife. He's on a U.S. warship, allegedly being brought to the U.S., to New York in particular, to stand trial over
how the left-wing politicians
but,
in our country are basically
massive bombing raid
center
in the
right.
capital of Venezuela, Caracas. And the fallout from this is absolutely terrifying and chaotic.
What was it they passed in Congress
the U.S. is trampling all over international
like they wanted
law.
to denounce
This
socialism
stuff is
after
incredibly
Mamdani
bizarre,
won?
Incredibly extreme. I wish I was wrong. I was warning you for the longest time that regime change in Venezuela is coming, and everything I said has now come to pass. Again, I wish I was dead wrong, but of course I was right. And I think back to all the times I was arguing with people on Twitter during the campaign saying Trump is a psychotic, massive warmonger, and everybody in MAGA would say, no, he's the pro-peace ticket. Him and J.D. Vance are the pro-peace ticket. They're the ones who are against wars. Well, here we are again, and it's worse than, honestly, anybody, including myself, could have imagined. All right, so let's start with this here. The last 12 hours have been absolutely insane. At 10:30 p.m. last night, Chinese officials arrive in Venezuela to meet with President Maduro. So Chinese officials were there when this attack happened. At 1:15 a.m., unexpected airstrikes in Venezuela begin. At 2:40 a.m., President Trump confirms he has ordered the strikes. At 4:20 a.m., President Trump says the U.S. has captured President Maduro and his wife. By the way, let's be clear. It's not captured. That sounds like official and legal. It's kidnapped and abducted is what happened here. At 7:25 a.m., President Maduro and his wife are indicted in the Southern District of New York. Now, look, I'm going to point this out multiple times here, but the fact of the matter is they don't have the evidence to convict him on anything. Also, just the idea you can kidnap the president of a sovereign, independent country, bring them to your judicial system, and try them, by that logic, can Iran kidnap and arrest Trump? Can China kidnap and arrest Trump and bring him there and
Hold on.
indict him on something?
Hold
Or
on. What is that? My point is that the left isn't a solution to the right, just as the right is a solution to the left. It isn't about risk, but about structure. Foot in the door to centralized authoritarianism. A stepping into the door of centralized power, but not quite authoritarian. Seems like both centralizes power. No. Okay. So, it's not like the far left voter base in this country does not even want necessarily centralized power. What they want, including myself, is centralized responsibility. Although with great power comes great responsibility. If we watch Spider-Man, no, like, okay, so what's the way it works now? The government is currently giving money in the form of subsidies to healthcare insurance companies, right? They're giving money for the purpose of paying for healthcare. How does that, if that money is given directly to the hospitals or the doctors to cover the cost of those procedures and appointments, whatever, medical requirements, that does not move anything further to the left whatsoever. Like, it doesn't. Because the government is already giving money for the purpose of paying for healthcare. It's just, at some point, somebody was like, hey, if we just become a middleman, we can take some money off the top, charge a little bit more, and the government, like, honestly, the institution of the healthcare insurance industry, it had to come from like some form of like revolving door policy corruption thing. It had to. Like, there's no other way. But no, like, honestly, nothing would be changing except for United Healthcare CEOs would no longer have the capability of giving themselves a $20 million bonus on top of their $100 million salary. That implies the system won't be expanded or reworked or money wouldn't increase. Yeah. That's exactly what that implies. Like, when you eliminate the middleman, a middleman that adds a fee to the process, or just outright denies care, right? You know, like, think about it. Like, you're sitting there with your doctor. They're like, oh yeah, you got a brain tumor, you need this chemo. And you have like thousands of medical doctors in the United Healthcare system that say no. Like, now that would no longer be the case. Like, people would receive legitimate care. Like, you're sitting there right in front of your doctor, and you still have to go through something. Like, how ridiculous is that? Like, okay, think of it from a business perspective. If you have a process in a business, like you're a programmer, right? Look at this in terms of programming. If you have a junior programmer and you find a more efficient way to code what they've been doing, like, let's say you can cut some of it out and the results is, I don't know exactly how coding programming works. I don't. But I'm assuming that there are shortcuts, as with any business, any process, any procedure. If you are able to achieve the same results using less time and less money, it inherently becomes more efficient. So, saying that removing the healthcare insurance out of their middleman position, saying that would not make the process cheaper, saying that would not make it more efficient, that's just like, that's a complete disregard for common sense. Refactoring, reducing time complexity and space complexity, yes. All right. So there you go. So you know for a fact, if you can find a quicker, more efficient way to do stuff, it saves time, it saves money. Like, that is legitimately how businesses work. They implement a process, they test it, or they come up with a process, they test it, they implement it, and there's typically a period where it's a little bit more difficult, but as the process becomes more intuitive, it becomes more efficient. And when you, like, I know that you know what I'm trying to say. Like, there's absolutely no way that what I'm saying does not make sense. At least to someone that actually has critical thinking skills. The only way that someone would be contrarian is if they just have a negative subconscious hate and bigotry towards the word Democrat, and they think that all Democrats are socialists. My point was about the power still being centralized. Not that changing how the money is spent could be beneficial or stopping the middleman stuff is bad. But see, like, nothing becomes more centralized with the universal healthcare system. There is no increased centralization. Like, money is coming in to the government, and it's going out in the form of subsidies. Like, literally nothing changes. It's just where the money goes. Like, how many steps in the procedure? But that is the far left extreme position of the left-wing voter base in the US right now. That holds a significant portion of the voter base. Do those subsidies scale based on how many hospitals there are? Like in my proposal, like the way it is now, they just give, I don't know how they determine how much in subsidies to give to the healthcare industries right now. I don't know how they come to that determination right now. But in my proposal, the money given to the hospital would be based purely, or actually, like, not even hospital. Like, when I say hospital, I'm including, like, primary care and specialty care as well. Like, I'm including, like, the whole healthcare gamut, like emergency room, operating room, primary, like everything. Anyway, it would be determined based on the patient volume and the wages of the, like, the upkeep of the buildings, right? Because there's going to be upkeep, repairs, whatever, electricity, all that good stuff. The operation, building operation, and then the salaries of the workers.
Lock him up or find him guilty. So, look, are there actually going to be trials? I don't know, because he would almost certainly get off in that scenario. So is it going to be show trials? Is it going to be some bullshit military tribunal? So many unanswered questions now. This stuff is incredibly extreme. We're in uncharted territory with this stuff, man. We really are. All right. So Trump said,
back to the current far-right party, which is actually in power,
against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So I kid you not when I say,
how about this?
This motherfucker wouldn't even stop golfing for this.
I'm willing to entertain hypotheticals for a moment. I'm willing to entertain hypotheticals for a moment. Let's say, for example, Wait, oh, who handles the funding? Can the funding be withheld? What happens to the government not like how the hospital is being run? Audits? You know? Like, we already have, well, I mean, we did until Elon Musk got a hold of it. But we have an agency dedicated to oversight, right? We have an oversight committee, you know, in both the House and the Senate, I'm pretty sure. Right, but anyway, there's an agency specifically dedicated towards like auditing and oversight. So it wouldn't be a thing to send out inspectors, you know, every they could be audited every year, tax time. Like you could specifically, like this would actually increase jobs also. You could have a specific wing, a specific branch of the IRS dedicated towards the auditing and analysis of the financials of these hospitals. And then, what, twice a year you send out an inspector to make sure the building's in good shape? Like, it's minimal. I was going to say something about hypotheticals. Now I can't remember where I was going to go with it. You distracted me. It's been like 30 minutes. I'm only 3 minutes into this video.
In Mar-a-Lago.
How dare you?
And he says, well, I don't even need the Situation Room. I'm not going to be in a bunker or anything like that. I'm going to watch this shit from here, and I'll do a press conference from here, and then still make my tea time. That's how insane this stuff is. All right, more. Mike Lee says, just got off the phone with Secretary Rubio. He informed me that Nicolas Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the U.S., and that the kinetic action we saw tonight was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest
And as far
warrant.
as who handles the funding,
This action likely falls within
each
the
hospital would have their own
president's
like
inherent
financial
authority under Article 2 of the
officer and
Constitution
maybe
to
like a
protect
couple of
US personnel
assistants,
from
right?
an actual or imminent attack. Thanks, Secretary Rubio, for keeping me apprised. Okay,
Like they already have a
this guy
CFO.
thinks
Yeah,
you're stupid.
CFO.
This is insulting
Each hospital
the
could have their own
intelligence of the
CFO.
American people. What he's saying is, in the midst of us illegally and offensively attacking another country, they had to do self-defense because there maybe were going to be retaliatory attacks to our offensive and aggressive attack. He's saying that somehow counts as self-defense. Because, you know, if a guy walks up to you in a bar with a knife and a broken bottle and tries to stab you to death, and then that person fights back, that's actually the person who started it with the knife and the bottle. That's him acting in self-defense somehow. This is like, I'm at a loss for words with how absurd this is. This is, you know, a Republican senator, along with almost all the others we're about to see, just totally cucking themselves and saying, we don't care about the fact that under the Constitution, we're the body that's responsible for war. We're just going to farm this out to our emperor, overlord, warlord, God King, Donald Trump, and let him make all the decisions in the world, even though he's allegedly dealing with Alzheimer's now, and he's a fredophile grapist. Okay? So this
Oh, the
is
religious
just
thing?
insanely,
Trust me, it's not a
insanely
big
out
deal.
there. All right, more.
The
Bondi says,
the
Nicolas
only
Maduro and his wife have been indicted
the
in the Southern
only
District of
hiccups
New
you
York.
see,
Nicolas Maduro
like,
has been charged with narco-terrorism, conspiracy,
I have a relative
cocaine importation conspiracy,
who
possession
works
of machine guns and destructive
in an
devices.
ER.
What? And conspiracy
And
to
the
possess
only
machine guns and
religious
destructive
difficulties
devices
she
against
experiences
the US. They will soon
are
face
the
the full wrath of
anti-vaxxers,
American justice on American soil
the
and American courts.
evangelicals,
On behalf of the entire U.S. DOJ, I
who
would like to thank
think
President
that
Trump for having the courage
Bill
to demand
Gates is trying to
accountability on behalf
put
of the American people. And a huge thank you to our
chips
brave
into the
military who
vaccines.
conducted the incredible
Right.
and highly successful mission to capture these two alleged international narco traffickers. So like I said, there's literally no evidence of any of this stuff, and this stuff will fail if there's a fair trial.
locally
So that
owned
begs the
primary
question,
care.
is there even going to be a trial? And if there is going
I
to
mean,
be a
it'd just
trial,
be
is it going to be a show
based
trial?
on the scale of
And
patients
again, by
and
this
the
logic,
care provided.
Can China arrest Trump? Can Iran arrest Trump and just charge
The
him
operation
under
of the
their
facility
laws?
and the pay of the
This is
workers,
like this should be insulting to the intelligence of anybody who even has a
Same
basic
thing.
understanding of geopolitics and international affairs and international law and U.S. law for that matter. I mean, this is so out there, man. All right, let me give you some more. So here, now we finally get to
are you an
the
innocent?
actual
I need to kill an
bombings. Take a look
innocent
at this.
person. Trying to join the.
This is insane. So
Trying to join
imagine
the Dark
being
Brotherhood
in a
here.
bar in Caracas,
Gotta kill an innocent person.
you know, on a weekend night, and then all of a sudden, it turns into, you know, it turns into hell around you. All you hear is
I don't wanna
endless
be seen, though.
explosions. You look in different
Go the other
directions,
way.
and you see things blowing up.
Go away, guy.
Horrifying. By the way, you're about to see so many different targets were attacked. So many targets were attacked. And we don't even know what most of the targets were. We do know one of them, and I'll talk about that in a second. But this is like, there's no way these are, all military targets that were being very careful to only get military people and not civilians. No, this government truly does not give a shit about innocent
Yeah,
civilians.
stay right there.
Which is why they've killed over 100 of them in the
Here we go,
Caribbean.
here we go.
Right? They've
Now's
been
my
bombing
chance.
fishing boats like nobody's business. They bombed Iran, they bombed Somalia, they bombed Yemen, they bombed Nigeria the other day and hit an innocent village. They don't care. This is all about the macho man show of force is what they're doing here. This isn't like some highfalutin fucking James Bond style.
hide.
We're just getting all the actual bad guys, bro, and we're sure of it. We used our satellite from 1,000 miles away and zoomed in enough to see a fucking penny on the ground, and we knew it was the bad guy. It's all bullshit.
Okay, so I'm not saying that merely swapping the funding from insurance to direct primary care will further centralized power, since the power is already centralized. If that program gets expanded, like, I don't understand how it would be expanded. The only expansion that I could think of would be a financial expansion, not like a power expansion, based on you know, things like inflation. You know, left-leaning policy is then enacted on top of it. Like, so here's what I don't get. Like, I need what? I guess I don't understand. Like, what else could be put on top of that, right? Tax dollars are coming in. Funding is going out. Like, it relieves the burden on the taxpayers, the people that have to have the procedures. Like, I guess I just don't understand what else could be added to that to make it quote unquote more left.
It's all bullshit. All right, here we go. Jesus Christ.
And also, I'm glad you brought up the schools, because there's already a ton of again, there's like colleges, universities. They get a ton of subsidies. Not subsidies, but I don't think they call it subsidies. But they get like a ton of financial federal funding. So they already get that now already. They get grants. It's federal funding. I don't think they call it subsidies, but it's federal funding. And again, like, like, see, it doesn't sound left to me when, or it doesn't, I don't see how it moves farther left when these institutions are already getting funding, but when I suggest a way for it to be done that benefits like normal working people, then all of a sudden that becomes left wing. So, like, this is, I feel like there's a subconscious instinct, and I think this is inherent in a lot of people because of, you know, the polarization, propaganda, so on and so forth, that there's just like an instinctual reaction that when a policy is suggested that benefits the working class, it is automatically like, oh, that's left wing. That's left wing. That's like, so I don't, like, there's absolutely nothing. There's nothing that I could say, nothing I could suggest, no amount of persuading that I could do to recommend a policy that helps people without it being reflexively dismissed because it's a left-wing policy. Like, there's absolutely nothing that anyone can do to beat that. Like, just because there's a policy that helps people, that doesn't have to mean it's a left-wing policy. Like, I don't know, that just feels like bullshit to me. Know what I mean? And to be honest with you, like, when someone says they're libertarian, like, that's like, I call that right-wing toddlerism. That assumes that the current funding could just be shifted. It doesn't affect the schools. It would also only cover some schools, not all of them, by enlisting policies promoted by progressives, so I'm measuring it. Okay. So, oh, that's actually a good point. That's actually a really good point. So, you're judging it, you're judging whether it's left-wing or right-wing based on the presenter of the policy, not the actual policy itself. So think about that. If you are judging the degree to the left or to the right of a policy based on the presenter, based on the promoter, what does that say about the right wing in this country right now? Like, why would anyone with any shred of empathy want to even be associated with that party that wants to, like, cut healthcare for millions of people? They want to deny any sort of, like, food assistance because of a shutdown. Like, they don't want women to have reproductive care. Like, every single one of these policies are just, like, so inherently sadistic. Like, I think that's a better way to look at it. Instead of thinking in this bi-directional dynamic of left wing versus right wing.
For the right wing slop argument that
measure it in terms of its sadism.
They're bringing freedom
right?
and justice.
Like, is this
to
policy
Venezuela.
sadistic?
No, everybody knows.
You know,
now,
I
like,
probably
we are the
shouldn't
gangsters.
approve that.
We are
you
the
know,
baddies. We are the thugs.
Does this
We're
elected
being
official
led by a pedophile,
support
rapist,
this sadistic
war
policy?
Who allegedly has early
It's probably not
Alzheimer's,
beneficial to vote
and
for that
he's
person,
trying to
right?
distract from the fact that he's implicated in a.
So that's what you know what, actually, I'm going to try to do that from now on.
With Jeffrey Epstein.
Instead of
Like,
referring
what's
to it
happening
as a
here is
left-wing or
absolutely
right-wing
disturbing,
policy,
man. It's really hard to
I'm
wrap your
going to
mind
refer
around
to it
how
as
bad
sadistic
is.
or beneficial.
So Max Blumenthal says Venezuela's
I'm
capital
gonna grade
is
it
now
on that
under attack by
scale.
the U.S. regime. No authorization from Congress. No popular American support. Just another terrorist war for oil, plunder, and imperial control initiated with shock and awe. By the way, more on that later, because it absolutely is about the oil, and it's not me saying it, it's not Max saying it, it is the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, saying exactly that. All right, more. This one is, you can see a road that was bombed and drivers having to go around it. Here we go.
Donald Jr. Dick Trump. Is collectivistic versus individualistic, or more government intervention versus less, or centralized? I see, like, I wouldn't even call it intervention. Like, why not call it assistance? Like, why the framing? It's like the government is, like, stopping you. Like, now.
Incredible.
See, like, I think that's another thing, is the framing, the terminology. Like, just that simple term,
in Caracas. Here we go.
Intervention versus assistance. You know? That completely changes the whole framing. And that, like, it sits in there subconsciously.
Jesus Christ.
You know? Like, it completely alters
that's less than 100 yards away from them. That's like 60,
the way
70
you
yards
feel
away.
about something just because of one word and the way your brain associates that one word.
Can you imagine this is your neighborhood, this is your family? Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Breaking, U.S. forces have struck Higuerote Airport east of Caracas. So they're hitting the airports now. The airports. Oh my God.
Yep, there's our country. Well, the actions
we
of our
also
country.
have this. Reports say the U.S. bombed Cuartel de la Montaña, where Hugo Chavez's remains rest.
Everyone in that explosion was
If
feeling
true,
pretty
that's
collectivistic,
not
I'll tell you
a military
that.
necessity. It's symbolic violence. It's signaling regime change intent, humiliating national memory, and telling Venezuelans no symbol is off limits. This is like when ISIS decides to destroy 1,000-year-old remnants from a previous age, right? Old art from way back in the day. Old sculptures. This is like when ISIS does that. This is like when Israel does that and bombs,
My point still stands
historic
regardless of terminology
mosques.
since it's still the same.
That's what
whether
this
the
is.
government gets involved or not.
So tell me again who the bad guys are here.
So the
Tell
opposite.
me again what the intent is. God,
Like-
there's no way you can spin this to try to make it sound like we're the good guys. All right, multiple Venezuelan officials are assassinated within the first minute of the start of the invasion. Venezuelan defense minister is allegedly on the list.
I know
whose
for a
house
fact
was
that
bombed
there
along
is
with his
like-
family and neighbors. This is the same
there
tactic
is
used by Israel on
enough-
June 13th on those attacks in Iran.
enough wealth
now,
in
here's
this
the
country
thing, though. We now have reports
to ensure that
that
everyone is
the VP
provided
is still
for
alive, and the defense minister is still alive.
medically.
So we have some conflicting reports here.
Um,
I don't doubt that Trump was trying to do a similar thing to what Israel did.
Excuse me.
But
Educationally,
there's every reason
like-
to believe right now that it didn't
I
actually
know
work,
this.
and they only got Maduro.
And
which again begs the question: was there maybe some sort of a
unregulated
deal that was cut,
capitalism
where instead of having the opposition
clearly
leader
does not
take
work.
control of Venezuela illegally,
So-
Trump agreed to we'll have the VP
Like,
run it as long as
I
you
would
let
never
US
suggest, like, a
billionaires and US
full-fledged
corporations
communist
plunder
movement.
and steal all of your natural
But
resources. We don't know.
for the love of
All
God,
we
why
have now is speculation in this moment.
incrementalism?
But there's a lot of weird stuff
Like,
going on,
let's-
man. The fact that the VP is still around.
You know,
the
let's
fact
try this
that,
little thing here. Like,
the defense minister is still
maybe
there.
raise,
It's very bizarre.
maybe
It's a
raise
very
the
bizarre
tax
thing.
rate
So it's either
on people
extreme
making over
incompetence
$200 million.
or some sort of a deal was cut. But let's continue.
Maybe
So
raise
here
the
we
tax
have
rate by
in
like
Caracas,
5%. Like, let's
a
try
bunch of
that
civilians
instead
have
of
now flooded the streets
instead
in
of like,
defense
oh,
of
we can't
Venezuela
afford
and
this,
their
so let's just cut
sovereignty.
14 million people
So
off
let's
of
go
healthcare.
ahead and listen.
Right?
They're singing out
Again,
there. Take a look.
beneficial versus sadistic, right? Like, bumping up the tax rate of the ultra wealthy is not an unreasonable ask. Like, I say, I'm kind of serious but unserious when I say the tax rate over $1 billion should be like 99%. Like, it's a
So,
serious,
needless to
unserious
say,
kind of thing.
the people of Venezuela.
But,
There's going
like,
to be so much information warfare. There's going to be
I just know that
so
where
many
it's at right now is
psyops
completely
happening
untenable.
within the next day,
okay, that
weeks,
is a bit
months,
unrelated to what
and
I
they're
was
going to
talking
try to
about.
make it seem like, oh, everybody in Venezuela is actually really happy.
I don't
bro.
remember
They're
how I
actually
went down on that
celebrating in the
path. I was
streets,
trying to
man.
like watch the
I
video
promise.
and talk at the
Meanwhile,
same time.
you can cut to video that they took back when Saddam Hussein was overthrown in Iraq. And are there some people who are like, yeah, this is awesome, this is great. And then what happened? Today, everybody acknowledges, oh, obviously overthrowing Saddam
I think I was
Hussein in
thinking
Iraq
about
was
like
the dumbest thing ever
libertarianism,
fucking
and then
done
like
ever,
in that
and it
thought
was a colossal
process,
disaster
I
across
like
the board,
distracted
and we had no
myself and
right
went
to
off
do it, and he
topic
didn't
in the
have
middle of my
weapons of mass
thought
destruction,
process.
and he
That's
didn't
probably
have
what
weapons of
happened.
Osama bin Laden.
Like I
So
care
at
less
the
about the tax
time,
rates
they
as a
tried to
valid
spin it
power
and act like
Congress
everybody loves
exercise.
this. But of course that's bogus. That's nonsense. That's not true. And now everybody realizes the opposite.
I mean,
well, again, they're going to try to convince you.
I would push
bro,
back.
don't
I think
even
you
worry about it. People in
should
Venezuela
care.
are so happy about this, bro. Not even true. Not even true. They'll post their own fucking, edited
Like,
videos and shit, or they'll
what
find
do you
a little
think would
group of
happen
people
if
that is
all of a
okay
sudden,
with it.
like,
But again, in the long run, this is completely and utterly unacceptable.
tax
and
rates were just
we
dropped
have
to
no
zero,
right
and then the
to act
government
like this.
stopped doing anything.
For any crimes you
you
could
know?
accuse Maduro of, Trump has done 1,000 times
Like,
worse.
if Congress
Are you
approves it,
kidding me?
right?
You're talking
like,
about the guy
there's
who's
no
best
way,
friends with
like,
Epstein, the guy
even though you
who's a war
say
criminal, like, hundreds of
that
times
it's a
over,
valid power
talking about the
Congress
guy
can
who's the most
exercise,
corrupt
there's
president in US
absolutely
history
no
by
way
far, and it's
you
not
can
even close.
honestly tell me
Meanwhile, while we're on the topic,
that you
let's
would
bring this up.
you would
There's
agree
more related insider
with
trading
Congress
going on. A brand new account
eliminating
in Polymarket
all
invested
taxes.
in the US going to war with Venezuela, and
like, there's no
Maduro
way.
being overthrown
Just
by
because the
January
Congress
31st.
can do it? No,
Of 13K
sorry.
so far, was spending
That's
thousands
absurd.
on Maduro out at bargain prices as recently as 4 hours ago.
The
So
state
somebody
governments have to balance
creates
their
an
budgets,
account
call a convention.
and bets, I bet regime change is going to happen in Venezuela and Maduro's going to be kicked out. So somebody from within the regime, with insider
Hypotheticals.
information,
All
opens up an
hypotheticals.
account
I don't.
to bet on Maduro being overthrown.
I just
and
the way
while it is an
I
old
just see
tweet,
things the way they
last
are
one I
now.
saw, dude was up like $400,000.
And I just know that like
So is this Trump himself?
enacting
Is this
a
proxy for
policy
Trump?
that's
Is this
beneficial
Barron Trump?
to the
Is this
working
fucking
class,
Jared Kushner?
which
Is
is
this
like the
Uday
bottom
and Kusei Trump, fucking
90%
Don Jr. and Eric. Somebody
of this
is getting
of this
rich
country.
off of illegal regime change and terrorizing
Like, that has to
innocent
happen,
civilians in Venezuela.
or things are just
That's
gonna
what's
get
happening.
worse.
The most lawless, disgusting regime we've
Kitty,
ever
what do you
seen in
want?
our lives, and it's not even particularly close. I
Kitty,
did
kitty.
call Trump a number of times. I called him George
Yes.
W. Trump.
Kitty, kitty.
Honestly, at this point,
Okay,
that's
fine.
not
Don't
even
look
fair
at
to
me,
George W.
jerk.
Bush.
Oh, now you're gonna look
He's
at me?
fucking worse. I also called him Bush Light. That's not even fair. He's now worse than George W. Bush. He's bombed more countries than George W. Bush. Mr.
Hypotheticals, man who just made a
I'm the
hypothetical
pro-peace
about
president,
Congress saying
right?
tax.
Ready for this?
Yeah, I
He's
know.
bombed fishing boats from
Like,
Venezuela,
trust me,
Trinidad and
I
Tobago,
recognize.
and Colombia. They're now
I
doing regime
recognize
change
that
in Venezuela and
my
abducting
willpower
and
is
kidnapping
weak,
a president of a sovereign country. He bombed
and
Yemen
I go down
and
these
Somalia
hypothetical
and
rabbit
Nigeria
holes,
and Iran.
but I
He's
don't
threatening
like to
Greenland
do it.
and Panama and Canada
Like,
and Mexico. And he said he wants to reinvade
Because it's just like,
Afghanistan to take Bagram Air Base.
once you
And
start
that's
going
all
down the
just this term.
hypothetical, there's just like an
He's already
infinite number
bombed,
of
like,
branches you can
10
take. Or like,
countries.
what about this? What about this?
Meanwhile,
What,
he
like, there's
brags
no
that
way.
I stopped 8
It just
wars.
becomes completely
Nobody's been a
unpredictable.
bigger
Like,
liar and
that's
war
why
criminal
I
than
like
this
when
man.
I can.
He needs to be impeached.
I try to pull
immediately,
myself
removed
back
immediately,
to
hit
where
with the
things
25th
currently
Amendment
are.
Immediately, we're fucking sick of it. It's over.
And
it's done.
what
We
I would
cannot allow-
perceive
this man is going to leave the world
as being
smoldering
a
ash heap.
positive
When he dies, he
movement
wants the whole world to
in
go
terms
with
of
him.
policy.
How do people not see this yet? Let me give you guys some more. Ben Norton says, breaking. The U.S. government is bombing Venezuela. Trump ordered military strikes inside the country. The U.S. is waging a colonial war of aggression. Below
That's
is
why
a
you separate
translation of an
ed
official
cases-
statement by the
ed
Venezuelan
cases
government
from
denouncing the
branching
U.S.
attacks.
attacks. Here we go. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela rejects, repudiates, and denounces before the international community the extremely grave military aggression perpetrated
So,
by the
let
current
me-
government of the United States of America against Venezuela's territory and population
Hold on.
and civilian and military sites on the
Let
city
me-
of Caracas,
I got-
capital of the
trying to do
Republic,
like three
and the
things right
states
now.
of
Give me a second.
Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. This act constitutes a flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter, especially its Articles 1 and 2, which enshrines respect for sovereignty, the judicial equality of states, and the prohibition of the use of force. Such aggression threatens international peace and stability. instability, specifically in Latin America and the Caribbean, and places the lives of millions of people at grave risk. The objective of this attack is none other than to take control of Venezuela's strategic resources, particularly its oil and minerals, attempting to forcibly break the nation's political independence. They will not succeed. After more than 200 years of independence, the people and their legitimate government stand firm in defense of sovereignty and the inalienable right to decide their destiny. The attempt to impose a colonial war to destroy the republican form of government and force a regime change in alliance with the fascist oligarchy will fail like all previous attempts. Since 1811, Venezuela has confronted and defeated empires. When in 1902 foreign powers bombarded our coasts, President Cipriano Castro proclaimed, "The insolent foot of the foreigner has profaned the sacred soil of the homeland." Today, the moral authority of Bolivar, Miranda, and our liberators, the Venezuelan people, rise once again.
Okay. What was I doing? Oh, I remember. I wanted to show you something that I worked on. This was a final project for one of my classes. Policy analysis, right? Like this is kind of the area that I want to get into after I graduate. But like political behavior, policy analysis, so that I can use those to assist with policy making. Give me a second. Where is my Google Drive? Google Drive. Google Drive, there it is. Oh man, all three of my Nightbots popped up at once. That's crazy. Alright. Oh my god, no. Where is it? Alright, hold on, I gotta find something. Anyway, I'll just play. I'm looking for something.
Independence
Looking for a
against
file.
imperial aggression. People to the streets. The Bolivarian government calls on all social and political forces of the country to activate mobilization plans and repudiate this imperialist attack. The people of Venezuela and their national Bolivarian
have to
armed
exit the
forces
game to get
in
there.
perfect popular military-police fusion are
Yep,
deployed
sure
to
do.
guarantee sovereignty and peace. Simultaneously, Bolivarian peace diplomacy will file corresponding complaints before the
Howdy.
UN Security Council,
S70
the
Ghost.
Secretary
What's up?
General of said organization, CELAC, and the non-aligned movement, demanding
already follow a while
condemnation
ago?
of and
I think this is the
accountability
first time
for
I've
the
seen you
U.S.
talk.
government. President Nicolas
What's up?
Maduro
Or chat,
has ordered
whatever.
all national defense
You know what I
plans
mean.
to be implemented at the appropriate time and circumstances in strict adherence to the provisions of the Constitution of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, the Organic Law on States of Exception, and the Organic Law of National Security. In this regard, President Nicolas Maduro has signed and ordered the implementation of the decree declaring a state of external commotion throughout the national territory to protect the rights of the population, the full functioning of Republican institutions, and to immediately transition to armed struggle. The entire country must be activated to defeat the imperialist aggression. Likewise, he has ordered the immediate deployment of...
Oh, you're talking about Venezuela? Calling them one. I mean, yeah, but how's that any different than when people try to say, like, dude, people do their semantics here. Like, oh, it's a democracy, and then you have the actually we're a democratic republic. Like, come on. Like, you know what I mean.
the command for the integral defense of the nation and the directional bodies for integral defense
may
in all
not
states and municipalities of the country.
meet the
In strict
degrees of
adherence to Article
standard
51 of the United Nations Charter, Venezuela reserves
to
the
what
right
is
to exercise
commonly
legitimate defense
accepted
to protect
as a
its people,
republic.
its territory, and its independence. We call on the peoples,
But hey,
and
like,
governments
doesn't,
of Latin
um,
America, the Caribbean, and the world to mobilize an active solidarity
Doesn't
against this
China call
imperial
themselves the
aggression.
People's
As
Republic of
Supreme
China?
Commander Hugo Chavez Frias stated,
Doesn't
"In
Korea
the
call
face of
themselves the
any
Democratic,
circumstance of new difficulties, whatever their magnitude,
Democratic
the response
Republic
of all
of Korea or
patriots is
something like
unity,
that?
struggle, battle, and victory." So that's the official statement from the Venezuelan
what
government here,
they call
not
themselves
mincing
is-
words, saying this is 100% about oil, it's about minerals, it's about resources, it's
No,
about
who's-
oligarchy, it's about plunder, it's about looting.
I don't know who
And
this
by
Ben
the way,
Norton is.
that is factually correct, and it's admitted.
Oh,
And
that's
it's
what they call
admitted.
themselves, right?
Imperial aggression. As Supreme Commander Hugo Chavez Frias stated, in the face of any circumstance of new difficulties, whatever their magnitude, the response of all patriots is unity, struggle, battle, and victory. So that's the official statement.
Oh, okay. So it came from what they call themselves, the Republic of Venezuela. Okay. Yeah, like I said, that'd be like getting a communication from the People's Republic of China or the Democratic Republic of Korea. You know what I mean? Like that's I don't even know why you brought that up. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Come on.
From the Venezuelan government here, not mincing words, saying this is 100% about oil, it's about minerals, it's about resources, it's about oligarchy, it's about plunder, it's about looting. And by the way, that is factually correct, and it's admitted. And it's admitted. All right, here we go. Venezuela's defense minister is alive and has released a video message calling for an anti-imperialist and liberation war against the American empire.
You brought that
Ibrahim
up.
Majid says the next 72 hours are critical for the world. The United States succeeds in imposing control over Venezuela and by extension
Like,
over the world's largest proven oil
freaking labels
reserves.
are
It will
stupid.
mark a major shift
Like,
in global
what is
power.
the-
Such a move
what
would
are the
not be
actions?
about restoring
What are the
democracy or
processes?
protecting human rights, but about reasserting strategic dominance over energy, trade routes, and regional alignments. In that case, Iran would likely move to the forefront of Washington's strategic priorities. Securing control over Venezuelan oil would reduce U.S. vulnerability to energy disruptions in the Gulf and provide a buffer against supply shocks in the event of a confrontation
Like-
with Iran. With a reliable alternative source of heavy crude
oh my gosh,
under its
I
influence,
thought-
Washington would be better
an
positioned to
example, then
absorb
it
or offset
went out
the
of my head.
destruction or shutdown of energy infrastructure in the Persian Gulf during a war.
this
This
it?
would lower the economic cost of escalation and make military pressure against Iran more
Oh, God.
politically and
Why is it-
economically manageable. By the way, let me just pause to point out. Interesting that Netanyahu was literally just in the U.S. and Netanyahu was prodding Trump to do more war with Iran. And now we're hearing, oh, it's strategically important for the U.S. to control Venezuelan oil in order to open the door to be able to try a regime change
Okay,
against
okay,
Iran.
so check this
These
out.
are
Like,
extreme,
I'm gonna show you
bloodthirsty,
what.
neocon,
Oh my God, let me pause this.
warmongering imperialists.
I'm gonna show you my policy paper for my written assignment. Now, I want you to tell me if you think this is a left-wing or a right-wing policy. All right. Give me a second. Let me pull it up here. Boom. Oh, look at that. All right, so it was a policy proposal intended to help address what are called debt traps. You know what a debt trap is? I mean, it's again, someone with critical thinking skills is pretty self-explanatory. Like you borrow a little bit of money, you fall behind. You have to borrow more money, you fall behind. You blah blah blah. Okay. Anyway, specifically in regards to payday loan centers, right? So the policy proposal I had was oh, actually, first, this is interesting. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Want to cap the amount of interest that can accrue. See, here's the thing. Here's the catch. It's not interest. They call it interest, but it's a fee. It's a percentage fee. That's where I don't understand why they're allowed to do that. But they do that. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. So, here's what it would look like. A payday loan, right? Say you borrow $350, and they say, oh, it's 15% interest. What they're not telling you is that the fee is 15% of the loan amount. Now, if the fee is based on the remaining amount, then obviously it's going to decrease. But what a lot of places do is the fee, if you have any rollover into the next period, the fee is based off the initial loan. So that might not even ever change. So if you were to have someone borrow $350, and let's say they're poor, right? So they only have the capability of paying back 50, we'll say 54, what right here, 54.41 every 2 weeks. It would take them a full year to pay off $350, and they would end up paying a total of $1,304. And that is if the fee is based off of the principal, remaining principal, and not the initial loan, right? So My proposal was this. The state already has a like SNAP benefits, right? They already have a system where you can apply for direct financial assistance, like to help pay for bills and stuff. They already have that system in place. It's already there. So what my proposal was to implement a state-run, this is at the state level, not federal, a state-run payday loan program where instead of using the payday loan system, you use a like an actual legitimate loan system. So you can see here, under my proposal, a state-run payday loan, they would borrow the $350, and they would go through the same process that they would go through to receive SNAP benefits. They would go to the state, they'd go to the website, the state-run website. They would have to supply the same documents that they would have to already supply for the SNAP benefits, right? You know, like how much you have like how much you have in your account, how much you pay, like your how much you pay per month in you know, utilities and all that good stuff. And the loan would be based on a normal loan system where it's based on APR instead of a percentage fee. Now, not only, if you spread that out over a year, like this is monthly. The previous one, this was bi-weekly. So every month they would be paying $108. Under this, they would receive the same amount. Their monthly payment would be less, like how much did I say? It's like what, 60% less per month. Now here's the thing where I think a lot of just call anything they change or make that is not related to the principal of that loan as part of the interest, then make it where you cannot receive X amount on top of the total of the loan. Seems more beneficial to squash. Yeah, of course. Are you talking about the payday loan programs? No. See, here's the thing. I'm not like, I hate them, but this system, it wouldn't prevent them from doing business. Like, it would not. They could still try to do business if they wanted to. Like, this is why I say this is not it will not be anti-capitalist either, because you're not adding or removing any legislation from the way a payday loan is allowed to do their business. Besides what's already currently set up. Okay? So, now imagine you have a poor family, a poor person. They're struggling to pay their shit. Instead of paying $1,304 over the course of the year, if they don't pay it off immediately, right? They would pay less over the course of a whole year. They would pay less in interest over the course of a whole year than they would on the initial fee from a payday loan. Now, every single dollar of that interest goes to the state. That would be state income. You can call it I don't know what you would want to call it, like incoming funding, whatever you want to call it, right? Now, here's the kicker. I'll use Texas as an example because that's where I'm from. The tax structure for the payday loan centers here in Texas, they are only required to pay 0.75%. You heard that correctly, 0.75% of their profit. Actually, I think it's just their fees. Oh man, my ear's itchy. 0.75%. So, hold on, let me open up this real quick. Where's my... Oh, I have to find one of my references. Give me a second. I have to go to the references to show how important this is. Which one was it? Which one was it? Which one was it? I think it's this one. There is a kicker here that is very important to point out. If this is the correct reference. Yep. All right. Let me pull this up. Here. Boop. 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 All right. I know you really can't see that well. I really don't feel like expanding it. But anyway, I'll use Texas as an example. So based on the tax structure for the payday loan senders, the businesses here in Texas, 0.75% is their state tax responsibility. They give, what number is that? That is the loan volume. So Texas gives $1.479 billion in payday loans. They receive, just in fees, $1.3 billion in fees per year. Like, look at the total for the whole United States, 2.4. Out of the 2.4 billion of the whole United States, just the Texas payday loan centers, they earn 1.3 billion of that. Right? So they are like so ridiculously predatory here. Like, it's disgusting. Anyway, with the system, with this proposal that I have, oh, what the hell?
George W.
The heck? Okay, anyway, the system that I have with the interest rate of the state-run payday loan program, there would be an initial, like, I think it was a $1.4 billion investment by the state to put it into like a pool, right? A money pool. So within 11 months, they would earn, in terms of interest, they would start to see a profit on that $1.4 billion investment, because they would be receiving the principal plus the interest back on the payments. 11 months, that's all it would take for the state to start to see a profit. And the people are not being preyed upon, or they would have another means of a beneficial financial assistance, right? The state would benefit, and the last part of my proposal was that once the $1.4 billion is reached, once the pool is back up to that amount and it starts to receive a profit, all of the profits past that point from that initial $1.4 billion investment would go directly back to the public school system from where the loan was taken, right? So let's say someone is in like a Houston public school system. Not the person in the school, but like they lived in that district. They request this loan. Then what that means is every single penny from the interest that they pay after the state receives its initial investment back would go directly back to funding that public school district, the Houston Public School District, right? So anyway, now, if you got any other questions, ask. I love doing this. This is the stuff I love. But anyway, back to my initial question. Would you see something like this as a left-wing or a right-wing policy? Because like I don't see it as left or right-wing, right? So how does it solve the debt trap problem? Okay, here's how it solves the debt trap problem. As it stands right now, if somebody needs a payday loan, right? For example, if they need $350 to pay for their electricity bill, right? Instead of them having to go to a payday loan center, getting the $350, now let's say they pay it off right away. Like, let's say they need the money on Monday, they get paid on Friday, they pay it off immediately. If they get a loan for $350, they still have to pay $402.50 immediately. So now they're like $50 in the hole than they would be if they did not have to do this, right? But if there is a system incorporated into the state website where they already go to get SNAP benefits, they could get a loan, a payday loan for $350. And if they want to pay it back immediately, so again, like I said in this example, let's say they need it on Monday, they pay it back on Friday. What would happen is they would pay back $355.83 instead of $402. So if somebody is struggling so much that they need to borrow like immediately $350, the difference between paying an extra $6 versus an extra $50 is just huge. And if remember I showed you the image with how much the Texas payday loans collect in fees. So that should give you an idea of how often the payday loans are rolled over, because the fees keep accumulating. Every single time it's rolled over to a new period, a new fee is added onto it. So when the fees are almost nearly identical to the total loan amounts, that shows me that basically people, because these places here in Texas are so predatory, that poor people are being milked out of like $1.4 billion just in the state of Texas every year. So if you can prevent these people who are already struggling, if you give them a different option that benefits the state and keeps them from falling further into debt, that's how it solves the debt trap problem. Make sense? Okay, I see you want to replace the payday loan system. No, not replace. I don't want to replace. I want to make this absolutely clear. I don't want to, and there is nothing in this policy that would inhibit the current payday loan businesses. They are free to continue operation as they see fit. There is no replacing. Right? So, again, very capitalist of me. Am I right? Am I right? I know I'm right. That was a rhetorical question. I know I'm right. And no, the government is not a flat fee. The government system is based on APR. It would undercut them and force them, if they want to. It's up to them. They can run their business as they see fit. It's competition, right? Competition is capitalism, correct? Am I right? So anyway, no. The payday loan center is based on a percentage fee. And sometimes it's a flat fee based on the initial loan amount. Sometimes it's based on the remaining principal. But APR works a little bit differently than that. So the state-run system is based on APR, which is what, like a home loan, a car loan, credit cards. They all operate on APR. So the government one is not a flat fee. The government one is APR. You can't compete with the government since it controls the laws and the money. The government fee is just meant to make the fee smaller and less predatory. Yeah. And plus, so here's where I don't think, even if these payday loan centers wanted to file a lawsuit and say that this was unfair competition, I don't think that they would have a case, and here's why. I thought about this. Because I've had to apply for SNAP benefits before, and it is a pain in the ass. Like, you have to get bank statements, you have to get like your most recent like utility bills. Those are the big ones. I think there's other pieces of information that, like, I don't remember if it's birth certificates for anyone in the family, but anyway, you have to upload all these documents. So it can be an absolute pain. Now, if somebody is in a hurry and like they need the money now, not just today, but now, then they're still more likely to go to the payday loan centers because it would still be quicker for them to get the loan from a payday loan center than it would be to go through the government process. You know what I mean? So they would still have the payday loan centers, even though they're predatory, they would still have an advantage in terms of like the time it would take to actually receive the funding. You know what I mean? The general policing power would override any competition lawsuits. They can kick rocks. Yeah, I agree. Like, I honestly don't care. Like, I thought to myself, like, because the reason I thought about this is one day I was driving by, I was like, I seriously wish that I could just like ban them. Like, I want to run for like I want to run for city council, and I want to like ban them from the city. Like, I hate them. Like, I would rather people not have access to them than allow them to continue to be predatory. But why would you even allow these payday loan centers to exist if they are predatory? I don't know. Frickin' ask Texas. Like, they're actually banned in some states. I think there's 12 states. Like, they're legitimately banned in like 12 states. I don't remember which ones. But Texas has the most lenient, the most relaxed legislation for these payday loan centers, and like one of the lowest tax rates for their profits. It's freaking absurd. It's disgusting, actually. But yeah, like, but see, like something like this, or not substitute them with a government-run version, or even making the laws where the loans cannot charge a certain amount above. So it doesn't, even if you cap it, even if you cap the amount, it still doesn't remove the predatory nature. Because look at the difference. If you base it on APR, your monthly interest is $583. If you base it on a percentage fee, it's $104. Like, $5 versus $104. Like, even if you cap it, like, what are you going to cap it at? Like, look how much electricity bills are now. You know, depending on the size of the home, they can be anywhere between like what? Like 100 if somebody's in a like one-bedroom apartment and they're like they have the like the heat on 68 all winter. You know what I mean? Or it can run you up to, you know, like I think we pay our electricity bill in the summertime with the AC is like I think it hit $500 in July. 500, right? So the cap is not, first of all, like if there's a cap, it might not even, people might not even be able to benefit from it at all. Like, they might legitimately like lose their electricity. And plus, it just doesn't resolve the predatory it doesn't resolve the problem of the debt trap. Like, that's my intention. Like, it's not to my intention isn't to eliminate the predatory tactics of these places. It's to resolve the issue of poor people falling into debt traps out of necessity. You know what I mean? That's what I was intending to address. Anyway, back to the video. But anyway, like, back to what started this is like, I can completely see if I were to propose this policy like in a like state legislature, I could legitimately see somebody calling this like a left-wing policy. But like, I don't see it. Like, it doesn't. I don't see it that way. Wait, couldn't you get the same effect by forcing the payday loan centers to base their fees? Yeah, you could. But that would also, but look how much that would cut into their profits. They would lobby so hard against that. They would lobby like the oil industry against windmills. Like, that's how much they would lobby against that. Especially here in Texas. But anyway, I'm going to go back to the video. Yeah, anyway. That was the point. Like, the point I was trying to make is, like, I don't think that labeling something a left-wing or right-wing policy based on the presenter is beneficial to the conversation, right? I understand why people do it, because it's easy, it's like quick, like people like us that pay attention to a little, well, I pay attention to politics. I think you might pay attention to government, but not necessarily politics. But it's a quick reference point. But I propose, when you are looking or hearing about a policy, instead of thinking left-wing or right-wing, think, is this beneficial or is this harmful?
W. Bush is blushing. Dick Cheney is rolling over in his grave in awe.
Anyway, back
at
to
just how much of an imperialist neocon warmonger Donald Trump is.
Back to
They
our
continue here.
imperial
At the same
expansion.
time, such control would strengthen the United States' ability to shape global oil flows and pricing, reinforcing the central role of the dollar
Is
in
likely
energy
more
markets and
left-wing due to
helping
active
preserve
government
the
involvement rather than
petrodollar system that
passive,
underpins
but
U.S.
not by
financial
much.
power. Venezuela would thus become more than a regional issue. It would become a strategic precedent, a demonstration that economic pressure, political engineering, and, if necessary, force can be used to restructure sovereign states and realign the global balance of power. However, if the United States becomes entangled in Venezuela
Yeah, I know.
and faces sustained resistance,
That's
the
what I
outcome shifts
figured.
dramatically. A prolonged crisis would drain political capital, stretch military and economic resources, and weaken Washington's capacity to project
doesn't,
power
like-
elsewhere, including the Middle East. That would also complicate
It's not just
Israeli
like free
strategic
money,
planning, which
right?
is closely
You know,
tied
people
to US
complain
regional
about
leverage. What happens in Venezuela will not stay in
people
Latin
getting
America.
food
It will shape the
assistance,
future of
these
energy
lazy
control,
bums.
the limits of American power.
Why don't they
and the
work? Why don't
direction
you
of
get a
geopolitical
job?
confrontation far beyond Caracas. That is very, very solid analysis there. All right, more.
It completely
The reason
like
why Venezuela is under attack.
I mean, people would
US
still say
Command
that,
Chief
but
General Laura Richardson just said
the fact that there's interest that has to be paid on it completely disproves that.
Of course, the
The
countries,
fact that they have to pay it
Cuba,
back
Venezuela,
disproves it. You know what I mean?
With, Russia relationship.
It's not
Why
just
this
free
region
money.
matters with all of its rich resources and rare earth elements. You've got the lithium triangle, which is needed for technology today. 60% of the world's lithium is in the lithium triangle: Argentina, Bolivia, Chile. We just have the largest oil reserves, light sweet crude, discovered off of Guyana over a year ago.
I'll be right back.
You have
I'm gonna take my
Venezuela's resources
dish to the
as
sink.
well with oil, copper, gold. We have the Amazon, lungs of the world. We have 31% of the world's fresh water in this region too. I mean, it's just off the charts. We have a lot to do. This region matters. It has a lot to do with national security, and we need to step up our game.
So Trump has coarsened our politics and removed every filter, right? The flowery story about high-minded values like liberty and freedom, it's now gone. And what's left is naked imperial ambition. What's left is the law of the jungle. What's left is might makes right.
Hi.
And so now everybody's
Hey,
following
buddy.
suit. So all the military people are saying the same thing. Oh yeah, we're gonna steal their natural resources, take their oil. Like, this is super important for corporate power and for billionaires. Duh. And so now, you know, people, you can't say you don't know now. You can't say you don't know, right? You can't pretend.
Though I do like the policy, still think that having the state enforce it on the payday loan centers rather than running its own. So, I think that expanding the legislative hold, expanding the state power over the payday loan centers, I would consider that to run counterintuitive to your instincts, to increase the restrictions on a business. You know what I mean? Since the government would be encouraged to change the laws to price out the competition and become predatory, ambition is hard to counter. Though on the other hand, they are encouraged not to enforce the APR fee law on their centers, but allowing the judicial system to get involved might balance it out. Yeah, I would say that, like, my feeling is that my policy, the one that I just presented, it has, like, it doesn't even really, it adds, I'm trying to think of a way to explain it. It's like when McDonald's adds the McRib to its menu, right? It's still McDonald's. It just now has another option, right? And that's like the SNAP program is still there. Like there's already a system, a state-run system for financial benefits, you know? But now this is just like adding another option to the menu. It's adding another item to the menu. But if you further legislate these businesses, that to me feels like it is more government overreach than simply offering another option to people in need. You know what I mean? That's how I see it.
Like, you know, when I was coming of age politically and we had the Iraq War, everybody was actually convinced by the propaganda that Saddam Hussein, you know, worked with Osama bin Laden to do 9/11, or he had WMDs and he was going to use them and launch them against fucking New York City or Cleveland or whatever the fuck. Now, everybody can see, like, there is no more tap dancing bullshit. It's right there, naked in front of you. So, how do you feel about that? What are you going to do about that?
I legitimately think that the only roadblock, like if this policy were fleshed out and presented in the state for,
like we are creating, like,
for like as a piece of legislation, I legitimately think that the only roadblock would be lobbying from the
Michael Cohen says,
the owners of these payday
Trump
loan
just
centers.
A military
I
operation
really
to
think that would be the
capture
only
Venezuelan President
roadblock.
Nicolas Maduro, who has been indicted on drug trafficking charges.
Because I
5
can't
weeks
imagine
after he pardoned former Honduran President Juan Orlando
Republicans
Hernandez,
or
who had been
Democrats
convicted
being
of
against this
drug trafficking
policy.
Charges. Yes. So what
The
everybody
state would
needs to
receive more
understand
funding.
is the
Public
flimsy
schools would
excuse
receive additional
for,
funding.
You know, of a
And
different
poor
narrative. The
people
flimsy
wouldn't get
excuse
caught
of
in
about
debt
drugs.
traps as easily. You know what I mean?
Come on, man. Like, let's grow up here. Like I said, they're being more naked and open with
It's
it
like a
than ever, and at times they
win-win
admit the truth,
situation
right?
for both the
So,
state and
I
the
mean,
people.
It makes it so easy to just point to, oh, really? That's what it's about. It's like with the right-wingers all complaining about Somali fraud in Minnesota. Then you point out, hey, Trump keeps pardoning the biggest white-collar fraudsters in the whole country. He pardoned a guy who did over $1 billion in Medicare fraud. He just pardoned that guy, right? The Pentagon can't account for 63%
I just realized this
of
chick's
their money.
dead.
They failed 8 audits in a row, and what did Trump do? He upped their budget to over $1 trillion. That guy cares about fraud? The guy who is looting the treasury and allowing the billionaires to loot the treasury? The guy, Elon Musk, the biggest fraud on the planet? These people are the
Government
criminals.
overreach
They are
based
the
on a plain
fraudsters.
laws
And we're
negligible
supposed to
compared to
believe,
creating a new
we're
agency.
really angry
See,
about
here's
this
the thing.
Somali fraud, which is a tiny percentage of the Somali community.
It's
and
not
way
creating a new
less
agency.
quantitatively compared to all
It's
the
not
fraud that they're
creating a
doing.
new system.
So it's just, it is.
It's
it is
not
crazy.
creating a
So
new
yes, this has
budgetary
nothing to do with drugs.
structure.
Nothing at all. Not even close. Anybody who believes
Again,
that has the brain of a
It's
mosquito.
like McDonald's
All right,
adding
here
the
we go.
McRib to the menu. That's
Further
literally
evidence.
it.
In 2023, Trump said the following.
It doesn't change any enforcement apparatus.
When I left
Like literally all that, it would just be like, it'd be like adding a tab to a website. Like it's like I think it's like Texas. I think it's Texas Benefits .gov or something like that, or that might be .com. No, I think it's .gov. Anyway, that's where you go in Texas to apply for financial benefit, financial aid.
Guess who has
like
those
SNAP
plans, by the way?
benefits, WIC, that kind of stuff.
We do.
Like, you'd
We
literally just be creating another
we would have
tab.
taken the aisle. We would have taken it. So as
Right.
Adam Johnson says, don't listen to rhetoric about drugs or post facto liberal cover about authoritarianism.
The
or freedom.
only-
Trump explicitly stated his
Like,
motive
Texas currently
in June
has a
2023.
surplus.
He wants their
We have like
oil.
a $60
He doesn't
billion
like that the
surplus
largest oil
that we
reserves
just
on
sit
Earth
on,
are in our neighborhood
while
and
at the
not
same
under
time they're
US
cutting
control. That is
funding for public
exactly-
schools.
Exactly
Anyway,
right. And anybody in the media
like,
who's not being
I
honest
say
with you
that
about that, fucking
all it would
disregard
require
everything they
is
say
like
from
a
now until
$1.4
forever.
billion
From now until
investment.
forever.
Texas
Okay?
already
Here's
has
another
it.
time Trump just
You
said
know what
the
I mean?
quiet part loud.
Just a blockade. Not going to let anybody going through the.
Oh, hold on. Would there need to be a budget for discretionary spending for that specific program and staff to monitor that program and requests? Would there need to be new jobs to handle that specific system? So here's what I'm thinking. If it's implemented the way I envision it to be implemented, to be where it's part of the Texas Benefits website, the same place you go to apply for SNAP benefits, then if you were to call up, like if you have, sometimes you have to call if you have a problem, you would be reaching I would say that the people who take the calls, it would be the same office. It's the same people that take the calls if people have questions with SNAP, right? They would have to be trained, like okay, here's this new system, here's this new legislation. You know, people might be calling and asking about this system, so the workers would require new training, right? But if somebody's calling in regarding questions with SNAP benefits, right? Like, there might be an initial uptick in call volume when the system first rolls out, you know, people having a bunch of questions and stuff. But I can't envision a drastic expansion of workers for this. Like, I don't see it. You would still have to have a separate team or have to add training. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Training, the people that are currently working would have to receive that training. This is true. Which still expands it. Oh, come on. Now you're getting so nitpicky now. You're digging for anything. Come on now. Training. Oh no. People have to train at work. How dare they expand the government? That's freaking communist, making government workers train. Come on now. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop. Just stop.
Shouldn't be going through. You remember they took
You're being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian now.
They took all of our oil.
He's saying about Venezuela, they took all of our oil. You mean the oil that's in their country, underneath their feet, that they extracted? How the fuck is that our oil?
From not that long ago.
He did say that. He said our oil. Like, oh my god.
So, you know, again,
like,
all the
how entitled do you have to be
of this, the rationalizing of this, the justifying
to
of this,
think that the
stories
natural
about drugs or it's about
resources
freedom. Anybody who tries to push that narrative
within
on
the
you,
land
dismiss everything they say
of
from
an
now until
established
forever, y'all.
nation state
All right, here we go.
belongs
We got
to
more.
you
This
and
is
not
Trump
that
on October
establishment.
31st.
Like,
Here's
what
he
the
said
hell, man?
when the report came out that he was going to bomb inside Venezuela and try regime change. Here was his reaction not that long ago.
There are reports that you are considering strikes within Venezuela. Is that true?
No.
That you made a decision on that?
No, it's not true.
No, it's not true. I'm not considering strikes inside Venezuela. Oops. Oops.
Does
All
not
right,
have to
here
be
we
drastic
go. Marco
increase,
Rubio,
but the
June
structure would
2025,
change.
Quote, I know of no president,
Duties
probably
should have that
in
benefit when
our
you're
modern
modified.
history, that has sought
Then you have to handle
peace
the profits from
more
that
than
program,
President
which has to
Trump
be managed and
has.
tracked by
Directly with the
account
United
and
States, not
benefits
through some
program.
third country or fourth
It'll
country
still be an expansion.
process. But I know of no president, probably in our modern history, that's sought peace more than President Trump has.
Incredible. So the guy who increased drone strikes
It's
432%
they're-
to the point where
to me,
there were over 2,000
in
drone
my
strikes
opinion,
in his first
God
2
damn it.
years as president. The guy who kept us in Iraq.
In my opinion, there is a significant difference between an additional benefit, or an additional option. It's not even an additional benefit because people don't have to do this. Like it's not forced upon them, right? It's not automatically handed out. You know what I mean? Like it's an option. Like presenting, there is a difference between presenting an additional option versus passing legislation to limit limit what a business can or cannot do. You know what I mean? Like the legislation that limits what a business can or cannot do, to me, if a government is telling a business what they can or cannot do, the more that increases, that seems closer to communism, state-run businesses. No, actually, that's fascism, isn't it? No. Fascism is like the corporate-run, corporate-based government. State-based. Okay, communism. Okay, so yeah. Expanding legislation to control what a company can or cannot do feels more communist than presenting an additional option to people that they don't have to even take advantage of. You know what I mean? And if anything, let's say for the sake of argument, there are 1,000 people working in this department solely for the purpose of customer service, just for dealing with people that call in and have issues with the program, with the SNAP benefits, whatever. Even if you like expand it by, let's say 100, 10%, you add 100 additional jobs to account for the additional influx of calls. Like, you're actually putting more money into the economy that way. The effect is the same. I can either have the private business be forced to use fees a certain way, or indirectly force them by having my unlimited funded business that can never fail compete with them. It's not a business. How is it a business? It's a tax. It's an APR tax. It's not a business. Framing. It's all about framing. Not a business. But also like you gotta remember, from my perspective, there are some things that I don't believe that private business should even have a hand in. Like I think we've talked about this before, like healthcare. I don't think that should be privatized whatsoever. You know what I mean? It's just a government-run payday loan center. No, it is a additional tax acquisition program, assistance program. Framing. Gotta get good at that framing. Like, let's see, like fire departments, fire departments and police departments, like, should those ever be privatized? Absolutely freaking not. You know? Healthcare, like, no, it absolutely should be not. Like, poverty assistance, like, okay. Like, the financial assistance of poor people should never. There's absolutely no reason for that to be privatized in any way. They're categorized as businesses, legally speaking, weirdly enough. yeah, like this financial assistance for those living in poverty. Like, I don't. My opinion is that stuff like that, it should never fall under the purview of privatized industry. Like, there's no freaking reason for that to happen. Because first of all, it's like the only way it's financially beneficial for a company to help the poor is if it's predatory like this, right? That is a different argument. I'm just saying you get the same effect for doing less by simply basing the fees on APR. Yeah. But see, here's the difference, though. Here's where I think the stink is. Because when I was writing this up, another thing I was thinking of is, like, what's the best method for getting this through? Like, if I were to actually, like, go through this and, like, submit it as a legitimate policy within a legislature, right? Capping the loan amounts, like every single other option, if the intent is to address the payday loan centers themselves, you're like, again, there's that speed bump. Like, you're just going to be met with the full force of a $1.4 billion a year business, you know, that they can dump almost whatever they want, like as a conglomerate, into lobbying against you, right? However, the reason I made sure to set it up in a way that pretty much guarantees that the state is going to receive a net positive from this program. Like I said, I think it'd take about 11 months. A net positive is it would be playing to the greed of party members, legislators, that, you know, may otherwise be influenced by lobbying efforts. You know, does that make sense? I mean, they're still going to be influenced by lobbying efforts, but I think that it would significantly lower the size of that speed bump in getting it through legislation. You're trying to trick people into thinking it doesn't do anything, and pinning ambition against ambition, assuming the entire Yeah, that's true. Absolutely. Yeah. I am 100%. Like, dude, when you have to play to your audience. And it's not a matter of tricking people. Like, every single thing that I mentioned about that, therefore indirect effect is necessary to achieve the outcome. No, see, like, okay, I was very direct about everything. But what I'm not going to put in there is, like, why I'm wording it that way. You know what I mean? Like, there is nothing unclear. Like, obviously there's a lot of specifics that an actual piece of legislation would have to elaborate on. Of course. I know this. But as far as my intention, it was completely direct. There is absolutely no reason why I should present this to someone on the left or the right, and they should at no point come away with the thought of why is it worded this way, because everything that I put in there was direct and to the point. Like, this is how much money the state would make, this is what the initial investment would be, this is how it would benefit those living in poverty, this is how it would benefit the state. Like, the fact that I have to play, the fact that I worded it the way I did to assume a significant level of corruption based on lobbying, like that, there's absolutely no, that would, based on the way that I worded it, like, that would never even come up. The effect is indirect because it forces the other lone centers to follow or die. Yeah, that's true. But I won't shed a tear, that's for damn sure. Have you proposed that to your legislator? No, I have not. Kitty! I actually emailed a couple of local state reps. Since this is my last semester that I'm graduating, I'm trying to like get on like some summer internships or even like, I know for a fact that based on like my previous like military experience, leadership experience, speaking, like management, along with the political science degree, with the policy analysis and the political behavior, I know for a fact that I'm qualified enough for a legitimate paid position with a state or federal rep. I know that I am. The question is, like, I just freaking had this internship with a federal representative this last fall, and oh, that's the one I haven't emailed yet. Anyway, I've already sent emails to a couple of state reps, and I haven't heard back from them yet. I just have programming experience and constitutional knowledge. Yeah. See, I have a... So, here's... I think I know a good way of comparing the difference between you and I. In terms of our thought process, right? If... do you watch football? College football, NFL, anything like that? Any sport, really, actually. Just pick a sport. Do you watch any sports? Sometimes. Okay. So, the best way, if you were watching a football game on TV, I would be a coach, because I would be like, how do I move these X's and O's to get to where I want to go? Right? How do I get past what they're trying to do, right? How do I need to understand what they are doing so that I can do what I'm doing better, right? And I think you're the referee. You're like, these are the rules. This is how I enforce the rules. This is how the rules should be enforced. You know what I mean? I think that would be the best way of putting an analogy to our thought process. Tell me if you agree. That seems to make sense to me. Good analogy. Yeah. That's what I thought.
And kept us in Afghanistan and had a 330% increase in civilian deaths in Afghanistan under his time in office. The guy who bombed Syria multiple times and bombed Somalia and said we're going to take the oil from Syria. The guy who increased the Pentagon budget every single year. The guy who let Israel steal the Golan Heights. That guy. This is the guy that, oh, he cares about peace so much, which is why he assassinated General Qasem Soleimani, a top Iranian commander who was fighting ISIS in his first term. The guy who ripped up the Iran agreement. Oh, he cares about peace. Ripped up the Iran agreement, bombed Iran in this second term. Oh, he's the peace president. He's now threatening war with Mexico. Yeah, the peace guy. That guy. He dropped the Moab on Afghanistan. That stands for Mother of All Bombs. He dropped that on Afghanistan in his first term. He pardoned literal war criminals from the group Blackwater, the Christian mercenary army that gunned down civilians in Nisour Square in Iraq.
That's what I was doing.
Pardoned
Okay.
them. But he's the peace guy. Jesus Christ, man. I'm just so... The gaslighting drives me crazy. The endless lies drives me crazy. They're trying to have your cake and eat it too. Trying to be a warmonger but then turn around and demand the Nobel Peace Prize. Like, how do these people sleep at night? I genuinely don't get it. I don't get it. All right, here we go. Here's
Feel your
Trump
pain, brother.
running for president.
I don't get it
all
either.
the times he acted like he was anti-war.
Said, oh, he's going to start a war because they said I had that personality to start a war. They remember that? Oh, we can't vote for him. He's going to start a war. No, I used my personality that we didn't have to have wars. I was the first president in decades who started
This
no new
motherfucker.
wars.
God, I
Who
hate this
started
guy so much.
No new wars. No new wars. No new wars. We don't need the wars. Foreign lands, countries you've never heard of.
By the way, just so you know, that line is complete horseshit too, for all the reasons I explained and more. I started no new wars.
the best
I
thing
just
about
kept
following
bombing
rules
like
is
10
that when
different
people try to
countries.
argue with you
That
and
don't
don't
even
know the
want
rules,
us
they
there.
look stupid.
I was the first president in decades who started no new wars. I was the first president in decades who
See,
started no new wars. We will
I
expel
acknowledge
the warmongers from our government. You know,
there's a
we
lot
went
about
into
the
war
rules
with
that I
them. Have a
don't
great
know.
record. We had peace. We had
I
prosperity.
understand
We had no wars.
the
We
vast
had no
majority
wars.
of
That
the
started
basic
no wars. We didn't have a
infrastructure
war.
of the
We will
rules
expel
when it
the
comes to government.
warmongers from our government. We will expel the warmongers from our government.
My
We
goal
will expel the warmongers
is to
from our
know
government. And
just
we had no wars.
enough
When you see all the people that died in these horrible
to
wars in the
get
Middle
what
East and
I
everything
want
else, countries
by
didn't want
working
us.
within the
Look
rules.
at Trump. Just look at this guy. He's going to go to war. He's going to take us. No. Look at me. I'm the one that kept us out of war. You know, I'm the only president that didn't start a war. I didn't start a war.
This president, no wars.
Started no wars. You're going to end up
But
in
see,
a war.
actually, you caught on to
They like a war. They love wars. You know, they love killing people.
something
it's so
that
wonderful.
I
You know, I'm the
learned
only
about
president
myself
in
within
many,
like
many
the last
decades
15,
that didn't start a
20-ish
war.
years.
They're the party of endless wars.
Is that it also makes those who oppose you and want to try and use loopholes get caught in those loops. Yeah, true. Like you caught on to it is that I basically with that proposal is that I'm playing into people's biases when it comes to political I want to say affinity. No, not affinity. Maybe it is like their political affinity, like political habits. I don't know. But yeah, that's what I'm good at. I'm good at recognizing how to basically play both sides, right? Or how to, like, what is it that they want? And how can I word it in a way that they get what they want without realizing that the other person also gets what they want? You know what I mean? Incentives. Yeah, political incentives. There you go. Incentives. Like, what incentivizes legislative decision making? In my opinion, it's lobbying, to be honest, and campaign contributions. That's my honest opinion. But yeah, this is why I want to get into something that has to do in some way with like policy analysis combined with like political behavior, because I want to know, I have a good idea of what the spectrum of voters are thinking, generally speaking. But I also recognize that the overwhelming majority of voters are irrational. Right? Like, they could agree with 90% of Democratic Party policies, but they could vote for someone like Donald Trump just because he's not a typical politician. Like, just for that reason alone, you know? So that's important to recognize. But like, I really think that I can use like my inherent abilities when it comes to writing, wordplay, combined with policy analysis and political behavior to actually like do something beneficial. You know what I mean? For like, not like for society, you know, even if it's just like my city, I legitimately believe that I can do that. And I don't think that I'm being like overly ambitious in saying that.
I was the first president in decades who started no new war. The wars all over. He said, bring back Trump. It'll all end. It all ended. We had no problem. I'm going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. We had no wars with Donald Trump as your president.
You guys
Remember
know
when crooked
programming
Hillary Clinton
structure to
used to say,
understand
he's
legal
going to get us
documents,
into a
specifically
war.
the Constitution, so it is
Look at him.
extremely
Look at his
similar in
rhetoric.
many
I said,
ways.
no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. That's what happened.
Unbelievable. So, by the way, Trump's approval rating is still at like 35%
You mean like
or
the
36%.
physical structure
So let me
of
just
the
be clear about that
language? Is that what you mean?
35 or 36% that's still with him.
How it's like bracketed and
un-American,
indented
disgusting,
and
repulsive, vile little
I'm assuming
creatures.
that's what you mean.
Okay, am I clear enough? You are the most pathetic people on planet Earth.
Yes.
Like, this is your last chance, effectively.
I
If
is
you
smart.
haven't fled him by now over the Epstein files or the corruption or the using the U.S. military to invade the United States of America, if you hadn't
shit,
turned
I got
around,
3 skills.
this is like
Fuck
your
yeah.
last-ditch effort. The the last off-ramp. Because at this point, it's criminal. At this point, you're a co-conspirator. At this point, you actively root for evil. You root for Satan. You root for the devil. You root for death and destruction. So I just want to be clear about that. That if this doesn't get him to his absolute rock bottom number, and we'll see, what is that number? Does it actually get down to 26%? Which is the absolute bare minimum, I think? Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. But at this point, it's like, this first year has been worse than literally anybody could ever imagine. Worse than anybody could ever imagine. All right, more. Ryan Rosbiani says, did Netanyahu push Trump to attack
structure, what it's
Venezuela?
designed to do, how to accomplish
Fox
that,
News
yeah.
pundit says
Also
the U.S.
program burns
attacks
and
on
that
Venezuela
kind of
are for
doesn't
national
contradict
security
itself
against
or repeat itself,
Hezbollah and
otherwise it's
Iran,
considered
as
bad
well
code.
as Russia and China.
Gotcha.
You have got to be fucking kidding me. Here we go.
Venezuela has become a hotbed for every adversary of the
Wouldn't
United
it-
States to operate in the Western Hemisphere.
Wouldn't it repeat itself
has
if you wanted
operations,
to...
the terrorist group Hezbollah based in Lebanon.
If you wanted to conduct a process repeatedly,
that have been widely reported.
for instance,
to be based in
think of something as
Venezuela.
simple as like an
Iran is
RPG in a video
operating in
game, right?
Venezuela,
I say
China.
simple, but
it has become sort of the satellite
that's the analogy I'm going like.
for the countries
Like
who we consider our
you know how
adversaries and who are
RPGs are based
trying to do
off
everything
of
they can
you know
to
basically dice
destabilize and
rolls,
undermine
right?
the West.
So at this point,
So
the
like
warmongers
whether
are
it
just like,
whether
they're
it deals
trolling us,
damage,
they're
how much
gabbing on us.
damage, like
You
it
don't
might
even
be
need to
huge
know anything
dice
about politics
if
to
the
know how
character's dealing
bullshit
like
that is.
9,000 damage, but you know what I
We've
mean.
heard the fake Nobel Prize winner.
But if
the
it's something that
opposition
like
leader
if it's
against
an
Maduro,
ability
she
that does
said
multi-hits,
Hamas
it's
and
going to
Hezbollah
repeat the
are
process.
acting in Venezuela.
You can do that
and they're,
without
like,
repeating
plotting
it.
attacks
Oh,
against
okay,
the US.
gotcha.
Like,
You
this
leave something,
is-
repeat it. Only what it
This
is.
is,
Okay,
like,
gotcha.
humiliating. For anybody who believes this, it's humiliating. Like, they know this is not true. They know most of us know it's not true, but they say it anyway. And by the way, it's actually correct to point out, and we just talked about this the other day. Netanyahu did say this the other day. Watch.
We've had an unbelievable
Fuck
success
this
in by
motherfucker.
degrading Iran, which was the
I
first world
hate
power,
his
now it's the
fucking
second-rated,
smug
third-rate
face.
power. They were throwing their weight
That
all over the
smug
place, exploiting
face.
terrorism,
God,
not
I
only
fucking
to
hate his
every
smug
part of the Middle
face.
East, but to Venezuela. They're in
He's always got
cahoots
this
with the Maduro regime,
freaking
they're
look like
exporting
he thinks
terrorism
he's so much
to
smarter
America,
than everybody
to the
within
American hemisphere, and they want these
within the
Hezbollah
circumference
and
of the
Hamas
earth.
to get their
So you
guys
repeat
into the
something,
United
but it has to
States.
serve a purpose.
Hamas
If you do the same
and
thing twice
Iran
and it's
and its
redundant,
proxies are a
then it is
threat not only
bad.
to us,
Gotcha.
but to Israel, all America's allies in the Middle East.
See
and
how
to
he's got
America
that
itself.
upturned
This
smirk?
is the
Like-
Zionist and MAGA warmongers basically mocking us at this
Fucking
point. Like, we
hate
can do
that
whatever
look.
we want. We could say whatever we want. I mean, this is right up there with the worst of the worst lies from the Bush era. You know? Like, just
Like he constantly has that
comically
look on his
absurd.
face, like.
All right, more. Last night's attacks on Venezuela's fit into a long history of brazen U.S. intervention in Latin America and the world.
Oh, this
So
is
here we
gonna be
go.
cute.
U.S.-backed right-wing military coups in Latin America. Cuba, 1952. Guatemala, 1954. El Salvador, 1980.
America,
Honduras, 2009.
fuck yeah.
Nicaragua, 1980s. Panama, 1989. Haiti, 1959 and 2004. Peru, 1962 and 1975. Dominican Republic, 1965. Venezuela,
California use the
2002.
Fifth Amendment
Bolivia,
to
1980s.
cross
Paraguay,
repeats itself, but it
1954.
serves no
Brazil,
purpose. Gotcha.
1964. Chile, 1973. Argentina, 1976. Uruguay, 1973. So there's a long history. By the way, you want your mind to be blown? Go read the history of what's called the Banana Wars. Go read the history of what's called the Banana Wars. And what you'll find out is, yes, the U.S. military was overthrowing governments for a literal fucking banana company. For the Chiquita Banana Company. I know that sounds made up and super extreme, but it's actually what happened. So go read about that and have your mind blown. More. Here's Trump on New Year's Eve. What is that, 3 days ago? Something like that? Listen to this. Mr. President, do you have a New Year's resolution? His answer, peace. Peace on earth.
Mr. President, do you have a New Year's resolution?
I have. Peace on earth. Peace on earth. You can come in if you like.
This era of postmodern conservatism is going to kill me. Like, I don't know if I'm going to
There's
get out of
nothing
this era
conservative
intact.
about the
I'm
conservative
going to
party.
lose my mind. I'm going to become a paranoid schizophrenic. I am going to be gnawing
Shit,
on
what's
my
he
own
doing?
fingers until
Bad
they're little
medicine, that's
bloody nubs because I can't. I just can't comprehend this world that we live in, where it's like you can say one thing and do the exact opposite and rinse and repeat that about 400 times, and everybody still acts like everything's normal and everything's okay, and we don't live in fucking bizarro land. It is
no, that is
so
recorders issue.
crazy to me, bro. It is so
because
crazy.
they said one breath
All right,
that
here
you
we go.
cannot read text. Expecting
Aiden
something different.
Simmerdone
I'm not
posted
even-
this. it's an explanation as to why he
And in the
thinks,
next, say the due
Venezuela
process clause of 14
will
that is
fail,
different
or at
functionally
least
than
why
the
I
fifth,
think why Trump's
even
regime
though
change attempt
it's
will
the same.
fail. Here we go.
Here are 3 reasons why Donald Trump's war with Venezuela will fail. The first is simply geography. I think the best comparison to make is with Iraq, because of course the United States did invade Iraq in 2003. They were able to topple Saddam Hussein, but they were unsuccessful as they had to fight an insurgency for the next 8 years. Well, Iraq would look like a walk in the park compared to an invasion of Venezuela. Venezuela is roughly twice as big as Iraq, and it is far more mountainous. In addition, at the time of the Iraq invasion, Iraq had many enemies.
I sincerely hope
this
that
includes
when
countries that had previously fought
frickin'
wars against, like Iran, Kuwait,
Exxon
Saudi Arabia, as well as major U.S.
tries to
allies
set
like
up
NATO member
like
Turkey,
refineries
as well as Jordan to the west.
in
contrast,
Venezuela,
actually
like I
has very good
sincerely
relations with
hope
2
that
of
the
three
people
countries
freaking
neighbors,
revolt
that being Colombia
and just like
Brazil. For
disrupt
instance, in Brazil,
any
there's also actually this group called the Land Use
any
Workers
construction
Group that has 1.5 million members,
process
and
that they
actually
try to
pledged that
do.
The United States tries to invade
Yep,
Venezuela,
hence why
they will form their own
if you
militia
apply the
or
Supreme Court
brigade
doctrine
to
to the
then
text
go
of the
and help
Constitution, will
Venezuelan
contradict
government.
itself.
The second reason why a war with Venezuela would fail is because the existing sanctions against Venezuela have actually been insufficient in creating the instability that the United States desires. When the United States invaded
Like
Iraq, sanctions
I
had pretty much
legitimately
destroyed the
hope the
country.
people of
The Iraq
Argentina
army
put
lacked the
up
necessary
as big of a
equipment to
fight
fight against the United States,
against the
and northern
U.S.
mountainous regions were already controlled
imperialism
by,
as
Kurdish, people,
the
rather than
people
Saddam
in
Hussein
Iraq did.
himself. And as these sanctions
I
were going
seriously
on, there
do.
were very few countries that were actually willing to trade or help out Iraq. In contrast, while the sanctions on Venezuela have been devastating, they failed to create the same level of chaos.
Like, 'cause there's
Yes, there
there's
have been
like
attempts to
absolutely no
overthrow the
reason for
government
us to
in
be
Venezuela,
doing
but
this.
these have also failed. And countries have stepped in to help. You know, for instance, Iran actually sent oil to Venezuela, and there are rumors that Russia has actually sent in hypersonic or at least very powerful missiles to the Venezuelan army. So the Venezuelan army and the Venezuelan people would actually be a lot more able to fight against the United States government compared to what happened in Iraq. The final thing is also that this war is simply unpopular amongst the American
man, it's only
public.
10. I'm getting
the Iraq
freaking
war was
tired already.
unfortunately actually quite popular with both Republicans and Democrats.
I did only
supporting
sleep 3
it
hours
in the
last night.
Hysterical
I
aftermath
think
of the 9/11
we'll try to
attacks.
make it to
In
11.
contrast, war with
That's
Venezuela
my goal.
is not popular really at all. 45% of Americans oppose
Well, 11
overthrowing
my time.
Venezuelan President Maduro, while just 17% are in favor.
I don't know
And
how
even
some of
amongst
these streamers
Republicans, it's
go,
not even
like-
a majority. It's only 34%
like
who
8,
are in
9
support
hours,
of this.
like, on a
And
daily
actually,
basis.
public
I don't know
opinion
how they
does matter.
freaking
That's why
do
they
it.
always engage in propaganda and try to get the public on its side.
I've been
So the fact
chatting
it's
for like
unpopular would
2 or
make the
3
war a
hours,
lot
and
more
I'm
difficult
freaking
to carry
exhausted.
out. So there you have it. Those are why this war will fail. Please leave a comment, like, and share. I would love to hear your
But like
thoughts
then
as well.
again, it did
And let
just
me
hit
just add
me.
to this again. We don't know.
I was literally
exactly what's
fine up
happening
until like
because
a minute
the VP
ago.
is still in Venezuela, seemingly in control of the country. You still have the defense minister there. The military appears to still be on the side of the government. So there's
Uh-oh.
a weird scenario where like they got
Uh-oh,
Maduro,
shit's
but
broken.
they didn't really
Someone's
get
dead.
anybody else. And so was there a deal cut? Or
Someone's a
or are
zombie.
they just incompetent? Or like where we are right now is very murky. So there's a lot of open questions that we need answers to. Now, on that same point, look at this from Anonymous.
she
They have a
did.
theory. Venezuela opposition reports the so-called capture of Maduro was a negotiated deal between Maduro and the U.S. for an agreed exit strategy. We reported in November that this would be the case. The U.S. bombed Venezuelan service members as part of a death theater. Okay, so he says Maduro, this was all the way back on November 7th. Maduro likely already has purchased property in Dubai to retire to. He'll hand over oil rights and contracts to U.S. resource corporate oligarchs and billions to the Trump family, laundered through third parties. The threat of invasion is basically a shakedown to ensure he provides more loot. If anything does get bombed in Venezuela, there'll be death theater to help legitimize the deal. Venezuelans will pay the check Maduro is ready to cash. A large sum of the national wealth for Venezuela has already been transferred out of the country by Trump, allies, and Russia. So this is, again, this is an interesting theory, and since there are so many open questions as to what exactly is going on here, the speculation is fucking welcomed. The speculation is welcomed, and certainly we'll have answers to some of these questions within the next week or 2 weeks or month or so. But as of right now, there's going to be a lot of speculation because this doesn't quite add up. The fact that the VP is still in control, the defense minister is still in control, the military is still in the country. Was there a deal, or is it incompetence, or is there something like this going on? We don't know. All right, more.
You know, that actually wouldn't
Breakthrough News
surprise
says,
me
breaking,
if the
anti-war
vice
organizations
president
in the
called
US
up
call for
Trump and was like,
emergency
hey,
nationwide protests on Saturday,
I want to be out of the
January 3rd.
country.
The Answer
I have an
Coalition
idea.
has just issued a call to action that reads, quote, "This war is not about drug trafficking. It is not about democracy. It is about stealing Venezuela's oil and dominating Latin America. It is an outrageous escalation in the campaign of murder in international waters and piracy targeting civilian ships trading with Venezuela. We need to take to the streets and say no to another endless war. The people of this country do not want another war." In the first hour since the call was issued, 13 cities have already listed protests, including in front of the White House at 1 p.m. The organization says more cities will be posted by the morning. The listing is available at anticoalition.org/Venezuela. So you already have popular mobilization here in the U.S. Chris Murphy, when asked about possible military strikes on Venezuela, here's what he says.
Quickly before you go, the president said that he has made a decision, has come to a decision about Venezuela, suggesting that there could be military strikes on Venezuela. How big a step would that be, and how should Democrats react to that?
Well, it seems pretty clear it's just an effort to distract people from the rising prices and from the Epstein scandal. No one wants a war with Venezuela to the extent they're claiming it has something to do with the drug trade coming to the United States. The majority of drugs don't come through the Caribbean. They come via a land route that the president is ignoring because he is so focused on this absurd, illegal military campaign against Venezuela. So I don't think he'll find much support amongst Republicans or Democrats in this country for it. And by the way, it's wildly illegal. The president can't start a war with a nation without a congressional authorization. It's just another sign of how out of control and how lawless this president is, and another signal to Democrats as to why we need to draw those firm moral lines in the sand right now to constrain his growing illegality.
All right, you got to impeach and remove, or you got to do the 25th Amendment. And I know already Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie are already getting their rear and gear and working on holding this president accountable. And the fact that Chris Murphy was saying this is phenomenal. And we need every Democrat to get
saying
on
how
board.
convoluted the court got
Impeach
that if
and
you
remove
apply their
or use the
definition
25th Amendment. We
you
have
have
to
to
get
leave
out
so
there. We
far
have to make
and
the
eventually
argument.
say, well,
this
the
is
court said
unacceptable.
so
As
in
I
order
told
to
you guys,
get
he's
their
gonna leave
get to their
this world
definitions.
a smoldering ash heap by the time he's done. United States military veterans with a message for those in service with the U.S. military.
There was
right
a
now.
recent
So
a recent document released by
Here we have a veteran
Justice
who
Roberts.
says the quiet part out loud and tells the truth about
I don't know if
current
you've seen
veterans
it.
who are engaged in this.
Yo, so it's being reported right now that Caracas is under
but
attack,
it's like
getting bombed from the air,
like
possibly from
a
drones.
year
There's been
in
reports of
review, I
blackouts.
guess,
This is a message for all
of
active
the
duty.
Supreme
if you ever
Court.
get this, I want you to know something that
And
America is not behind you. This
they
ain't like
talk.
the Afghan
There's
war and
there's
the
something
Iraqi war,
about
where you get to come home and be celebrated
how
as a
many
hero,
cases they
have romantic
heard,
movies made for you in
what the
Hollywood.
cases
No.
were about, so on and
America
so
is
forth,
like,
just
what
like the
the fuck right
general
now. So
idea.
understand,
But at no
if this
point in the
ever get- I hope
document
this
does it
gets to
say
some fucking Navy
anything
dudes. If you were in
about
Navy,
the
if you were
significant
in the Air
number
Force,
of their
and you were
shadow
behind the
docket
bombing of
decisions,
Caracas, Venezuela,
which is interesting.
America is not behind you. You will not be celebrated as a hero. You're a piece of shit. You are a piece of shit for following orders from fucking old, decrepit, corrupt men who are fucking over all of Americans right now. Now they're fucking over Venezuelans. America is not behind you, U.S. military. We are not behind you. You will not be celebrated. You have the freedom to turn down orders right now. If you are taking orders to bomb Caracas and bomb Venezuela, a sovereign country, and killing civilians, bombing civilian infrastructure, attacking even military targets, you are violating every fucking law. Not just man-made law. I'm talking about just the law of morality, the laws of the universe. If you are active duty,
Well, like you must apply Article
you
4
have the
privileges
ability
or
to say
immunities
no.
14th, which
You have the
Supreme Court
ability to
affirmed.
turn down orders. I
Oh,
suggest
without
you do
law,
so,
chicken sauce,
because
do
you
something.
will not be celebrated as a fucking hero.
Ah!
You will be seen as a piece
Think
of
about the
shit
Supreme
by
Court logic
all
there.
Americans, except your old fucks who are sitting in front of the TV watching Fox News.
So again, this
Fuck
is
Fox
not
News.
Kyle Kulinski saying it. This is not some code
In the
pink
Fifth Amendment,
far
includes the
lefty
entire Bill of
person
Rights, so
saying
you
it.
have the First
This
Amendment say
is
Congress shall make no law,
a
and
former
later the Fifth says the
U.S.
same
military
freedom to be
veteran,
deprived via due process
and
of contract.
he's saying, "No, we're not with you, and you guys need to let's man up here and let's stand for truth and stand for justice and reject all these illegal orders because all of these orders are completely
all I
and utterly
know
illegal."
is that none of it
Bypassing
matters
Congress
because the
illegally.
Supreme
And by the
Court
way,
will.
if they even were to go to Congress, Congress should have voted no anyway.
You know, I gotta be honest
Let's
with
talk
you.
about the bombing as such. Let's not just get stuck on proceduralism. Let's make
I
the
think that
point
I have the
that this,
potential of being
in
a better
no sane
wordsmith
world
than
should
the
politician
conservative
support this.
appointees
All
on the
more.
Supreme
Here
Court.
is John
Like their
Kiriakou, and he makes a
excuses
very
for
interesting
their
point here. Take a look.
justifications for
I
their
mean,
decisions
why
are
do you
so,
think- what does the CIA think? do you
especially
think, about
recently,
why
are so
they've failed
convoluted
in
and
Latin
absurd.
America time after time after time.
Like, it just
of
doesn't
course,
make
in,
any
in
constitutional
Nicaragua
sense.
And in Cuba and in so many other countries in Latin America, they have failed to overthrow countries, let alone a country the size of Venezuela.
For decades. And it's because of this belief at the CIA. It's a very deeply held belief that we are the good guys. And as soon as we cross that border, people are going to throw flowers at us. And of
We
course,
haven't been the good guys since like
that's laughably,
1944.
laughably wrong. There's no understanding of history. There's
Even
no
then, we
understanding
weren't
of
the
the
good
societies
guys
and the cultures of
because
these
black
countries.
people
They
weren't
don't
allowed to
want
have
us there. And at the CIA,
they weren't
just
allowed
don't
to
understand. Now, in
receive
their
the
defense,
GI Bill.
The CIA is not a policy agency. It's a policy support agency. So just like with the invasion of Iraq, if the White House says do it, you have to do it, even if you're opposed to it on philosophical grounds. But you're right. The CIA, the American government in general, just never seems to learn the lesson of invasions gone bad. It's easy to invade a country. It's easy to overthrow its government. It's exceedingly difficult to take care of things the day after. And one thing about Venezuela, too, as I just said, it would be easy to overthrow the government. We've already essentially told Maduro, just get on your plane and run away. Go to Doha, go to Havana, go to Moscow, just get on the plane and run away. The
just as bad, Thomas,
President
but at
Maduro,
least tried
his private
early on to
pilot
get more and more
said just a
political
few
and
weeks ago that the CIA
No,
had approached
he got
him
more corrupted.
to try to recruit him. So in the event that Maduro were to
He
run
started
away,
taking
instead of landing
trips
in
on
Havana,
Harlan
he would
Crow's
land in
yacht
Miami,
while Harlan
thinking
Crow
it was
had
Havana,
cases
and we could take him off the plane and charge him with
that were
drug
on the
trafficking.
Supreme Court's
The
docket.
president, just a couple of weeks ago, went
That's
on
what
national
happened
television
to
and said that he had
Thomas.
signed a covert action program.
Thomas is the
there is nothing that the CIA does that is more highly
self-hating
classified
black man.
than a covert action program. This was the first time in American history that a president ever announced one as he was signing it. The point being to put so much pressure on Maduro that he just gets up and runs away. So to overthrow him, what do you need to do? You need to secure the presidential palace. You need to take over the radio and television stations. You need to control the major intersections in Caracas. But most importantly, you need to have the military on your side. And the Venezuelan military is on the side of President Maduro.
Damn. How about this? Trump file point.
And like, how crazy is it that like
suggests U.S. interference in Venezuela's government
the
on 3
level
separate
of
pages.
corruption
You're one of the few who think that an attack on Venezuela is
seen
meant to distract from the Epstein files and not part of a larger geopolitical
by
goal, primarily oil. You are mistaken. So,
right-wing politicians
Trump the timing of this absolutely
is
lines
so
up with, yes, he is
much
also
more
trying to distract from the
blatantly
Epstein
absurd
but Trump file is also
than
correct here.
left-wing
that,
politicians.
Yes, the broader goal. This is.
I should
this
say
is not an accident. This is
Republicans
planned
and
out.
Democrats.
They've been open about this fact for a long time. They are American supremacists.
Like, trust
They
me,
are
I
fascists.
recognize,
They are
like,
imperialists.
you're
They
not
are
going to get me with the both
they
sides.
Want to steal the oil. Look at this.
Both sides
Venezuela has
do
gone
it.
from being one of the most
I know.
prosperous, if not the most prosperous country in South America to being
What
one
I'm
of the
pointing
poorest.
out
They
is
go
the
on to say
degree
in the highlighted portion here, the
and
next
breadth
administration must take important steps to put
to
Venezuela's
which, it
communist
happens.
abusers on notice. In a world on fire, a
I
handful of nations
guarantee
require
you,
heightened attention. Some represent
I
existential
would
threats
bet
to the
money.
safety and security of the American people. Others threaten to hurt the U.S. economy.
Like, I wish I
and
could find
others
this out
are
for
wild
sure,
cards
but I would
whose
gamble. I
full
would bet
threat
money
scope is unknown, but
that
nonetheless
Justice
unsettling.
Thomas
The 5 countries on which
has
the next
received
administration should
more
focus its
financial
attention and energy
benefits
are China, Iran,
from
Venezuela,
people with
Russia, and
cases
North Korea.
before the
So this is-
court
we're right back to the George
than
W. Bush
every
axis of evil
single
shit. They mentioned Venezuela here. Span all
Democratic
tools at
appointed
US
justice
at
on the court.
Span all tools at
Guaranteed.
the disposal of the U.S. allies
1
and
to 3
partners
ratio.
to take care of
Him
Venezuela.
compared to the 3.
So this is exactly what they wanted. More. The kidnapping of Maduro was very telling. For a start, they clearly paid off everyone in their way and ensured there would be no real resistance. So basically, bombing the parliament
Look,
and going
frickin'
in
Rick Scott.
all guns blazing was
Rick
completely
Scott, Florida.
unnecessary and instead a message to the
Republican.
world. If it's that easy, then why do this at all?
Defrauded
They
Medicare
obviously knew
or
there would
Medicaid,
be
one of
no
the
air
two,
defense
out of like
active, that Maduro
$1.4 billion.
wouldn't be guarded from them. It seems
He was
there
he was
weren't
on the
even
board
any
of a
sirens
company
active in Caracas.
that
Yet the
defrauded
US still
them
decided
for
it would bomb
$1.4
the
billion.
parliament while it was at it. Just goes to show that there's no such thing
But-
as international
but
law.
Nancy
Now we wait to see if
Pelosi-
Venezuela heads
Guarantee
to a
that's like the
catastrophic
first.
civil war,
But
and whether the
Nancy
US will leave
Pelosi.
or get bogged down
Yeah.
there.
Okay. So
Clearly a lot of
she,
unanswered questions right
her
now,
insider
but one thing is
trading
obvious. This was
made her
done to
like an
send
extra
a
$20 million.
message.
Awesome.
Sam Stein says, just a reminder
Rick
that
Scott
Susie Wiles,
defrauded
the chief of
Medicaid,
staff,
the government,
told Vanity Fair that a land
not Wall
strike in
Street, the
Venezuela
government,
would require
for
congressional
over $1 billion.
authorization. So internally, in the regime, they know, oh shit, he crossed a big bright red line here, and now he's opened himself to potential impeachment, to removal, to criminal charges at
who was
some
it?
point,
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
to the 25th Amendment. Like,
Secured,
it's time to act, y'all. The fact that Susie
I want
Wiles
to say
said, oh, yeah, we
over
know we can't do
$300
this,
something
and then
thousand
they did
dollars just
this,
in PP
wakey,
loans,
wakey,
PPP
wakey.
loans for during
Democrats cannot
COVID,
afford to sit around
and then
with
they'll have
their
those loans
asses
forgiven.
anymore. Yanis Varoufakis says the empire strikes back, not just to grab oil and other riches, but fundamentally to hide its own
Judge
weakness
Jackson.
at home
Might
and to
go down
prepare the
history as the
ground
worst
for
Supreme Court
subjugating its
justice.
own people in Chicago, Portland, New
Goodness,
York
they're lobbying
City,
over so
etc.
bad, like at least
Meanwhile, a
Kagan
vassal
tries,
Europe
makes
watches
decent arguments
in
that are
silence.
flawed.
That's right.
Can you give me an
And-
example of
and
what makes it so
Crystal made
bad?
this point a long time ago. Trump will get more and more dangerous the more he loses his grip on power.
Like what is an
And like I
instance
said, that
where you thought,
36% approval rating
oh my God,
is
this
at a
doesn't make
historic
sense?
low. And so, what do? I got to try to reassert my dominance, reassert my power. Let me, as a bully, go pick on a smaller country, start a new illegal regime change war, and steal the natural resources and brag about it like the year is
I'm willing to bet
1532.
that regardless
Breaker
of
News
however
says, at the
what she
American
said
Business
worded,
Forum in Miami,
I'm willing willing to bet
Venezuelan opposition figure and Nobel
that at
Peace Prize
least
winner Maria
reasoning
Corina Machado announced a massive
came from
privatization program for U.S. businesses
precedent,
elites should the U.S. carry out
as
regime
opposed
change
to
in Venezuela. So, by the way, this psychopath
implementing new
got a Nobel
precedent.
Peace Prize and dedicated it to Trump.
She
also
probably
begged
based her
Netanyahu
decision
to
on
overthrow
existing
Maduro. She's begged for war in her
existing
own country.
laws
So
and
here's what she said.
legislation.
And this is amazing, super exciting for me.
Just a
will
hunch.
Open Venezuela
That's
to
my,
foreign investment.
that's my
I'm
assumption.
talking about a $1.7 trillion opportunity.
So literally telling the oligarchs, literally telling the billionaires and the oil corporations, come on in, baby. Come on in. Make me your puppet leader in Venezuela, and you guys can loot and plunder and pillage.
Only in oil and gas, which is huge, and we know that the opportunities, because we will open all upstream, middle stream, downstream to all companies, but also in mining, in gold, in infrastructure, power. We have our grid right now as a
they're overly
17
emotional.
gigawatt
Emotional.
of energy
What?
potential that needs to be rehabbed. Certainly for technology and AI and tourism. You know,
Wait, hold
Venezuela
on.
has two.
Doesn't she literally look like a
Emotional.
demon? I don't know if it's the makeup or the lighting or
Like,
whatever. She looks
are
like
there
a
like
demon.
tear droplets on the pages? Like, I don't understand.
Caribbean coastline
Doesn't understand
ready to
certain
be
precedent or how the
developed.
judicial
So this is
branch
going
works
to
regarding
be
its
huge. We
place.
will bring rule of law, we will open markets, we will have security for foreign investment, and a transparent, massive privatization.
You see any thought the judicial branch gets to decide if a discretionary
Mehdi
decision
Hassan
was
says the
wrong?
attacks on Venezuela were delayed by the attacks on Nigeria. Now
Which
give
has
this man a
been
damn
provably wrong for
peace
centuries.
prize.
They record.
Somebody
Yeah,
else tweeted,
I've
"You know, I'm
listened to some
starting
of
to
them.
doubt the
At no
legitimacy of
point
the
did they
FIFA
ever
Peace
sound
Prize."
emotional.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah,
come on,
you don't
man.
say. So this is just insane.
That
so
is
they
such
were
a
trying to
terrible
do it,
trope.
Like, on New Year's Day.
Oh,
They
women
were trying
can't
to
do
it
this
on
because
New
they're
Year's Day, but,
emotional.
hey, sorry, we got to do another illegal bombing raid. on
Women
an
shouldn't
innocent-
be
innocent
allowed to
village
vote
in
because they're
Nigeria.
emotional.
Okay. He's got
Come on,
wars
man.
interrupting other wars.
Oh, don't go that
is
route.
The stage of decline that we're in right now.
That is such a
Adam Johnson
terrible,
says, "The New York
obnoxious
Times
trope."
beautifully liberal washes Trump's bombing of Venezuela and abduction of its leader by embracing the captured framework. Maduro isn't wanted by any international or legitimate legal
that-
regime. His fugitive status
Huh?
is pure assertion by only one
You can have
UN
as many
member
questions as
state
you
out of
want. That doesn't mean I'm going to answer
193.
them.
So look at this. This is how the New York
Give
Times
me a
phrased
second.
it. U.S. captures Maduro, Trump says. Venezuelan leader flown out of country after large-scale attack. No, the correct word is kidnapped or abducted. He was kidnapped or abducted. That's how you describe this. This is liberal washing. This is sane washing Trump. This is pretending like it's about freedom and liberty and democracy. Utter nonsense. And the New York Times will not call a spade and say this is about natural resources, this is about oil, this is about mineral wealth, this is about enriching the billionaires who got his ass in office. They will not tell you the truth. They won't do it. And you got to come to outlets like this, an asshole on YouTube, to hear the truth, which is disgusting. Shame on them. Shame on them. This is amazing. I want to show you this. So Terrence K. Williams says, I stand with President Donald Trump. I voted for him because I trust his judgment. I trust our commander-in-chief. President Trump ordered strikes on sites inside Venezuela, including military facilities, according to U.S. officials cited by CBS News. Keeping America safe comes first. That's what this guy said now. On October 7th, he said, and they said Trump would start wars. Anybody who is this deep in the MAGA cult and has chugged the Kool-Aid this aggressively is so fucking useless. They're so useless. They've dedicated their lives to worshiping this fucking fat war criminal, fredophile, rapist, okay? Like, how absurd is this? So you're going to see a lot of this account, this account is, I'm sure, about to go ham with all the people who pretended like MAGA was anti-war, and now all of a sudden, they're all pro-war, okay? Robert Inlakesh says, breaking, as the U.S. invades Venezuela, Israel launches airstrikes throughout Gaza. Missile strikes on Jabalia and Burej reported just now. So, what's happening is Israel is using the cover of this big news in the U.S.
Hold on.
to do
That isn't an
more
argument I
terrorism
made.
and more damage and more genocide and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
Let me see
so,
here.
as I've told you a million times over,
let me go back here. They are overly emotional. Like, those are the first words of your sentence. They are overly emotional. And you base that off of the next comment, which was they record the oral arguments. So, based on what you've heard on their oral arguments, you're saying that they're overly emotional. I have listened to some of the oral arguments, and I don't get that same sense. Like, that doesn't... I don't hear emotion. Like, I hear, what's the word I'm looking for? I would say, intensity? Like, that's how I would put it. But like, okay, so let's say for the sake of argument that they're emotional and Thomas and Alito are corrupt. Like, from a, like, without even knowing, like, take who appointed them out of the picture, you know? Take their actual decisions out of the picture. You know? Take their genders out of the picture. If I say here's two justices who seem to be intense and emotional during when they question the council. And here's two justices who there's evidence that they've received financial benefits from people who have cases before the Supreme Court. Honestly, which of those is more capable of or which of those two groups would be more likely of issuing a good faith decision? You know what I mean? Free or as free as possible from outside influence, right? Like, one is influenced by emotion and the other is influenced by money, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think, even if I give your statement the benefit of the doubt, like, obviously I haven't listened to all the oral arguments, so I'm sure there's something that I missed that you caught, vice versa. But for the sake of I'll grant you I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say that some of the questioning did get heated. I have heard, like, the voices get raised, but, like, nothing to the extent of being quote unquote emotional, right? Oh, that was a critique of their etiquette. Okay, so they talk over each other. It's not really emotional. It's just like they're intent on getting their point across. And, like, okay, and I've listened to some of the arguments from the executive council. Like, they try to talk over them also. Like, when you listen to what they say, they just have this, like, I don't know. I would argue, like, what you hear from the emotion that you hear from Jackson in the form of like, you know, talking over each other, whatever. I hear it coming from the executive council. That's who I hear it from. John Sauer. I think John Sauer is his name, right? Like, that's who I hear it from. Dude, I tell you what, man. I don't know, just the decisions that I have read, the oral arguments that I have heard, she seems more knowledgeable than Thomas and Alito, especially those two nut jobs. Like, those two especially. Like, I have, like, a completely opposite view. And I think the problem is that, like, I know that Thomas and Alito are compromised. And even, I would even say, like, I think, like, intellectually, I probably think Gorsuch is the worst. No, correction. No, not Gorsuch. Kavanaugh. Intellectually, I think Kavanaugh's the worst. That's the one that I meant. Oh, do you know that, this is how smart Kavanaugh is. You know how, in the recent decision, they said, the decision was like, they were allowed to profile based on race, like they could assume like they could pull people over and question their immigration status based on race. I don't remember the specific wording, but that's basically what it amounted to. There's a recent decision, I can't remember which one it is. I just briefly read about it. That was okay. Here's this is how smart Kavanaugh is, because he's such an intellectual. There was a decision that had absolutely nothing to do with immigration. I wish I could remember. I was on the toilet. I was scrolling. I was reading a. I think it was either a Reuters or ProPublica article. I can't remember which one. And there was a decision that had absolutely nothing to do with immigration. But technically there's no equal protection clause and so forth. But I wish I could remember. But Kavanaugh, in his decision, like shoehorned in the statement contradicting the previous ruling, where they call it Kavanaugh stops. Like that's legitimately what the people in the legal immigration, like legal profession, call it, Kavanaugh stops. Like that's what people in the political world call it. You know, asking someone their immigration status based on their race. He shoehorned in a counter to that in a recent decision that had nothing to do with immigration, saying something to the effect of like, you know, as we all know, it is unconstitutional to detain somebody on the basis of race, or something to that effect, right? So like, this dude is such an idiot that he made a ruling that was blatantly unconstitutional, and then went back on that decision in a case that had nothing to do with immigration. So I think that, like, I just think the idea that Jackson isn't intelligent, like, I don't know, like, I don't think that the recent decisions from Kavanaugh, like, that's such a low bar. You know what I mean? Like, if we're looking at them, like, relatively speaking, like, there is no way that Jackson is near the bottom of that list. Absolutely not. Not a chance. I don't believe that for a second. And doesn't Jackson actually have more judicial experience than Kavanaugh? I believe so. You know, no, I'm gonna check. I want to be sure I'm correct about this. Oh, I want to start the video again while I'm looking this up.
That fake peace agreement Trump did was always totally fake.
I don't
Israel
want
has
to
consistently
make false
violated
statements.
it all the time since they signed it and made a big deal about that.
I will say,
Tim
I
Hayden
think,
says,
I'm not
Donald
sure,
Trump is
I
going to
believe,
threaten to bomb a different
but
country
like,
every 12 hours
I
until
really
he
want to know
finds
this.
the one that will make everyone stop talking about how he raped kids. Trump file points out here, Fox News is really trying to blame the cartel for a military attack on Venezuela. 15 minutes later, they admitted it was our military. So the stuff, you are getting some all-time bangers coming out of Fox News today, man. Let me tell you, some all-time bangers, because they are all over the place. They're loving this, they're defending this, but they're also just flat out making shit up. So listen to this.
Perhaps Iran, because if in the back and forth of the rhetoric, it was if the Iranian regime was trying to use in an asymmetric fashion a terrorist attack against the United States, and they were using their assets that they have in Venezuela, that could have been a trigger for this. If, say, the Venezuelans were preparing to attack U.S. forces, that could have been a preemptive strike against those forces as well. But the most interesting one, which also I think needs to be considered, is that it could be an internal, or the cartels themselves trying to rise up to take out Maduro themselves, or internal.
Yeah, because, you know, the cartels themselves have the world's most powerful military helicopters and fighter jets and...
Of course. This is Donald Trump's world after all. It all makes sense to Donald Trump. Alright, so I am going to put the information up because this way you will have confirmation if I'm right or wrong. So I don't want to take that chance. If I am wrong, then I am wrong. I will accept. Okay, let's see. Circuit Court Judge, 2618. 2006. Okay, so he was a judge. Ugh, fucking Federalist Society. Fuck those out. Okay, so he was a judge from 2006 to 2018. His nomination was 2018, so 12 years. 12 years judicial experience. I mean, not bad in terms of experience, but you know as well as I do that coming from the Federalist Society, his decision-making process wasn't actually based on constitutional law. It was based on the end result. It is hard to mess up the discretionary action precedent. Well, it would be pretty easy for me to mess that up because I couldn't even define that. All right, let's see. Ketanji Brown Jackson. What is the Sentencing Commission? Is that a judicial? Would you consider that a judicial experience? Sentencing Commission? What is that? It's an independent agency of the judicial branch. Sentencing Commission. Okay. Okay, so 2010 to 2014. District Court, that's a judicial position. 2021. Court of Appeals 22. So 2010, 2012 years. Oh, they both have 12 years of judicial experience. 6 to 18. That's funny. Agencies, committee, and branch are separated based on their powers. Okay. There was one of these goobers. So, here's how about this? I'm gonna give you a task. I do remember watching a lot. I didn't watch the whole thing. But I do remember watching a lot of the oh my god, why am I getting attacked? I'm getting attacked. God damn it. Oh my gosh, when go watch the Senate hearing. No, it's not a hearing. The committee hearing when when a Supreme Court justice is they're nominated by the president and they have to be the nomination has to be approved. What is it? Is that a hearing? A committee hearing where they question the nominee? Is that what it's called? I think that's what it's called. Why am I thinking it might be something else? Is it? Okay. I was right. For some reason I was doubting myself. Watch the one from Brett Kavanaugh. And then watch the one with Ketanji Brown Jackson. And watch both of those and honestly watch it. Give it an honest analysis and then come back. And then you let me know which one of those two seemed more professional, more knowledgeable, and better qualified for that position. Based on the way they presented themselves. Obviously it's been a few years because it was one was in 2018, one was in 2020, and I didn't even watch the Kavanaugh one until after the Dobbs decision because I wanted to see what these douchebags said during their hearings. But yeah, seriously, watch those two, and you let me know which one of those two you believe, based on that, was more qualified for that position.
Weaponry and bombs. I mean, this is insane.
Or the cartels themselves trying to rise up to take out Maduro themselves.
Challenge
or
accepted.
internal, a military coup, much not unlike how Hugo Chavez first tried to come to power. So all of the above still in the cards. The only losers.
And again, I watched both of them in hindsight.
Is the Chinese, the Russians, and the Iranians.
Well, no, Ketanji Brown Jackson was 22, so I watched hers pretty shortly after she had her hearing.
Free of this narco state that they've been living under for the last couple of decades.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, just like the people of the U.S.
Analyze.
The people of Iraq are going to have a great
I guess
time
the
after
second
we
part would
topple
be.
Saddam. What's that? What's that?
Analyze
4
the
million lost their
answers they
homes?
gave.
What's that? Hundreds of thousands of innocent
And
people died.
think about some of the decisions
I mean, God, I
that
hate
they've
these people
made
so much,
on
but that's maybe the cartels did it. Oh, we did it. Never mind.
in
We
court,
did it, and it's awesome. Hooray!
and see if
oh my God.
see how
Adam Johnson
aligned, like
says, I would simply like my country to stop starving and
how
killing
aligned
people,
are
and I
they?
would like the US
You know what I mean?
liberals
Like,
to stop aiding this regime of violence by constantly
which
propping
one?
up its moral logic.
Which one is
and
more
acting as if
accurate
there's some human rights or
in what they said in their
democratic or
hearing
international order
compared to
the
how
US
they
is
ruled
defending? He says
in
one would think
future
Gaza would have
cases?
ended
You know what I
this
mean?
fiction. One would also think Trump's out-in-the-open brazen imperialism would have ended this fiction. But it's a fiction that is simply too big to fail, and without it, there's too many people who wouldn't know how to engage reality. If the people carrying out the acts of imperial violence don't care about democracy, it's entirely lost on me what use it is to register one's opinion on this dynamic. It's irrelevant. No one actually making these decisions gives a shit. So what
I'm
is
looking
it
at their
other than
knowledge
fart
of the
sniffing? That's
Constitution
exactly right. And this
consistency
is
on
what
it.
the New York Times has been doing. Sane washing and liberal washing, the worst, horrific, imperialist, warmonger, bloodthirsty crimes we've ever seen. Me and the boys on the way to war because Taylor Swift and Beyonce told a bunch of uninformed white chicks, to vote for Kamala. Poorly aged things. All the memes about, bro, Trump is anti-war and Kamala's pro-war, bro. She's gonna give us World War III. That's what she's gonna give us World War III. Here's Trump. Here's Trump delivering us World War III. And seemingly a new war on a weekly basis. He bombs a new country. Just so ludicrous. By the way, as I talk to you right now, Secretary of War Crimes Pete Kegsbreath is talking. I have News Nation on in the background.
Kegsbreath.
And they're currently sucking themselves off over their war crimes and their imperialism. All right.
Pete
I posted this
Kegsbreath.
one. Remember when the @GOP Twitter account said, vote the pro-peace ticket, vote Trump and Vance. And there's this big smug-ass picture, the pro-peace
Oh my
ticket.
God, that's
Yeah,
legitimate image.
We love peace. And by peace, I mean bombing anybody and everybody. How come every time these two meet, a new war starts, and it's the picture of Trump and Netanyahu,
Dude, why?
who literally
Okay.
did just meet? Yeah,
Answer
weird,
me
isn't
this.
it? Weird, isn't it?
You live in a red
Adam Johnson
state,
says,
so you're
"Could have
around
been
a lot of
Azerbaijan or
Republican
Sweden,
voters.
So the New York Times is right to hedge here, and he's showing a New York Times title that says
even,
Venezuela
you know, Republican
accuses
MAGA,
the US of
maybe
carrying
old school
out attacks on the
Republican.
Capitol. Really? That's what we're going
Maybe
with?
MAGA, who knows?
They
But
accuse the U.S. of doing it.
why?
You didn't have the fucking cojones to tell the truth and
Why
point out, of course,
are
it's the U.S. You needed
the
like,
Democratic
Kegsbreath to verify it
elected
before you said it?
officials
They accuse the U.S. So in other
not
words,
held
Trump and
to
Pete
the
Kegsbreath says,
same
"Actually, that
standard
wasn't
as
even
the
us, bro."
Republican
The New York Times
elected
said,
officials?
The U.S. denies involvement.
Like, why
This
are
is
the
not
Republican
journalism.
officials?
This is not reporting. This is not truth-telling.
Why are
You're
excuses
stenographers to
made for their
power. You're little
hypocrisies?
bitches. You refuse to actually be
But
honest
not
with
the
what's
other
in
way
your fucking
around.
lives.
I don't get it.
I went through this
Like,
already with the war in Iraq.
why is there not? Why does their baseline of standards from Republican voters, generally speaking, not all? I know they're not a monolith.
Right? And so, again, now at least you have outlets
But
like
why
this one, well, I'll tell you the truth,
is
and there's
their
others who will tell you the truth.
baseline
But, like, people shouldn't
standards
have to look for us.
flexible
You know what I'm saying? Like, it should be
when
the
it comes
default
to
that the truth
Republican
is spoken, but the paper of record refuses to do it.
uh,
All right, more. So Trump went on Fox and Friends.
candidates
He went
and
on Fox and
officials,
Friends. He's giving a speech
but
right now as I'm recording this. By the way, Crystal
they
texted
set
me
like
and
a
said he
high
sounds like
bar
absolute shit.
for Democrats,
So,
and
you
it's
know,
like
his health problems are definitely
absolutely
catching up to him.
inflexible.
His fucking, you know, his
in
record
Georgia,
on Earth,
because
like
they are
the
apart from the
last
Girl Boys
things
Club
he's
and they
known for are
excel
gonna be
anyone who
starting, like,
dares to challenge the
multiple new
establishment and the
psychotic
state
wars.
government.
But he sounds like shit apparently. But he was on Fox and Friends earlier, and boy oh boy did we get some.
I'm just
amazing
saying, like,
clips. So here's
okay,
Aaron Rupar,
here's what I'm trying to
says,
say. This is the
Trump
point I'm
to Fox
trying to
and
make.
Friends on the raid that captured Maduro. Quote.
Hold on, let me
I
pause
mean,
this.
I watched it literally like I was watching a television show.
Here's the point I'm trying to make. If you were to ask, like, people in Georgia, you can tell me if you agree with this or not. If you were to ask them who they think the most corrupt politician in Congress in recent history was, I'm willing to bet the first name that's going to come out of their mouth is Nancy Pelosi. Right? My question is, why, like, I agree that insider trading should be outlawed, like, should be, like, I don't think people in Congress should trade stocks at all. And I agree that, you know, the fact that she's outpaced the market by like 100% throughout the course of her career is absurd, right? So believe it or not, I actually agree with, because I have a baseline of standard when it comes to elected officials, and I apply that standard equally across the board. So insider trading is just as bad for a Republican as it is a Democrat, in my opinion. So my question, generally speaking, in my experience when interacting with Republican voters, why is it abhorrent that Nancy Pelosi participates in insider trading, congressional trading, which is not currently illegal, yet somebody, like I mentioned before, Rick Scott, who defrauded Medicaid, you know, actually I want to find out how much, I keep saying $1 billion, but I feel like I'm wrong now. Give me a second. The largest healthcare fraud case in the United States, Rick Scott and the fraud case of Columbia. It was in 1997. Holy shit. I was underselling it. The settlement, he settled for $1.7 billion. That was the settlement. There was $840 million in criminal fines and civil damages and penalties announced in December of 2000. This is in 2000. Consider inflation. Okay, so back to my question. Why? Why? Is that when it comes to congressional corruption, why is the first name out of a Republican's mouth, generally speaking, again, not a monolith, Nancy Pelosi, when her wealth expanded by, you know, her wealth legally expanded, unethically, yes, but legally expanded by like a couple dozen million, I'll say 20 million, something like that. But Rick Scott is involved in 1.7 billion in fraud, and you don't hear anything about it, right? Why? Please. I genuinely want to know why the Republican voter base, especially the MAGA, why they do not adhere, why they do not apply the same set of standards across the board to all politicians. Does that make sense? I've never been a Republican voter. I've never been a fan. Since I started becoming political, I've never been a fan of the Republican Party. So I honestly do not have the capability of answering this question. Because if I were to ask them, which I have asked, like, why don't you hold the same standard? Like, oh, we do. And then they go through these, like, they bob and weave to try to justify their decision. You know what I mean? $1.7 billion settlement. So it makes you wonder how much the fraud actually was if the settlement was $1.7 billion. Good God, man. I had no idea it was that crazy. I think I was saying like 1.4 was the fraud, not the settlement. Anyway, if you have an answer, let me know. Or if you can think of a possible answer, let me know.
If you would have seen the speed, the violence, it was an amazing thing. Look at this. Look at what Grandpa says.
So you've had quite a busy evening. Tell us about it.
It was slightly busy, I would say. It was very dark all over, especially in Venezuela.
The team did an incredible job. They rehearsed and practiced like nobody's ever seen. And I was told by real military people, that there's no other country on earth that could do such a maneuver. If you would have seen what happened, I mean, I watched it literally like I was watching a television show. And if you would have seen the speed, the violence, you know, they say that, the speed, the violence, they use that term. It's it was an amazing thing, an amazing job that these people did. There's nobody else could have done anything like it.
You're at Mar-a-Lago right now. How were you able to watch this?
Well, we watched it from a room. We had a room, and we watched it, and we watched every aspect of it. We were surrounded by lots of people, including generals.
So not in the Situation Room where all the stuff
Oh,
is
I'm not mad
protected,
at the people
literally
here
sitting
way
in
being a
Mar-a-Lago
Democrat having
watching it like he says,
negative
like a
20
TV
points by
show.
default, and the
Fucking
Democrat has over
senile grandpa
default. Skepticism all
sundowning, watching
Republican might
fucking
be
death
it
and
too. They'll
destruction
see
that
as
he's
better than a
unleashing on
negative
innocent
8
people.
Everything that was
Democrat.
happening, and it was
I know,
very
but like,
complex, extremely complex.
I'm
The
I'm
whole
not
maneuver, the
necessarily
landings, the
talking
number of
about the
aircraft, which were a
politician
massive number,
specifically.
the number of
I'm
helicopters, the
asking
different
why
type of helicopters,
a
different type of
Republican
fighter
voter,
jets. We had a fighter jet for
like
every
the
possible
average
situation.
Republican voter, which
And
is
they just
going to
broke in
be
and they
significantly
broke
more
into
MAGA than they
places
were,
that
you know,
were
say
not
8 years
really
ago.
able to be broke into, you know?
I love
Why
how
do
it
they
says
not
at the banner at the bottom,
apply
Trump,
the
US
same
captured
set of
Venezuelan
standards,
dictator Maduro.
like
I would love to
baseline
see,
standards, like
China or
expectations,
Iran, you know,
across the
capture
board to all
US
politicians,
dictator Trump
right?
and brings him to justice
That's
by
what I'm
letting him
wondering.
have a
So, like,
trial in
my
their
question is more
Again,
about the
this is
voter
world that they're
themselves than it
creating,
is
but
the
they're too
politician.
stupid to
Does that make
think
sense?
it through to its conclusion, to understand what if the shoe's on the other foot. To
Why is it
understand,
so
like,
easy
hey,
for
you know,
a
you're laying
MAGA
precedent
Republican
here,
voter
and that matters. You don't just get to say,
to,
I get to do it and you don't. That's not how it works.
And they got taken
have
out
this,
in a matter of seconds. I've never seen anything like it.
And you were
actually.
able
you know,
to watch
this
this in real
conflict, and then
Yeah, don't forget, I've done some
refuse to
pretty good
acknowledge
ones
that there's a
in,
conflict.
in other parts of the world.
They don't care. They always
Okay,
fall,
I've
well,
done
I
some
don't
pretty
like
good
it,
ones,
but it doesn't
I've
make
never
my
seen
opinion that
anything
go
like this.
negative.
I was able
Like
to watch
Democrat.
it in real time, and
Yeah,
I
why?
watched
Like-
every aspect of it, and I listened to the communication between, you know,
Because,
where
like,
we
someone
were in
like
Florida
Trump
and out in the field
can
in
accept a
Venezuela.
$400 million
And it was amazing
jet
to
from
see the
Qatar,
professionalism, the
and
quality
they
of
see no
leadership, the
problem with it.
professionalism
They're like, well,
General
yeah, of
Reagan
course you
gave
take it.
fantastic
It was a
opening.
gift.
We did another one not so long ago.
Like,
with
they will
Putin
justify it,
knocking out
but
the,
Nancy
Iranian
Pelosi
nuclear threat,
makes
the
an
nuclear
extra
power.
10
That
to
was-
15 million
that was
dollars over the course
unbelievable
of
what
like a
they did there. This is
50-something year
something that-
career,
Dude, bragging about all the wars he
and it's
started.
like the worst thing in the world. Like,
And
I
to
don't
have
get it.
a few injuries, but
I'm sure you
no
see the
death
hypocrisy.
on our side.
You know what I mean?
Is really amazing.
So what are the injuries? That's crazy. Like, so U.S. soldiers got injured, and you just like brush by that. By the way, just so you know, I always listen to stuff on 1.25 times speed, as I'm sure most of you guys who watch this know. So even on that speed, he sounded like shit. So if I had a normal speed, he would be dragging like a motherfucker through that stuff. By the way, he's doing all this, and then he's going to try to go, you know, make his tea time. More Trump on Democrats. Here's what he says. Here's how he says Democrats should be praising me. They should be
Cognitive
praising me
dissonance,
for
that's
starting
what it
another
is.
illegal regime change war.
The
The
level of
Democrats,
cognitive
maybe
dissonance.
They'll take a shot. You know, they'll take a shot. Oh, all they do is complain. They don't talk about. They should say, you know what?
That's
we did a
so
great job.
funny. I get a
We're
kick when I hear
stopping
Trump
drugs from
talking
coming
about
into this
someone
country.
complaining all the
Total lie.
time.
And nobody's
motherfucker,
been
what do you
able to
think
do
you
it
do?
until we came along. But they should say, great job. They shouldn't say, oh, gee, maybe it's not constitutional. You know, the same old stuff.
Literally mocking the Constitution. Could you imagine a Democratic president mocking the Constitution, how the right would react? It'd be a 24/7 meltdown for a week straight on Fox News.
That we've been hearing for years and years and years.
All right, how about this one? Fox and Friends, what do you see as the future of Venezuela's oil industry? And yet again, Trump is going to say the quiet part loud.
The countries that negotiate with Venezuela for those that illegal oil are already starting to suffer. What do you see as the future of Venezuela's oil industry?
Well, I see that we're going to be very strongly involved in it. That's all. I mean, what can I say? We have the greatest oil companies in the world, the biggest, the greatest, and we're going to be very much involved in it. We can't do something like this, and we're prepared. You know, we were prepared to do a second wave. We were all set, and this was so lethal, this was so powerful that we didn't have to. But
The closest I've
we're
seen
out there with an armada
to
like
any
nobody's ever
Republican,
seen
MAGA
before, and
Republican
we're
voter
prepared, and we're
to
prepared.
accepting
And
a
frankly,
Democratic
probably
politician
thought we were gonna have
is
to do it,
Zoran
but
Mamdani.
we were prepared for a second wave going in.
You know what I mean?
Isn't it
Because
crazy
they
this guy pretended to
absolutely
criticize George W.
cannot
Bush over the
deny
Iraq War,
the
and now he's
his
doing this?
level of
Isn't it amazing?
authenticity. You know what I mean?
People have the memory of a
My
fucking
issue with
goldfish.
Democrats because I
All right,
disagree
more
with their
Fox and
policies
Friends. Will you throw your
constitutionally, so it
support
makes it
behind
hard to support.
opposition leader Maria Corina
Especially since
Machado?
Georgia
And
Democrats
here
have
is
always
his answer.
pushed gun control
Mr.
federally
President,
rather
throw
than
your support
stateside.
behind opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, who, as you recall, won the Nobel Peace Prize and then in turn dedicated it to you for your efforts in pressuring Maduro. Are you going to fully support her to take over to run the country?
Well,
Well, we're going to have to look at it. Right now, they have a vice president, as you know. I mean, I don't know.
So this is actually kind of fascinating because
So
I was expecting him to say, of course.
they're trying to
right?
pass
But he didn't say
legislation?
that, which then begs the question, all right, well, did you leave
I don't know,
the
that
VP in
seems
control?
like-
Did you leave the defense minister?
I feel like that's the
right?
constitutional
like,
way to pass legislation.
behind-the-scenes deal with them where they are
You know
now
what I mean?
going to let U.S. corporations and billionaires fucking plunder and pillage and loot and steal the oil and stuff? And so since they're allowing that,
Like-
you're going to allow the VP to be president?
Again-
there's
again,
so
like
many
the-
unanswered questions now because of how this went down. It's either a
Like,
secret deal or it's extreme
there's such a
incompetence.
false equivalence
We
here.
know there's also just extreme
Like,
pettiness and
Democrats
viciousness
try to
and
pass
criminality
legislation,
because
which
why
is
would
what
you attack
Congress is supposed to
basically
do,
the gravesite
right?
of Hugo Chavez, a former president
And
there,
you
who's,
might not
know,
agree
beloved
with
by
the
public. Why would you do
constitutionality
that?
of
So
that
there's all sorts of
legislation,
weird things
but they are
going on
still
here. It's very
trying
bizarre that he's not just
to
supporting
implement it
this person who was begging for the
using
regime
the
change all
correct
along, who
processes.
the U.S. was working with. The other thing is, remember, in the first term,
However,
they pretended like this guy Juan
by
Guaido
comparison,
was president of Venezuela when he wasn't. And so,
you
are
have
they
a
gonna try to bring
president
back Juan Guaido? Do they like him more? Are they
who
gonna kick
has
Corina Machado
defrauded
to the side and say,
people
"We're
with
gonna
his
go with this
crypto
guy"? I
schemes
don't
for
know.
a couple
I
billion
don't know.
dollars,
There's a lot of open
accepted
questions still.
gifts from basically
About what
every
kind of
single
election
person
that
that
was,
stepped into his
you know,
office.
the election
Like,
of Maduro was a disgrace. Just
like
my
there's
election was a
absolutely
disgrace.
no
2020 was a
By the way,
comparison
I'm watching in the background
whatsoever.
right now. One of the generals
Not to
is
mention, it was just
giving,
about the
a
Democrat talking
speech on
points
this,
rather
which,
than
by the
actually
way,
engaging with
he
me. The
should be
federal
locked
government
up.
doesn't have
He's
a
a
general
criminal. He should
policing
be locked up. This is
power.
wildly illegal.
No,
This
but
is
they do have a
unacceptable.
legislative
You're
power.
trampling over U.S. law and international law.
I don't
What a
know.
fucking disgrace this man is.
Like,
But as
you
he's
might
giving a
not
speech,
agree with
Trump's
the
in the background
policy that
standing
they
there.
are
His eyes are like
attempting to
90% shut.
legislate.
So, you know, the sundowning fucking
You know, for
psychopath
instance, you
is,
gave the
falling
gun
asleep
control one,
as they discussed the
but
new
they
war they
are
got us into.
And, you know, a real disgrace.
they
The
are
2024
in the
was rigged.
legislature
But
attempting
what he
to
did was-
legislate.
I mean, his was
You know what I
open.
mean?
I would say, frankly, you want to know the truth? I think Charlie would testify this.
Like, I
It
feel
was a
like
hell of a lot
you would,
worse than,
you should
what
be
they
like
did to us in
infinitely more
2020.
appreciative of that,
Bro,
or even
he's
if you
talking
don't
about
like the
how the
policy
2020 election was rigged, he says.
versus the
Meanwhile,
way
Jack Smith just the other day validated
the
Trump would be
Republican
going
Party
to
goes about it.
prison if he was able to finish doing his job as a special investigator. This
Like,
is unbelievable.
complete
Our election
obstructionist.
was a disgrace in 2020, and everyone
He's
knows
still
it.
babbling about the election.
And now it's come out. And it's come out even
blatant
in the legal
corruption.
form. But it was disgraceful. He had an
Flipping
Oh,
the
man.
truth exactly on its head. The opposite came
Like, it
out
just-
that you were trying to steal the election, and he lies and flips it.
It's just like there's no both
And,
sides to
the
this,
people
in my
have no
opinion.
love
You know?
for him, that's for sure. He had very little loyalty, if any
There's
loyalty.
literally Venezuelans in the street now protesting this illegal attack on their sovereignty.
He was a dictator who was a tough cookie, and he ran it tough, and the people can't believe they got so lucky.
What? Okay, just insane. So here is Jeremy Corbyn. He comments on this.
This is the behaviour of a cowboy state, not the behaviour of a member of the UN Security Council. So it needs to be condemned in the strongest possible terms. I hope the British
You
government
don't
will do
understand
just
legislative
that.
power.
The US
Literally
believing it
training
has an
supposed to say
inalienable
laws
right
have to be
to do anything
constitutional
it
for it to be
wishes in any
legitimate exercise
what they
of that
call
legislative
Western
power.
Hemisphere country, which
Supremacy clause
obviously means all
alone
of Latin
states
America.
that- well,
is it next going to be Cuba?
that is what
they
the
go into,
parliamentarian
or
would say.
What is next after this? This is an opportunity for the
But,
British government to
as
say
we've
very
recently
clearly, if it
discovered,
does believe in
you can
international
fire the
law, then
parliamentarian
clearly what the US
and then
has
push
done
the
is
legislation
illegal.
anyway.
It is illegal to invade a country for regime change, as happened in the case of
As the
Iraq.
Republican Party has
Here's
recently
Jeremy Corbyn.
done.
We got more. Here's Jeremy Corbyn talking about it in
Well, in
Could
recent
the minister
history.
be very clear? What the US is doing is illegal in bombing vessels at sea, in both international waters and potentially in territorial waters. The harassment of Trinidadian fishing communities likewise, and the now threat of bombardment on the Venezuelan mainland is completely illegal within all sections of international law. Has the British government made any representations to the US on this?
That
And
is why
what
the
role
president has a
does the British
veto.
government
Look what
play
I just
at the
reviewed
United
and safe
Nations
kid.
in the discussions
Yeah,
about
so like,
this? And does he accept this is an incredibly
sure.
dangerous,
You know what, like, let's
massive
say-
build-up of military force in the
Let's say,
Caribbean
you know
can
what?
only be dangerous not
These
just to people of
rascally
Venezuela, but the
Democrats,
people of every
these
other country and island within the region.
these
Surely
wily
should be some
coyote
move towards
Democrats,
peace
like
rather than allowing this
shooting their
military
Acme rockets, their
confrontation
illegal
to
Acme
develop.
rockets through legislation.
So he's going
okay,
in the other direction.
then it gets vetoed, or even if it gets approved,
brings considerable experience of Latin American issues.
like it still
to this
goes to the
House.
courts. Like
on the legal
position, I don't think I have.
At least they're
much
still
more
doing
to
it
add.
legislatively,
Clearly, there's been
you know?
extensive reporting over the last few days of
Instead
some
of
specific US
executive
strikes.
action.
Translation.
Like,
We
okay,
don't know what these psychos
that's
are
a good
doing.
point.
We don't know what's going on.
Reiterate.
That's actually, yeah, I actually want to bring attention to this. Like, why focus on the Democratic Party attempting to legislate, even though you don't agree with that legislation, and because on the basis of it, of what you believe to be its constitutionality. Yet, why was your first response not, yeah, these executive orders, these unconstitutional executive orders, are a blatant overreach? Like, this is, again, it's one of those things where, like, attempting to pass legislation as part of the legislature, even though the constitutionality is debatable, regardless of how you feel about it, it is debatable. Even though, as it currently stands, you know, gun restrictions aren't likely to be approved. But anyway, you know what I'm trying to say. But an executive order, like, damn it, I'm tired. I'm past my bedtime. I said I was going to be done at 11. Unlawfully passed an unenforceable law. Same with the executive orders. They are wrong and unconstitutional. Okay, so, all right. So tell me this in all honesty. Which of those two scenarios, which these are not hypotheticals, they've happened, which of those two scenarios do you believe is the greater overreach? Which one of those two is the more extensive, more power-grabby overreach? The one that involves a legislative process, which involves everyone in Congress to approve or disapprove. It requires a vote on the floor, or an executive order that is signed by a single individual. So tell me honestly, in your opinion, which of those two is the greater of the two overreaches? Like, honestly, come on. I believe I know the answer, but I'm kind of interested to see how like, I genuinely want to know how you honestly feel. Like, I don't want to leave any room for, I think I know, but I want to make sure I'm correct. Oh, fuck me.
It's times like these. Well, what?
Exactly the same thing. What the hell? Come on, you're overthinking it. It's one of the other, big dog. And trust me, I know I worded that question the way that I did on purpose, because I wanted to highlight I wanted to remove the possibility of any attempts at false equivalency. Legislative process due to the hurdle of overturning it. Executive orders can be overturned. Clever. So you're... okay. You caught me. I wasn't specific enough in my question. Gotcha. Executive order can be repealed easily compared to law. Law says we will tax you 1,000% on all items sales never get repealed if the party that put it there has no seats in the Senate. In today's age, codification is more deadly. Okay. So Okay. You're assuming that both of these two situations are equivalent. Here's the false equivalency here. You are placing their passage on an equal scale, on an equal likelihood. You're saying if both of these situations are to be implemented, then the legislative one is worse because it's harder to get rid of. But what you're ignoring is how much more insanely difficult it is to get the legislation passed, especially as partisan as today's legislature is. Right? So, now, remove from your answer the equivalency, the false equivalency of the likelihood of their implementation. Which of those two is the greater attempt? How about this? Which of the two is the greater attempt at overreach? Not the passage, not the completion. Because you know that those two, they are not equally as likely to make it through the process. One takes a signature. One takes the Heritage Foundation and a signature. The other one is a weeks-long process, you know, if litigated thoroughly. I'm telling you, like, I know what the answer is. You know what the answer is. I know you know what the answer is. This false equivalence is the passing of one and the proposal. The intent, okay, so the intent of my question is which of the two processes, not the result, which of the two processes is the greater overreach of power? An unconstitutional executive order, which requires no legislative process, no debating, you know, like the speaker doesn't even have to put it on the floor for a vote, right? That's the process. The process of an executive order is a nonprofit organization and or a lobbyist and a presidential signature. The other one is amending, debating, proposing, hearing, debating, amending. Like, the intent of my original question was which of those processes, a Democratic Party trying to pass gun legislation through the Senate or the House, and the House, or a president putting his signature on a piece of paper, most likely written by someone else. Like, I know, like, you know the answer. I know that you know the answer. You know that I know that you know the answer. Oh man, I want to hurry up and finish this village. Yeah, I think when I asked my initial question, I failed to clearly specify that my intent was which process is more, allows for more blatant overreach. Oh, there's another player up there. What does the process have to do with the effect? Because here's the process. It's because the effect is the problem, but it's also the likelihood of implementation. So the point that I'm trying to make is that an executive order is a greater overreach, and it allows for greater overreach than the legislative process. That's what the point I'm trying to make is. So a president signing an executive, like we'll use the same, we'll say it's a Democratic president, and we'll say it's a Democratic legislature, and we'll use gun control, some type of gun control as the same, like we'll say the effect, we'll say the effect. God, I hate hypotheticals, but I have to. The effect is to require everyone to have a firearms training certificate to own a firearm. Okay? That's the effect. Now, you have a Democratic president who signs an executive order saying that this goes into effect. Boom. Done. On the other hand, you have a Democratic legislator, not legislature, legislator, a single senator, representative, whatever, proposes a bill to do the same thing, that requires a person to have a firearms training certificate in order to purchase a firearm. Okay? The effect is the same. So, if we make the effect equal, which of those two processes, which you would probably argue is unconstitutional, which of those two processes would be the greater overreach? The executive order that requires nothing other than the signature, which is going to have, it's going to get knocked down through the legal process, right? But the attempt is still there, right? So which of those two attempts is the greater attempt at overreach? Or the more dangerous, the greater, the bigger, whatever. However you want to word it. Which one do you think is more harmful, detrimental? It's still going to be the executive order. Just because of how quick, simple the process is. That effect is not the same. One is signing of an order and one is a proposal. One is legally binding while another is just a step. Yes, I know. That's what I'm trying to say. The signing of an order is a step, but the problem is there's just one step. That's what I'm trying to say. The executive order, an unconstitutional executive order, is a greater, I don't want to say greater, I don't mean greater as in better, I mean a bigger overreach than attempting to pass unconstitutional legislation through Congress. Oh, I'm not comparing an outcome to a process. I'm not. The only point I'm trying to make is that, oh my God, I don't even remember how we started this. I'm tired. Something about gun legislation, Democrats. Oh, you said some comment was made about Democrats wanting to do unconstitutional shit. My argument is executive orders are greater overreach. But no, okay. Both of those processes, the executive order and the passage of a bill, they are both processes. The fact that one of them only has a single step compared to the other one having dozens, that's exactly the point I'm trying to make. That is why the unconstitutional executive orders are so much worse than a Democratic legislator trying to pass gun legislation. That's why they're so much worse. Anyway, I kind of feel like you ended the night in contrarian mode. I think you know what I'm saying. I know that you know what I'm saying. You know that I know that you know what I'm saying. You're not going to get me that easily. So, if both of these, look at if the intended effect is the same. However, one side uses an executive order to achieve an unconstitutional result, and the other side uses the legislative process to achieve an unconstitutional result. The executive order is going to be so much worse. Bro, if I sign an executive order that is legally binding, the process is complete, the effect is now in play. If a senator proposed a law, there is no effect. Yes, exactly. That's why the executive order is so much worse. Because there's so many more hurdles to getting the legislation passed. You know what I mean? Because as a congressperson, you can like go to your other congressman and be like, dude, this is unconstitutional. Like, I'm not going to sign this. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many other barriers to getting a bill passed. That is, yes, exactly. You proved my point. You sign it, and the effect is now in play. That's why that form of overreach is so much worse. Because it's boom, instant, there. Thank you. I want to say, as I close out this night, I truly appreciate you proving my point for me. Thank you. No, it's okay. It's okay. Don't be humble. Don't be humble. Like, just I think that this is a well-earned reward. I appreciate it. I know it took a lot to get there, but I really appreciate the effort you made in proving my point for me. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. But I'm going to call it a night. Appreciate it, my dude. I might actually be on here tomorrow. I don't know. See what we got going on. No promises. Take it easy, man.